Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility. For the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice or debate to acknowledge the death of Right Honourable Sir Kenneth Keith, ONZ KBE PCKC.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There is none.
I move that this House express its sympathy and condolences to the family of the Right Honourable Sir Kenneth Keith, ONZ KBE PCKC, who passed on the 13th of May 2026, and acknowledge his immense contribution to New Zealand law, international law, legal education and law reform.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. No petitions have been delivered for presentation. A paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government responds to the report of the Māori Affairs Committee on how well public organisations are supporting whānau ora.
That paper is published under the authority of the House. 7 select committee reports have been presented.
Report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade Long-Term Insights Briefing 2025. Reports of the Petition Committee on the petition of Stephanie Adanza and the petition of Terry Morris. Reports of the Regulations Review Committee on the briefing on parliamentary scrutiny of confirmable instruments. Briefing on the confirmation of land transport revenue instruments under the Land Transport Act 1998 and the Land Transport Management Act 2003. Notice of motion to approve the regulatory standards excluded legislation notice 2026. Report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Land Transport Revenue Amendment Bill.
The bill is set down for a second reading in the reports of the Regulations Review Committee and the Long-Term Insights Briefing are set down for consideration. The Clerk's been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Health Practitioners Competence Assurance Amendment Bill, introduction. Disability Support Services Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. Members, I've received a letter from Camilla Balich seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the announcement that the government has set a target to cut public service roles. This is a particular case excuse me, of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. The business of the House should not be set aside just because a ministerial announcement's been made, even though it may be important. There must be an element of urgency that the matter must take precedence over other business. I refer members to Speaker's rulings Harrison, Carter and Wilson, ruling 224/4. In this instance, the announced changes will take effect or take some time to implement, and forecast savings generated by them will be subject to debate in the budget process, which commences next week. The application is declined. The House comes to oral questions. First, in the name of Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent announcements has she made about delivering better value for money?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, today the Government announced as part of the budget we're embarking on a fundamental overhaul of the public service to lift productivity and deliver better service and value for taxpayers. There are 3 objectives for this work. Number 1, streamlining the number of government agencies and entities. Number 2, increasing the government use of AI and other digital tools. And number 3, getting public servant numbers back in step with historic norms with a focus on hiring and retaining talent. To drive progress and ensure agencies actively seek efficiencies and better ways of working, the Government is putting a sinking lid on their operating budgets. Our expectation is the public service adopts efficiencies and finds better ways of working.
Supplementary. What savings, if any, will these changes deliver?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, over the next 4 years these initiatives will deliver savings of $2.4 billion, which will be redeployed to deliver more health services, lift education outcomes, build job-rich public infrastructure and strengthen the Defence Force and police. Taxpayers rightly expect their hard-earned money is used for the public good and frontline services, not an army of bureaucrats.
Is it possible to deliver better public services for less?
Mr Speaker, there are some who believe there is a linear relationship between government spending and better outcomes for New Zealanders. There is evidence to the contrary. From 2017 to 23, government spending increased by 73%. Government debt was tripled in dollar terms, and the size of the public service expanded from 47,000 people to more than 63,000. In the same period, education results went backwards, health waiting lists grew, immunisation rates fell, violent crime increased, and the social housing waitlist almost quadrupled. There are examples to the contrary. When we came into government, Mr Speaker, the Ministry for the Environment had around 1,000 people. It is now around 700, but that has not stopped the Ministry doing exemplary work on reforming the RMA. There are fantastic public servants working for this government and governments past, Mr Speaker, and with good leadership at the top, they are capable of doing extraordinary things.
Supplementary. Why are financial sustainability and efficiency of the public service important?
Well, Mr Speaker, every dollar saved through duplication and inefficiency in the public sector is a dollar that can be redirected towards lifting productivity and supporting growth. The changes announced today are about ensuring the public service is modern, focused, productive and sustainable over the long term with a focus on frontline delivery. It's not going to happen immediately or overnight. Reductions in core public service numbers will be achieved progressively over several years through digitisation, mergers, simplification and natural attrition. We will be monitoring progress regularly and making sure that these results are delivered.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Absolutely.
Supplementary question. If his economic plan is working, why are there now 40,000 more people out of work today than there were when he became Prime Minister?
Well, as we've canvassed with the member before, when you increase government spending by 84%, you drive up inflation to 32-year highs, interest rates go up 13 times, and economy slows down and people lose their jobs. That's why this government's working incredibly hard to make sure that we get spending under control, including the public service, making sure we lower inflation into the band, and importantly lower interest rates, get the economy growing, get people into work. And wasn't it encouraging to see just a very slight improvement in unemployment numbers last month?
So if his economic plan is working, why...
Just start again, if you don't mind.
So if his economic plan is working, why, nearly 3 years after he became the Prime Minister, is unemployment at a 14-year high?
Well, unemployment has dropped to 5.3%, as the member will be aware. That means there are more Kiwis in work, and total hours work has increased 3 quarters in a row. The economy, as the member will know, was turning, and we have a conflict to deal with now, which will have some impact on inflation, some impact on growth, but that's why we're managing it sensibly so that we can pop up the other side.
Supplementary. Is his economic plan working in Auckland, our biggest city, given unemployment in Auckland has doubled under his leadership?
Well, as we've talked before, when you have a government that drove up inflation and interest rates and put building and construction at risk in Auckland City, it's taking a little bit longer. But we have the CRL project, we have major events funding coming, we have an Indian FTA coming on track. So we've got a lot of good things happening that will drive future growth and employment.
How is it a sign that his economic plan is working when almost 100,000 young New Zealanders under his leadership are not in any form of education, training or employment?
Well, that's exactly why we've announced the reforms that we have to the education system. It was utterly unacceptable to come into government to find that 55% of our kids do not go to school regularly. Half our kids hitting high school are not saying they need to be able to reading, and 80% not saying they need to be on mathematics. I just asked the question, who was the previous Minister of Education?
Supplementary question. Supplementary, how does a 49% increase in hospitality businesses going into liquidation in just the last year indicate that his economic plan is working?
Well, this is a government that's backing tourism and hospitality. The work that we have done around the Major Events Fund has actually created huge opportunity. Every dollar we have spent has been typically driving $3.20 back into the tourism and hospitality experience. Think about State of Origin. Think about the changes we've made to Eden Park Stadium. Think about the events that we've got attracted to New Zealand, including the Raglan Surf that's going on this week. I hear it's really good.
Supplementary. So if the economy's back on track, why are company liquidations at a 15-year high?
Well, again, I'm sorry that I have to explain this to the member about how economics works, but when you spend more, drive up spending 84% and spray the cash bazooka around in the way that it was, inflation goes through the roof to 32-year highs, interest rates go up 13 times, businesses have got high inflation, actually softening revenues, and as a result they end up laying off workers. And we have worked our way assiduously through those 5 component parts to create opportunity for New Zealanders. The good news is that we've had 9% growth in Kiwis coming home from overseas. We've had 6% less Kiwis going overseas. And if the member actually cared about working New Zealanders, support RMA reforms, support job-rich fast-track projects, support the repeal of the oil and gas ban, support council rate caps, support the income tax thresholds, and I could go on and on and on.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Would this government ever consider borrowing tens of billions of dollars to pump up the economy with a short-term sugar hit?
Sorry. There's no one speaking other than the person asking the question.
Would this government consider pumping up the economy with reckless borrowing to get a short-term sugar hit, leaving New Zealanders to suffer the consequences for years to come?
No, the New Zealand people voted to put the adults in charge and turf the teenagers out.
Question 3, Debbie Ngaruiwapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Supplementary. Does the Prime Minister support nuclear fission energy for Aotearoa?
We're very interested in exploring all sorts of energy options for New Zealand. It's an and strategy. We have a massive renewables boom underway. We need to make sure that we open up opportunities for oil and gas. And of course, we actually are supporting fusion, which we think has got some long-term potential as well.
Supplementary. Can he tell this House where the radioactive waste, which remains hazardous for tens of thousands of years from nuclear fission, will be stored? And has he consulted with any iwi on whose whenua it might sit?
The work that we have exploratory supported is that work around fusion, and that of course is a new technology which we have some interest in here in Wellington. There's some great companies doing some amazing things. We're going to explore all sorts of energy options, because what we're not going to do is actually create an energy crisis that ends up cranking up to $800 megawatt per hour prices and putting low and middle income New Zealanders out of work across regional New Zealand. That isn't happening.
Point of order through the Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie Ngaruiwapaka.
My question was, does the Prime Minister support nuclear fission energy for Aotearoa, not fusion?
She's talking about fission rather than fusion. We've said we're answering fusion.
You have another sub.
Can he clarify the answer given by Minister Shane Jones on April?
Speaker, we'll just have everyone other than the questioner silent. When you're ready.
Can he clarify the answer given by Minister Shane Jones on April 29 when he said the government was planning a nuclear fission announcement? Did he mean nuclear fission or nuclear fusion?
I would actually let you direct that question to the Minister himself. I'm not aware of his remarks, but all I can tell you is that we are very aligned on the fact that we need to do oil, we need to do gas, we're open to looking at fusion, we're open to looking at supercritical geothermal. We've got a renewables boom up and running underway, partly because of Fast Track. I just encourage those members, if you want to care about working New Zealanders, get them behind Fast Track, get them behind the RMA reforms, repeal the oil and gas ban.
Supplementary.
Okay, the drowning out of answers is not acceptable. So some people on the very back bench there need to just think before they get too rowdy. Debbie Ngaruiwapaka.
Is it government policy to backtrack on our 40-year-long commitment to nuclear-free Aotearoa? If not, why is the Associate Minister of Energy continuing to explore nuclear fission energy options?
I haven't seen the Minister's remarks, and I encourage you to direct your questions to him. He's quite capable of answering for himself.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Is the Prime Minister aware that there is natural white... And when I'm talking, you don't talk.
Please start the question again.
Is the Prime Minister aware that natural white hydrogen is coming out of New Zealand's soil right here, right now, and has been doing so for centuries? And does he agree with the Green, Labour and the Te Pāti Māori members of Parliament that he's able to ban that?
I think we should be looking at all hydrogen options, whether it's clean or orange or whatever colour.
Just wait.
Has the Prime Minister introduced, or does he intend to introduce, legislation to repeal the New Zealand Nuclear Free Zone Disarmament and Arms Control Act 1987, which makes nuclear fission illegal? And if not, what exactly is this Minister proposing?
In answer to the first leg of the question, no.
Question number 4. Carl Bates.
Thank you.
Just wait, Mr Bates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks what recent announcements has she made about replacing New Zealand's national qualification?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, last weekend I announced the details of our new senior secondary qualifications. From 2028, Level 1 NCEA will be gone, replaced with a foundational award in literacy and numeracy that is drawn from the Year 11 English and Maths curriculum. From 2029, Year 12 students will sit the New Zealand Certificate of Education, and from 2030, Year 13 students will sit the New Zealand Advanced Certificate of Education. Students will be marked from A+ through to E for each subject, back to a grading system that makes sense for parents, students and employers. The qualification is underpinned by an internationally benchmarked, nationally consistent curriculum to set Kiwi kids up for success.
Supplementary. Why is the government replacing our national qualification?
Well, Mr Speaker, the 2024 ERO, or Education Review Office, report statistics speak for themselves. 70% of employers did not consider NCEA Level 1 to be credible. 60% of teachers didn't think it was a reliable measure of what students know and can do. Half of parents and 40% of students don't understand how the system works. A standards-based qualification system that was designed to be flexible, but in actual fact has led to the ability for students to game the system by pulling together random credits that don't always form a cohesive package of learning or pathway into future study. These changes are about ensuring curriculum drives assessment and that cohesive, well-sequenced and structured subject content is assessed through a combination of both internal assessments and, importantly, an end-of-year exam.
Supplementary. How will students gain the foundational award?
Mr Speaker, to achieve the foundational award, students will need to pass a literacy and mathematics assessment that is drawn from the Year 11 English and Maths curriculum, typically sat in Year 11. The foundational award can also be achieved in later years by passing English and Maths at Year 12 or 13. There will be a 2-year transition built into the system where students can also gain the foundational award by gaining the current literacy and numeracy co-requisite. This award is designed to ensure students are set up for success with strong literacy and numeracy skills, enabling them to both access the curriculum in higher year groups and will set them up for future in study and work.
Years 12 and 13 students obtain the new national qualification.
Mr Speaker, in years 12 and 13, all students will need to take at least 5 subjects and pass a minimum of 3 subjects to gain the qualification. The number of subjects passed will be recognised on student certificates shown as NZCE 4, 5 or even 6, as we encourage and recognise achievement and aspiration. 2 endorsements will also be available to recognise excellence in both vocational and academic achievement. For example, 3 A grades could enable a student to be awarded a certificate with distinction. The exact design and names for these new endorsements will be confirmed in the coming months.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on these changes?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've received great feedback on these changes. One retired teacher wrote to me to say, "I applaud your strategies and desire to elevate learning outcomes for students. I'm ashamed of the PPTA for wanting to choke your timely initiatives. I'm saddened that grumbling teachers who have criticised the NCA models are now grumbling because change is about to occur. Now, Mr Speaker, Auckland Grammar Principal Tim O'Connor told RNZ that the proposed replacement system would provide greater consistency and students... I'll start that again, Mr Speaker. Auckland Grammar Principal Tim O'Connor said to RNZ that the proposed replacement system would provide greater consistency for students nationwide, saying students from Invercargill and Tukaroa will know that they've learnt and been assessed against the same students in Auckland and in Wellington.
Mr Speaker.
Question 5, Carmel Sepuloni.
To the Minister for Auckland, does he stand by his statement, quote, "When Auckland succeeds, New Zealand succeeds, and when Auckland grows, New Zealand prospers," end quote? If so, what are the government's specific targets to grow Auckland's economy?
The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Mr Speaker, yes, I absolutely do. When Auckland does well, New Zealand does well. The government's target is to grow the New Zealand economy, lift productivity, increase job opportunities. And as our largest city and economic engine room, Auckland is central to those targets. But Mr Speaker, what matters is specific outcomes. We're delivering for Auckland, including through projects like the Port of Auckland Wharf expansion, which was first approved under the government's fast-track approvals process, just one of 8 such programs. We've also signed the landmark Auckland City deal, the first of its kind in New Zealand. This aligns central and local government and establishes shared accountability, recognising the size and significance of Auckland. That deal includes specific outcomes, including a new Crown uplift funding tool and a coordinated 30-year transport strategy.
Supplementary question. Is Auckland succeeding when the number of Aucklanders who are unemployed has doubled under the National-led government since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr Speaker, what we're seeing in Auckland is the inevitable effect of years of high inflation and high interest rates under the last government. The good news for Aucklanders is that inflation and interest rates are now under control under this government. And if that side of the House wants to and truly cares about jobs for Aucklanders, then they should back the fast-track process, which I outlined in my initial primary answer. The Port of Auckland project alone delivers $5.4 billion to the new Auckland economy and sustains nearly 160,000 jobs by 2053.
Supplementary. Over here. Is Auckland succeeding when the number of young Aucklanders not in employment, training or education has increased by more than 15,000 since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I've outlined, the key deliverable, which is on this side of the House, is what we're focused on, deliverables and outcomes, not slogans. The last side of the House had 6 years to deliver for Auckland, which it didn't. But our focus is around making sure that we've got projects and infrastructure investment that creates jobs for our young people that are based in Auckland. This gives them hope, and that's what we're delivering. One more here.
Is Auckland succeeding when the number of Aucklanders on job seeker work ready has increased by almost 13,000 since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House, we are aspirational for the opportunities for Auckland, because Auckland is the powerhouse of our economy. When Auckland is growing faster, when we've got greater productivity and we've got better connectivity for Aucklanders, we will all do well, and that's what we're focused on this side of the House.
Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister had any feedback from his fellow Aucklanders after they discovered in the Royal Commission they were locked down much longer than they needed to be, and would they like to have a go at that again?
Well, Mr Speaker, what I do know is that Aucklanders are looking for delivery and outcomes. They are not looking for slogans. And on this side of the House, we are delivering that. The Auckland Transport Governance Bill that was passed last week alone ensures that Auckland Transport is now back in the hands of democratically elected individuals in our city. That is one example of delivery, and we have many more to come.
Supplementary. Will he guarantee that the budget will provide real relief for Aucklanders, given on his watch Auckland's unemployment rate is almost double what it was 3 years ago? The number of people on a benefit is up 40%, and the number of young people out of work and or training is up almost 60%.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can guarantee, and as I've outlined already, that on this side of the House, we are focused on delivering economic growth for this country and for Auckland. And we will ensure that we continue that delivery. The Auckland City deal included 4 areas of growth focus, including Jury, the city centre, Eden Park, and those are going to be key areas of focus as we progress that deal structure.
Question number 6, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
I te mangai, ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by his statement, quote, "We are resolutely focused on frontline service delivery," end quote? And if so, how does he define a frontline service?
Well, absolutely we are. It's about the people that are delivering the services to Kiwis who desperately need them. But what we're not interested in doing is running up the public service from 47,000 to 65,000, with I think a 46% increase in support and admin roles and only an 18% increase in frontline roles. That's why this government works every day to take taxpayer money seriously and get the maximum value out of it.
Would he define a service that supports our rangatahi to understand healthy, safe relationships, our teachers to deal with disclosures of sexual harm, and our Defence Force to deliver family violence training as frontline?
Well, as we've said before, excluded from the baseline savings exercises are the New Zealand Defence Force, the Police, the Ministry for Children, Oranga Tamariki, Corrections, the Ministry for Health, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Education, the Government Communications Security Bureau and the New Zealand Security Intelligence Services, Education Review Office, Crown Law, the Ministry of Defence, Serious Fraud Office and parliamentary agencies that have been excluded. Those are the agencies that have been excluded from the baseline savings exercise.
What then does he say to the quarter of the country who have personally experienced violence following the news that Respect Ed Aotearoa, Wellington's only specialist sexual violence prevention agency, will close in August following his government's cuts to their funding?
Well, I look forward to that party's support of the new National Party policy, which is to abolish a good character test for all sexual offending.
Is he aware that the annual cost of sexual violence is $6.9 billion, with over 90% of that cost borne by individuals and their communities? And if so, is it resolutely focused to lose entire organisations and workforces to make short-term budget savings when we are seeing an increase in sexualised violence?
We are continuing the previous government's work on the sexual violence plan. We want continuity there, but we also want to make sure that we get better return out of the money that we are spending. And so we ask everybody to make sure that they are getting outcomes and results across the whole of the government and the whole of the public service.
What other frontline workers will be saving his budget this year, since he's already scrapped pay equity for 150,000 New Zealanders last year?
Well, again, the budget will be announced next week and the member will have to wait for that.
Question number 7, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, in context, yes.
Supplementary. Does her promise of no cuts to frontline services apply to her plan announced today to reduce the headcount of the public service by 8,700?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, the government is focused on growing frontline roles in the public service to deliver better services for New Zealand taxpayers. But what we can't support is the unsustainable growth in the public service from 47,000 in 2017 to more than 65,000 by 2023, which was nearly 3 times faster than the wider workforce.
Supplementary. Will she release a list of all the jobs to be cut and who will do those roles to meet her targets?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, I think the member is getting slightly ahead of herself. What the government has announced today is the start of a multi-year process of reform for the public service, partly involving a reduction in the workforce numbers, the overall headcount, but also involving the use of AI and digitisation, and also involving the streamlining and reduction in the number of government departments and agencies. All of those three things put together is going to take a considerable amount of time, energy and effort from the government. We have asked agencies to make 2% baseline savings this year, 5% next year and 5% the year after that. All of those things will need to take place and roll through for precise jobs and precise job titles to roll through.
Supplementary. If she doesn't know what jobs will be cut, how does she come to the 8,700 number, and how can she be sure they won't be frontline service jobs?
Because, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, because it returns the public service to what we consider to be a sustainable level of percentage of the total workforce and the total economy. It's 1% of the total population. It was around 1%. It blew out under the last government to around 1.2. We're now going down to about 1. It is larger in headcount terms than where it was in 2017, but accounting for population growth in that time. It's a rough number. It will take some time to get there, but what's really important is that we are on the journey to a more sustainable and fiscally effective public service.
Supplementary. Is she only planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies?
Hang on. So, sorry. You have to reword that question.
Why?
Because it's supposition at the end of it. You can't do that.
Mr Speaker.
Yes, point of order. The Right Honourable Chris Luxon.
Mr Speaker, we've had questions from government ministers today that contained a whole lot of suppositions about the opposition, let alone about the government. So is the same standard applicable across the House? I mean, David Seymour's question would have been ruled out of order on that basis, as would, I think, one of the questions from Winston Peters.
No, I've listened to all those questions, and in the case certainly of David Seymour's question, he was referencing the Royal Commission report, not anything else. But look, it's only a slight change that's required.
Why
Yes,
is she
good.
only
Good
planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies?
A point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Countless times we have said that it's a total lie to talk about tax breaks to tobacco companies. They've admitted it to the media, but they, in this House, keep on repeating it every day.
I think it's very hard to say that a tax not applied is a tax break, in my opinion. So, as I said, there's a different way of wording it.
Mr. Speaker, it's a simple matter of economics. The reality is, if less cigarettes are sold, then less tax is collected by Inland Revenue. That's precisely what happened. This sort of idiocy should not be submitted in this House or agreed to by you.
Well, I'm not permitting government policy. I'm not permitting government policy or preventing government policy. The reality is I'm simply judging a question, and the Minister will know that some of the tax that comes from tobacco comes from the amount of excise that is applied. If it's not applied, it's hardly a tax cut. I've agreed with the Minister at that point. Just slight rewording.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. I'm very confused by this logic. You're saying that if someone's not charged a tax that they were previously being charged, that's not a tax cut.
I know. No,
that does seem to be what you're saying.
I don't think the confusion's... I don't think that's reasonable to say that you're confused about that, because clearly if a tax is not applied, then it hasn't applied before. So if it's not increased, which is what the excise program was about. But I'm not going into any further explanation. Beg your pardon?
I was going to answer the question, or try to. It was nuclear confusion over here.
Hang on, wait on. Excuse me. Mr Bishop, we'll get the question right, shall we?
Stop being so mean to Chris. Supplementary. Why is she only planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and excise levy breaks for heated tobacco companies it's only applicable to one tobacco company?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, there are three facile and fallacious statements in the assertions in that member's statement. Dealing with the last point, as has been extensively litigated, there were no tax breaks for tobacco companies advanced by the budget. Dealing with the second assertion, I note that the members opposite were arguing on the weekend that bringing back the interest deductibility rules was not a tax increase, which is a little bit inconsistent with their argument today that is a tax break for landlords. Reversing one can't both be one and the other. And on the first assertion, that is incorrect.
Question 8, Deanna Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What recent announcement has the government made about supporting high-value horticulture?
The Honourable Tom McLean.
Mr Speaker, on Friday the government announced changes to protect investments from high-value horticultural exports such as kiwi fruit, apples, pears and potatoes as examples. The government is strengthening plant variety rights and restoring provisional protection for growers and breeders from the day that they apply. This will help protect the significant investment that goes into developing new plant varieties, support innovation and grow our export returns. This is particularly important for horticultural breeders where protected varieties underpin a large share of export earnings and help drive jobs, regional growth and international competitiveness.
Supplementary. How significant are plant variety rights, protected varieties, to New Zealand's kiwi fruit export success?
Well, Mr Speaker, they are hugely significant. In 2024, around 75% of the $3.5 billion of kiwi fruit exports came from plant variety rights protected varieties like Sun Gold and Ruby Red kiwi fruit. That demonstrates just how important intellectual property protection is to maintaining New Zealand's premium position in global horticulture markets. Projections show that extending the plant variety rights term for Sun Gold kiwi fruit alone could generate an additional $1.8 billion in extra revenue over 5 years. That would be $1.8 billion directly into the pockets of kiwi fruit growers in regional New Zealand.
Supplementary. Why is restoring provisional protection important for growers and breeders developing new high-value horticultural products?
Well, Mr Speaker, because it means growers and breeders are protected from the day they submit their application rather than waiting until rights are formally granted, which can take some years. This gives growers and breeders greater certainty and allows them to take legal action if new plant varieties are commercially exploited during the application process. And for New Zealand's renowned horticultural exporters, it gives them the confidence to further invest and innovate in high-value hort products that will strengthen New Zealand's export economy for many years to come.
Supplementary. How will these changes benefit exporters in overseas markets?
Well, for New Zealand exporters, Mr Speaker, the changes back them where it counts, protecting the innovation behind premium New Zealand products that go offshore. The world wants high-quality, safe food from New Zealand, and this government is committed to giving growers and breeders greater confidence to invest, expand into new markets and compete. The government's committed to ensuring our food and fibre sector has the best possible opportunity when competing on the world stage, because we know that when our farmers and growers do well, all of New Zealand does well.
That's right. Question number 9, the Honourable Ginny Addison.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth and Reeds. Does she agree with the Minister of Finance's statement, quote, "Growth matters, it means more jobs, higher incomes and opportunities for families to get ahead," end quote?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister for Economic Growth, yes. And before the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, an economic recovery was underway and was expected to broaden in 2026. Since then, the conflict has triggered a global supply shock, as the member knows, with sharply increased oil prices that will have an impact on inflation and economic growth in the near term. But those impacts will delay, they won't derail the economic recovery.
How does cutting a further 8,700 public sector roles contribute to more jobs and more opportunities for families to get ahead?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, it's hard to know where to start. I mean, the idea that increasing the size of the public service year on year is the answer to New Zealand's economic problems is precisely the kind of mentality that got us into this mess in the first place. Actually, what we saw over the last 6 years before this government was elected was a large, unsustainable increase in the size of the Wellington public service bureaucracy, a massive explosion in debt and government spending more generally, and all the while public service results went backwards, whether it's education, health, law and order or anything. So, as I said in response to the first question of the day, there is not a linear relationship between the size of the public service and better results for public services for New Zealanders.
Supplementary. How many of the 5,200 people across the Hutt Valley employed in central government will lose their job as a result of the government's planned extra 8,700 public sector job cuts?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, as I said in response to her colleague's question earlier in question time, precise impacts on departments and agencies and job roles will be worked through as part of the process. As I said also, we are at the start of the transformation of the public service to be more relevant to New Zealanders, deliver better public services with a smaller headcount and a smaller footprint, utilising some of the tools that every other public service around the world that New Zealand likes to compare ourselves to is using. For example, digitisation and artificial intelligence to make sure that we can reduce cost, reduce inefficiency and deliver better services for New Zealanders. We do not believe that just increasing the size of the public service inexorably is the answer to New Zealand's economic problems, and a mentality that is the solution to our problems is precisely why the last government got booted out of office 2 years ago.
Was Chris Bishop correct when he said, quote, "Many of the people who are losing their jobs in the public service will get jobs elsewhere"? If so, would there be 6,000 more people unemployed in Wellington if that was the case?
Well, no, on behalf of the Minister of Economic Growth, thank you to Louise Upston for reminding me that the member sort of seems to be of the view that we live in a sort of zero-sum economy rather than a dynamic market-based economy. The reality... What's that?
Well, that's exactly 10,000 jobs lost.
No, hang on, we're not having that. Sorry. We're not having... If the question will terminate, which won't be good for the person asking, if we get that sort of discussion across the House.
We live in a market economy, and over the next 4 years alone, over 200,000 jobs will be created in this economy. Tens of thousands of jobs in the private sector, which, by the way, makes up the vast bulk of the number of people employed in New Zealand. I know the members opposite are obsessed with the public service, but most people in this country are employed in the private sector. In the private sector, people lose their jobs and go for new jobs every day of the week. In fact, in the time that we have been answering these ridiculous questions, there will almost certainly be people accepting jobs and declining jobs and losing their jobs. That's what living in a market economy means. Good. And so, yes, there will be job changes in the Wellington public service. And over the last 2 years, guess what? That happened. And over the 6 years before that, guess what? People in Wellington lost their jobs, but also guess what? There are other jobs that people go to and get re-employed in.
Just wait for all the colleagues to give you the space to ask the question.
Does the Minister realise that people across the Wellington region, including the Hutt Valley and Newlands deserve representation from someone who wants job creation and not someone who just says, hope so, to job losses.
No, we're not. No, sit down. Sit down. A supplementary question, the right on Winston Peters.
Is the Minister saying that the present government looked at the bureaucratic build-up 3 times that of the private industry and private employment and came to the conclusion that Labor wasn't working?
No, that's another question that doesn't need to be answered.
Reword that one or not?
Beg your pardon?
Do you want me to reword that one?
Well, have another crack.
Right. Does the Minister realise that people across the Wellington region, including the Hutt Valley, will be directly affected by 8,700 job cuts to the public sector? And does he understand that if someone says hope so to job losses, this makes families struggling under the cost of living's lives even harder?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Economic Growth, I know that the quote the member is referring to, it was made by the Member of Parliament for Hutt South, who was talking about Kaingaora in opposition, and I know for a fact that the member is proud of the performance of Kaingaora because hundreds of people are no longer employed at Kaingaora. At the same time, tenancy satisfaction is up on average, from memory, about 7 points, and their build costs are lower and net debt is down. But I take issue with the member's characterisation that Wellingtonians are some special breed of New Zealanders that don't care about wider economic prosperity. They are Kiwis too. This government is focused on making sure that Wellington, which is too often typically characterised as some public service town for which there is nothing else going on, actually grows like everybody else through Weta, through Zero, through Sharesies, through the high-tech manufacturing jobs in the Hutt Valley, through all of the great things happening in this fantastic region. The idea that Wellington is a public service town and only that is wrong and offensive.
Question 10, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence. What announcements has he made around defence spending?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Peake.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday I had the pleasure of announcing the delivery of the first new homes of the Homes for Family programme for service personnel and their families. Just 7 months after shovels hit the ground, I was delighted yesterday to celebrate the opening of 23 new homes for military families, including 8 at the Linton military camp, alongside the member asking the question by extraordinary coincidence, 5 at RNZAF base Ohakia and 10 at Burnham military camp.
Supplementary. Why is investing in housing for our defence personnel important?
Mr Speaker, strengthening New Zealand's national security includes supporting the defence personnel who uphold it. Decades of underinvestment across successive governments has meant that many military families were residing in homes that were no longer fit for modern family life, some dating back to the 1930s. Improving living conditions supports the well-being of our defence personnel and their families, which contributes directly to workforce sustainability and suitability. This is crucial for the retention, readiness and overall effectiveness of our New Zealand Defence Force.
Supplementary. How will this program benefit the communities surrounding defence bases?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government intends to invest up to $600 million in this program through the Defence Capability Plan, with further homes planned through new builds and long-term leasing arrangements in locations that include Devonport, Trentham and Whenuapai. This money is being spent in New Zealand regions, boosting regional economies by supporting local builders, contractors and suppliers, helping to create and sustain construction jobs across New Zealand.
Okay, question 10, 11, Dan Roseworth.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and reads, what advice, if any...
This better be a good point of order and it better not contradict the Speaker's rulings and the standing orders when it comes to supplementary questions.
Doesn't. As far as I'm aware, I understood that one of the members still had further supplementaries, Mr Speaker.
Did you indeed? Well, you were wrong. Dan Roseworth.
Mr Speaker?
Yeah?
Mr Speaker, members of this House have a right to raise a point of order without the kind of crap that he just got from you.
Is that right? Member will leave the House. Dan Roseworth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and reads, what advice, if any, has he received on the increased rate of liquidations for small operators?
The Honourable Cameron Brooks.
Mr Speaker, as Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing, none.
Supplementary. Why were liquidations at a 15-year high before the fuel crisis?
Mr Speaker, I think this has been well canvassed by previous speakers, particularly the Prime Minister, that these liquidations are a direct result of an overcooked economy where we saw inflation up to 7.3%, food inflation up to over 12%, where we saw interest rates up, 12 consecutive official cash rate increases. And so this government is all about low taxes, controlling interest rates and managing inflation as best we can given this difficult environment.
Supplementary. How many of the 188 liquidations last month were from small businesses?
Mr Speaker, I asked the member to put that question to the young and dynamic Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, because that is the minister who gets the monthly update from the Companies Office as far as business data, which includes the number of liquidations.
Supplementary. So what immediate support is he providing to stop small businesses going under right now?
Mr Speaker, if the member wants me to go through our achievements over the last 2 or 3 years as to how we're supporting businesses, then I'm happy to do that. But I don't want to trifle you, Mr Speaker, because it's a long, long list. But I know, working with our business advisory groups and our manufacturing advisory group and being out at the Hutt Valley Manufacturing and Innovation Expo, and the feedback that we're getting is the government is supporting them. We're on track for sustained growth once we get through this difficult situation. But as Westpac Bank said, Mr Speaker, just last week, we are still growing. It might not be what Treasury forecast late last year. That growth has been delayed, but growth is coming and this government supports it.
Supplementary. If that is the case, are the 66% of small and medium-sized businesses dissatisfied and indifferent with the government, as surveyed by the annual Business Monitor, right to feel that way?
Mr Speaker, I invite the spokesperson to come out on some of my goodwill tours around the country to meet with small businesses and manufacturers. They know that we're in a difficult international environment, but this government is working with business, is working with manufacturers, and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And that is why businesses and manufacturers are going to back this government for its re-election, and it's exactly why they will not return the last lot when SMEs were voting well against them.
This is so question 12, Chloe Swoop.
Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Was the Prime Minister correct when he answered to me last week that, quote, we want to see downward pressure on power prices for sure. That requires us to put in place an energy strategy.
Absolutely, and our vision is abundant and affordable energy. That's why we're increasing the supply of renewables through things like Fast Track. It's also why we're increasing our thermal capacity and firming energy as well. We need to lower the dry year risk. That takes the risk premium out of power bills. Let's put the downward pressure on power prices.
So is the government working on an energy strategy, as he said to me last week in this House, or was the energy strategy work program cancelled by his government, as our OIA shows, in March this year?
Well, I thank the member for her question, but we don't do just strategies and bumper stickers and post-it notes. That's what ended the oil and gas ban. We get on, crack on, put the money in, make the investments and get into action rather than just talk and waffle and more post-it notes and more bumper stickers.
Supplementary. So why do we need a critical minerals strategy, but not an energy strategy?
We have an energy strategy. I've explained it to the member before. It's actually, we're experiencing a massive renewables boom, and no one in the Labour Greens Party supported fast track or the RMA reform that's enabling the building of renewables at a rate we haven't seen for some time. Equally, we need to make sure we've got a strategic coal reserve, a strategic diesel reserve, and we've actually got options to support with investors to discover more gas as well. But the good news is on critical minerals, we have them. We want to exploit them because we are a country rich in abundant natural resources, and actually that's how we get wealthier. And when the other side asks me questions about youth unemployment and they say Kiwi kids are going to Australia to do mining jobs and oil and gas, well, actually you should say yes to them here in New Zealand rather than over there in Australia.
If it is socialism, as he called the green budget, to invest in renewable energy, why is it not socialism for his government to invest in fossil fuel production?
I'm not aware I've made that comment, but I think it's a fair one.
So why is it socialism to invest in renewable energy, but not socialism to actively invest hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds in fossil fuel production?
Well, I'd just say to the member, when the member was part of a government, they had a terrible energy policy. It ended up creating an energy crisis in 2024. You had your go, you mucked it up, you caused an energy crisis, you put people out of work. That is the reality of all of your energy policy.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take a little moment for the House to settle down.
Can I just switch this out?
What's that, sorry?
I'm just switching this out for you because unfortunately we left this off the copy you've got at the moment. So can I make sure that I'm only giving you the one that you're actually reading? Thank you.
How long are you out for? How long? Oh, you can come back now. The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning to consider government orders of the day numbers 4 to 8.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on government order of the day number 1. The Honourable... sorry.
Government notice of motion number 4. Mr Speaker, I move that under section 131B of the Electoral Act 1993, a vacancy in the Papakura electoral district having arisen and the House having been informed that a general election is to be held within 6 months of the occurrence of the vacancy, no writ be issued for the election of a Member of Parliament for that electoral district to supply the vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Judith Ann Collins.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on government order of the day number 2.
Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. The Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Social Services and Community Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by the 20th of August 2026 and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day in which there has been a sitting of the House on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House and outside the Wellington area, despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196. Mr Speaker, the Government believes that the welfare system should be a safety net for those who need it most. Our Government is concerned about welfare dependency, particularly among young New Zealanders who should be in work or study rather than being on a benefit. The Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill amends the Social Security Act of 2018 to support fiscal sustainability in the welfare system by better targeting financial assistance to those most in need. This is the key goal of the bill. It reflects our Government's commitment to reduce benefit dependency and support long-term fiscal discipline in the welfare system. Mr Speaker, to achieve this goal, the bill introduces two key policy amendments that were part of Budget 25 announcements. I would like to take this opportunity to touch on each of the two proposals. Firstly, the bill tightens the eligibility criteria for job seeker support and the equivalent emergency benefit for 18 and 19-year-olds by introducing a parental assistance test. This means that when this initiative is implemented, young people will need to meet the parental assistance test criteria before they can access or continue to access one of these benefits. To meet the parental assistance test criteria, a young person will need to demonstrate that they have a support gap with their parents, meaning that they can't reasonably be expected to rely on their parents for financial support and or that their parents earn under the parental income limit. If a young person has a support gap with their parents, with all their parents, then they will be considered to meet the parental assistance test. Modelling indicates that job seeker support clients aged 18 and 19 are estimated to spend, on average, 21 future years supported by main benefit. Our Government has far greater aspirations for young New Zealanders than a life spent on welfare, and that's why, through this initiative, I'm committed to reducing welfare dependency amongst young people by encouraging them to enter employment, education or training as the best options for their future. This initiative will set our young people up on a future on a path to future success. It will reduce benefit dependency and target welfare assistance to young people who have no other means of support. Young people who don't study or work and can't support themselves financially should be supported by their parents rather than taxpayers. This initiative is proposed to be implemented from the 2nd of November this year. Young people already receiving job seeker support will be required to complete a parental assistance test at their next 26-week application for job seeker support after the go-live date, or their next application for the equivalent emergency benefit. If a client has already received a notice to reapply from MSD before the go-live date, then they will not be required to complete the parental assistance test at their next reapplication, but at the reapplication after that. This change will not apply to 18 and 19-year-olds with dependent children or to those applying for other benefit types such as the young parent payment or the supported living payment. This initiative builds on a range of measures that I have already introduced to encourage young people into work, such as phone-based employment case management and more places for young people to get community job coaching. Mr Speaker, the second amendment I am proposing through this bill is targeting the accommodation supplement more tightly to some homeowners with high weekly qualifying accommodation costs relative to their income and assets. From April next year, the entry threshold or the minimum weekly contribution some homeowners must make towards their housing costs will increase from 30 to 40% of their income. The entry threshold settings have not been changed since the accommodation supplement was introduced more than 30 years ago. As the proportion of income commonly spent by household on accommodation costs has increased over the last 3 decades, there is a need to align the homeowner entry threshold with the higher accommodation costs in the current housing environment, particularly as these homeowners are being supported by the taxpayer to acquire a significant personal asset. This change will not apply to renters or boarders. Homeowners who are receiving the New Zealand superannuation, veterans' pension, supported living payment, or the emergency benefit that is equivalent to supported living payment will not be impacted by this change, as they are likely to require longer-term social assistance. Any partner or spouse of a recipient of one of these benefits will also not be impacted by this change. This initiative will target the accommodation supplement to homeowners with the greatest need while continuing to support some of the most vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial that we have a welfare system that supports those who have no other resources to rely on, while also encouraging those who can support themselves to take reasonable steps to do so. It reflects the expectations of most hardworking New Zealanders whose taxes go towards welfare payments. These legislative changes are critical components of the government's efforts to appropriately tighten access to welfare assistance and to ensure long-term fiscal discipline in the welfare system. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will ensure that our welfare system continues to be a safety net for those who need it, while also encouraging young people to move into work, study or training, and requiring homeowners to contribute more towards their home ownership costs before they can receive taxpayer support to accumulate a personal asset. We will continue to support those who genuinely need state support. But our expectation will be that those who can support themselves or be supported by their parents should be taking reasonable steps to do so. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not agree to this bill, and I want to start by making it very clear that this government is making it worse for our young people, not better. And the proposals in this legislation are going to make it even harder for our young people and their whānau who are already struggling in this cost of living crisis. Christopher Luxon promised to make the cost of living better, but things are getting worse. Everything costs more, the economy is weaker, and people are worse off. And at this time, when families are struggling with the cost of living crisis, this government is making things worse for our rangatahi. Under this government, we have seen 11,000 more young people on job seeker support. We have seen more than 32,000 fewer jobs since National took office, and there are more than 100,000 young people not in education, training or employment. And this government decides to kick those rangatahi while they are down and make it harder for them and their whānau. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention a story recently on Radio New Zealand where it was reported that there are thousands of those who are unemployed, who are on job seeker benefit, who are looking for work in Te Tai Tokerau, in Northland, in the far north, where thousands of people are out of jobs, out of work, and yet in Kaikohe, only 15 jobs advertised. What hope is there for our rangatahi when this government is saying to those young people, we want you to get a job, but Grant McCullum, member for Northland, there are no jobs there for them. So what will we do? We will punish those young people. Yeah, but you don't have the jobs yet, and yet you're going to take away the supports. You're going to make it harder for those young people and their families, telling them to simply go and find a job when the member knows those jobs do not exist. Mr. Speaker, the debate across the House proves my point, where the other side of the House believe that these young people should simply get a job when those jobs do not exist. I will remind the House recent reporting from Radio New Zealand, thousands, are they wrong? Are they wrong? Oh, I look forward to your contribution. 15 jobs were advertised on online. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to them making their calls and their contributions. So we have young people who the regulatory impact statement says this was not their preferred option. What they recommended the government do is actually invest in more programs around employment, around education, around training. That this is going to come at a significant cost to these young people and their families, and that it is going to have potential detrimental effects on them further in life. So the things that the Minister said in her opening statements, officials warn is what could be the result of this policy. So this government is doing the opposite of what the officials advised. They also have cut funding to the apprenticeship boost. They have slashed Māori trades training and recently broken yet another promise to young people by cutting the fees free. All of these things were in place to help our young people. Our young people need a plan and they need action to support them at this really important time in their life. Instead, we're going to punish these young people and their families. It was also pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that the cost of these policies was also going to increase compliance burdens, potential increased hardship, and mental health issues. Mr. Speaker, there is one other small issue that is covered in this bill, which is around the accommodation supplement. And what I will simply say again there is that it is going to make it harder for people who are already struggling in the middle of a cost of living crisis with this government increasing the percentage, and these people are going to be worse off under what this government is proposing to change in terms of the accommodation supplement. So when people are struggling in a cost of living crisis, this government continues to kick them while they are struggling instead of looking at things to support families in the cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, we do not support this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is yet another example of how this government's priorities are to punch down on those who need our support, while quite happily spending billions of dollars on landlords, on military equipment, and telling low-income families that there's not enough for them. The changes in this bill will leave thousands of families worse off and potentially in hardship and struggling to afford their basic essentials. Mr. Speaker, I'd love to know what $59 a week means for the minister. Maybe for someone on her salary and wealth may not mean a lot, but $59 a week is a lifeline. It's a lifeline for low and middle income families who are affected by the changes to the eligibility of the accommodation supplement in this bill. It is literally what could prevent a family from being able to meet the costs of their bills or put food on the table. We know, and this is just so typical of the minister because this is what she omitted in her speech. Of course she omitted the types of families that are going to be impacted by this because I don't think she wants the public to know. She doesn't want the public to know that 68% of the families affected by her changes to the accommodation supplement are families with children, and that more than half of the families affected by her changes to the accommodation supplement are families on low incomes. And a huge proportion are people on job seeker support, people who are already struggling to make ends meet. And for the families with children who she is leaving worse off, she's leaving them worse off $42 a week. Perhaps for a minister on that salary, it may just mean a couple of Uber Eats orders. But for a low-income family, it's literally their ability to make ends meet. She does not care. So next time that this government talks about mum and dad homeowners, a reminder that this government seems to hate those very same homeowners, often first-time homeowners on low incomes, that this bill is negatively affecting. When it comes to the welfare changes, once again, we have a government that refuses to acknowledge that under no government over the past 100+ years, there's been enough jobs for every unemployed person out there. The system is built with unemployment at its core. That is how it's supposed to work. And if the minister doesn't believe me, she can try and point out to a period where there's been enough jobs compared to the amount of unemployed people out there. It's of course telling as well that during the previous contribution in relationship to comments around how there's a high rate of unemployment up north, the New Zealand First Party resorted to basically blaming it on migrants once again, as though they seem to claim that now they don't support the RSC scheme. which is just incredibly baffling. I dare them to actually come out and say they'll cancel it, since that seems to be their problem when it comes to youth unemployment. Stripping young people of support and leaving their parents worse off will not lead to better outcomes. The government's own officials recognize that if anything, it would lead to more costs and people needing hardship assistance to make ends meet. That seems to be the solution. Because if this was a government that wanted to invest in our young people, they would not be cutting graduate programs so that people who go into education have a job to go to. If they were serious about young people going into education and then being able to find a job in the field they trained into, they wouldn't be cutting thousands of jobs in the public sector. If this was a government that was serious about supporting young people into employment, they would be investing in apprenticeship schemes as opposed to leaving young people without opportunities. It is no wonder so many people see Australia across the ditch, removed from many of the support networks, as often the only viable means of survival. It doesn't have to be this way. This bill is a piece of rubbish. And it's really telling that this minister doesn't want it to have adequate scrutiny by giving it only 3 months in the select committee stage. Why are they in such a rush? Are they worried that experts and community members will come and trash it as they rightfully will? Or is it that they're just in a rush to desperately save money, taking it from the families who are struggling the most so that they can claim that they're now investing on military equipment, on landlords and fossil fuel companies? Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has its priorities upside down. For all their talks about how the fossil fuels will lead to more jobs, I dare them to look at the evidence that shows that this will simply not happen, because we haven't found fossil fuels offshore in decades. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, we'll look forward to scrutinising this bill as it deserves, and the Green Party will not be supporting it and will take the first opportunity to get rid of it.
Mr. Speaker.
Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking this call on behalf of the ACT Party to support the first reading of Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, listening to that speech, clearly it shows that they don't respect taxpayers' contributions, that people work really, really hard and make contributions in the form of tax. On this side, this bill basically is about spending taxpayers' money in a fairer and responsible manner. That is what this bill does. And yes, it does tighten eligibility for a couple of criteria for which people receive support from welfare. And that should be done time to time when we see the circumstances are changing, how our communities operate, they're changing, and we need to change our systems as well. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, it's really important to note that welfare system is to provide a safety net, and that is how it should be seen. And we also want to make sure that the welfare system remains sustainable for people, those who really need it. So the two changes that this bill makes, one change, of course, that the Minister has already talked about is about teenagers. When they turn 18 and 19, they receive job seeker support. Bringing in the parental assistance test is actually a really good thing, because we have seen so many families, those who continue to support children in their families when they turn 18 and 19 to get into employment or to continue their education or to get into training. So people should not expect that welfare should support them when they have the support available from their family. And that's why this change is a good change. The second change about strengthening the threshold or changing the threshold for accommodation supplement for homeowners is another good approach here, which basically shows that, yes, we take spending through welfare system very responsibly. And I hear that members on the other side, the opposition, saying that this is a very harsh approach. And I would say to these members that a policy should not be judged by how much we are spending, but it should be judged on the basis of how targeted it is. And this bill, what it does is, it is bringing the targeted approach, because it's quite clear in this bill that support for young people, those who turn 18 and 19, will be available if their family circumstances are such that they don't have the support from the family. But where the support is there, then yes, they should not be expecting this support from taxpayers. And I'm sure these young people will respect that too, and their families will respect that too. So overall, Mr. Speaker, this bill strikes the right balance, and the ACT Party is supporting this bill. Thank you.
Jamie Harbach.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill. And as we've heard, Mr Speaker, there's two aspects to this bill. Firstly, the tightening of the eligibility for job seeker support for young people aged between 18 and 19. In Pacific cases between 16 and 17 years. Last night, Mr Speaker, I had the honour to represent New Zealand First Party at the start of Youth Week here in Parliament, and I actually stood there while I was on stage and looked across at all the young people in that event and thought, we don't want our young people on job seeker, and that should be the first thing from any government and from any person in this House. We should be having three aspirations, and one of them is a young person going into employment. And as the Minister on my right here correctly said during another speech, those opportunities, especially in our primary industries and our orchards, abundance of jobs there and opportunities. But if they can't get into employment, into training and education is where they need to be heading and where we need to be encouraging our young people. We do not want to have young people going on job seeker and having decades of dependence on benefits. And we're seeing over time how that is a waste of their time, waste of resource. We have in this a parental assistance test to make sure that there is a backlog to actually understand the test that will be put in place. And New Zealand First has always championed a welfare state umbrella to meet the genuine and deserving needs of people. But we can't have human and economic waste, what is a blight on the nation's productivity, our youngest people on job seeker. So we want greater parental responsibility. The second aspect, Mr Speaker, is the accommodation supplement for certain homeowners, and it's around that qualifying income. And homeowners, there's that entry threshold for the accommodation supplement, and currently that sits at 30%, and through this bill it looks like being reviewed, and it hasn't been reviewed, Mr Speaker, since 1993, so looking at reviewing that from that 30% to a 40% of the current housing costs. What that does is to try to make sure it remains that it's targeted. And New Zealand First is really happy that it's not targeting specified persons. So in the bill that we're talking about, New Zealand people on superannuation or veterans pensions, they're specified people, and that they won't have their qualifying income tested. As you know, Mr Speaker, also New Zealand First, we have a top line, as our leader says, a top line for superannuation of 65, and something that is non-negotiable. It's a bedrock for our policy, and so keeping that superannuation at 65 in a policy like this that's written in legislation is really important for people that are receiving superannuation. So New Zealand First will be very interested, Mr Speaker, in the submissions along this. We do understand around hardship that may be caused for lower income earners, that 30 to 40% step that I've mentioned through submissions. I think we as a committee can give that a lot of thought, understand the impact on those people, and I look forward to the select committee process, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
E te pika tēnā koe, I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Māori as the member of Tāmaki Makaurau, and in solidarity with all our Māori electorates from Muri Whenua to Muri Hiku, because this bill is going to hit Hapori Māori the hardest. It will push whānau already suffering further into the margins, and it targets our rangatahi. Mr Speaker, there are 263,620 rangatahi aged between 16 and 19. Here in Aotearoa. Around 92,000 are Māori, and the majority of those rangatahi Māori reside in Mairohe of Tāmaki Makaurau. These aren't mere numbers, they are future leaders, and the future of our future leaders is being risked by this government. This bill is testament to that. Introducing a parental assistance test for 16 to 19-year-olds seeking job seeker support assumes that all rangatahi have parents who can support them, that every home is safe, and that every whānau has spare money. Well, that's not the reality, and that is not the case in every Māori electorate. It's tough in Tāmaki Makaurau. The cost of living is brutal. Homelessness is beyond crisis point. Access to tertiary education has been narrowed even more by this government, and yet its solution is to blame and then burden parents who are often working multiple jobs. This bill weaponises bureaucracy against our whānau. It tells our rangatahi to go back home and prove your hardship before we will help you. In Te Tai Tokero, youth unemployment is high and housing is precarious. Forcing rangatahi to rely on parents who may themselves be on benefits or in unstable work will push them further into unreported hardship, into unsafe homes, or simply out of the system altogether. In Hauraki Waikato, intergenerational poverty and low wages mean many whānau are already stretched. This bill demands that parents carry even more, while their tamariki are denied direct access to support unless they can prove that their parents' income and circumstances are valid. In Waiariki, seasonal and tourism-based work means income rises and falls, Mr. Speaker. Rangatahi often rely on job seeker support between jobs on training. Tightening access will push them into debt and desperation, and not into stable employment. In Te Tai Hauauru, many of our young people must leave their rohe to study or to work. This bill punishes that move by insisting that they still rely on parental support even when distance, cost or whānau circumstances makes that unrealistic. In Te Tai Tonga, from Porirua to the deep south, the cost of living and housing is rising while incomes lag behind. Rangatahi Māori there will face yet another barrier to accessing the basic support that they need to stand on their own feet. Across all 7 Māori electorates, the pattern is the same. This bill makes survival harder for rangatahi, and then it blames them for struggling. And if this government truly wanted more rangatahi in education, then why repeal fees free? Why keep the parental income threshold for student allowances frozen? Why make it harder to live and then lecture them about personal responsibility? The bill also raises the accommodation supplement threshold from 30 to 40% of income, which will force some homeowners to spend almost half of their income on housing before they can even qualify for any help. Mortgages and rates are sky high across the country, but not more so than in my rohe of Tāmaki Makaurau. Raising that threshold, the threshold rates, is going to raise hardship rates. It's going to push whānau closer to arrears and foreclosures. It's going to force the whānau in Te Tai Hauauru to choose between heating and kai. And it pushes the people of Te Waipounamu, who are most vulnerable and exposed to the realities of winter, and winter is coming. Remember, Mr. Speaker, Māori are underrepresented among homeowners precisely because of land loss, precisely because of discriminatory policy and economic exclusion. This bill does nothing to fix that. It simply tightens the screws on those who have managed to hold on. Who is that? The wealthy few. Kei taku iwi Māori, anei taku kōrero kia koutou. This bill does not target support, it strips it away. It does not encourage independence, it punishes poverty. It does not ensure sustainability, it entrenches inequity. So it goes without saying that Te Pāti Māori does not support this bill or any bill that keeps kicking our people while they're down instead of lifting them into positions of prosperity.
Mr. Speaker.
Dana Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just thought it might be time to add a little bit of balance into this, perhaps, because what I think that the opposition has forgotten in debating this bill is that there's a thing called the student allowance, and there's a thing called training, and there is a thing called responsibility and accountability. And what we want to see is young people in training or in work. So if you go to work and you're on the minimum wage, you can earn up to about $950 a week. That's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker. If you want to go and do some training, which sets you up, gives you some skills, creates some networks and some opportunities, you will get paid a student allowance, which will help you and will help pay your bills. So let's just be very clear that it's not about stripping away every cent that somebody is able to get some from the government. We are here to help, but we want young people to aspire to work or training, and I commend the bill to the House.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just remember when there was the last election on, how much talk there was of how people could expect from a national government support. They were going to get a better life. How's it going? Because actually something like this, it matters to people. It matters to people who've got a couple of kids and are on the median income. Do you know how much the median income is? It is, I think, $69,000. So that is like, thank you, he's just lending me his glasses, and I should use them, but there is an issue with those kinds of incomes in this country. People actually don't have a lot of money. That's the median income. It's not the low incomes that a lot of people will be on. That is right in the middle. And we are sitting in a situation where this government has created greater unemployment, and those numbers of unemployed, they sit in the youth sector. There are huge amounts of our kids who are not getting jobs because this government has decided to run the economy in a certain way. And it has decided that its priority is not employment. And I hear it a lot. I hear the government say, don't worry, trickle down, we'll get there in the end. Well, it's still waiting. They say, it's all right, it's the last factor that's going to come right. Well, we're still waiting, and crickets. It's not the last factor that comes right for me. It's the first. It's the first thing I care about, is whether people can get jobs. And instead of making sure that people can get jobs in this area, we are going out on some sort of parental criticism where people have to be responsible for their own children. 25% unemployment, and it's all the parents' fault. They can't possibly be accommodated even though they are actually finding it hard to make ends meet. Why shouldn't we help this group of people? Why shouldn't we help this group of youth? And why shouldn't we help their parents? Why have we got into this blaming culture where the Prime Minister talks about how they could take a Marmite sandwich to school, and Dana Fitzpatrick gets up and tells us about self-responsibility? Well, I actually think it is time for a change of government, because I want to see a government that actually gets it, that understands that if you are on 69, 70,000, it's pretty tough, because we're not on that, and here we're not on that. We are on a lot more money in Parliament than that, and it's really important we never lose sight of the fact that if you've got a couple of kids at school and a couple of teenagers and you're on that kind of money, it's incredibly tough. And it isn't a case of self-responsibility or self-discipline or winners or losers. It's not none of those things. It's got to do with a decision that was made by this government to make sure that the unemployment issue was just not one that was prioritised. Do you remember when there was first a change in government, one of the first things this government did was get rid of that measure from the Reserve Bank's decision making. They weren't allowed to look at employment anymore. That turned out to be something that was not prioritised by this government, who promised people that they were going to be better off and looked after. Well, they're not. They are not back on track. They are actually in a much worse financial position. And when a fuel crisis comes rolling along, they've got no savings, and now they're being told self-responsibility. Look after your children, who, by the way, are unemployed when they wouldn't have been under a Labour government. Look after your children when they are that age. Actually, I'd rather see some efforts, some real efforts, going to getting those people employed and prioritising employment. This is coming to my committee, and I will be asking as many questions as I can during this process, because I think this kind of patronising, judgmental, completely out of touch government needs to go, and this piece of legislation needs to go too. Thank you.
Call Joseph Mooney.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The government is strengthening the fiscal sustainability of the welfare system by better targeting support to those in need. These changes reflect our firm, fair and simple approach to welfare. Madam Speaker, that last speech kind of sums up the difference between the left and the right. And look, the last speaker, she's a lovely lady, she's well-intentioned, but Madam Speaker, parents need to be responsible for their own children. The left thinks that the state should be responsible for everyone. They should be the parent for everyone. That is not how our country will be successful, Madam Speaker. When I was a young 17-year-old looking at who was going to vote for in the first election, MMP election, which was 3 days after my 18th birthday, I was a young guy who came from a hard background. A lot of no money sometimes, no food sometimes. We had things pretty tough. I was working my butt off, Madam Speaker, to try and get out of those difficult situations. And I looked through all of the election manifesto of the different parties to try and figure out who I was going to vote for in my very first election. Why did I go with the centre-right, Madam Speaker? Limited government. I knew from my background, government doesn't help poor people. Madam Speaker, I needed every cent I could to try and get out of that. Lower taxes. I wanted every cent I could to try and help myself, lift myself up, not think that the government's going to do it for me. Madam Speaker, self-responsibility. I knew I needed to take responsibility for myself, and I needed to work to try and change my reality, not expect a government to do it for me, because I knew that would not realistically happen. Madam Speaker, reward for achievement. Why? I want to be rewarded for the work I did, and if I worked harder and did more, I wanted to be rewarded for that. So, Madam Speaker, I chose to vote for the national government way back in the first MMP election, and I'm here today as an MP, and I'm proud. We do not want our young people, Madam Speaker, sitting on benefits. We want them to be either in employment, we want them to be in education, or we want them to be in training, not sitting on a benefit. There is no hope and no opportunity for them. The state will not save them, Madam Speaker. They need to learn the skills to give themselves a successful future. That's what we're here for, and the opportunity for the New Zealand to vote for that is in November. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. I call Georgie Dancy.
At a time where the cost of living is at an all-time high, the government decides that now is the time to cut entitlements.
Yeah.
This bill will apply a parental assistant test, income threshold and parental gap test to restrict the eligibility criteria for job seeker support and the equivalent emergency benefit for young people aged 18 and 19. The government was given a range of options, 5 policy options in fact, to address how they could assist young people into work. And they chose to go with the cheapest option. They decided to go with the most cost-effective option for them at the detriment of our young people. It doesn't add up. Most of the burden of this cost will fall on 4,300 young people and their families who will no longer be eligible for support. Not only will the young person miss out, but their parents will now have an additional monetary burden as well. This policy will place additional compliance requirements on young people, both in their initial application for support and reapplications. That means more compliance costs for MSD and those administering the means testing. It really puts young people at risk. And the reason it does is that if a young person is in a situation where their parents do not provide support, there is a risk they won't have any support at all. My question is around the test for this. What constitutes when a young person cannot reasonably be expected to rely on their parents for financial support? How do we meet that test? There is a huge risk here that young people will miss out simply because their parents will not, for whatever reason, support them. Every single one of us has complicated relationships with our parents, and we are not in a position to judge how complicated that relationship is. Young people will miss out on support at all due to this test. This is the part that doesn't add up for me. There are 40,000 less people employed than when Luxon took office. So not only are there no jobs for young people, they are also getting their entitlements cut while they're looking for a job.
Yep, apprenticeship boost.
Young people not in employment, education or training is up to 60%. This government is giving young people no option. There are no jobs, there are no opportunities for training, and now they don't even get the support they need to get into those positions. The government is kicking young people off income support just to make their books add up. They are making life harder for New Zealanders to meet their targets. The bill is simply about saving the government money at the expense of our young people. The government is going against advice received from MSD on this matter. As I mentioned, there were 5 policy options and they went for the cheap one. MSD advised that the government should be investing in education, training and employment for young people, and they were like, nah, don't think so, not today. Instead, they're going to cut services by the minister. Apprenticeship boost, gone from this government. Māori trades training, gone from this government. And now fees free for university students, gone from this government. In the midst of a cost of living crisis, this government are making it harder to get by. People are working hard and getting nowhere. Pay doesn't stretch, bills keep going up. And this is all happening at a time when record numbers of Kiwis are leaving the country for better opportunities overseas. If we don't have any jobs for our young people and we're not supporting them, they will continue to move to Australia. The Labour Party believes in a more affordable New Zealand right here in Aotearoa, and on that basis, we cannot support this bill.
Katie Nibbin.
Look, honestly, it astounds me. Actually, it doesn't really surprise me at all. The difference between this side of the House, the government side and the opposition. Because ultimately, as the Minister has said, this is a safety net, a backstop, not an entitlement, as the opposition have so pointed out. Every single person that leaves high school in this country should have a promising pathway into education and further work.
That's exactly right.
And actually, there is still a safety net for these people that cannot find jobs and cannot get into education, as the opposition thinks it's just happening to every single young person, which is not what I am saying, for them to be supported financially. But those people that are financially able to be supported by their families should be, and actually encouraged into work and training, because that is the country that we need to see. We need to see opportunities for our kids, and if we let them stay at home, then we will.
Yeah.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maramira Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill be considered by the Social Services and Community Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
the Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the Social Security Job Seeker Support and Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill be reported to the House by the 20th of August 2026 and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day in which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196. Madam Speaker, our government's priority is getting young people off benefit and into...
Point of order, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
But the motion that she just put has to be put under Standing Order 295, and which refers to the member's first reading speech. And 295(1)(b) says that if it is proposed to move any special powers or instruction in respect of the committee's consideration of the bill, it must indicate the terms of that proposed motion. Now, in the member's first reading speech, she did mention the report back date, which was 20 August, but she did not mention any other special powers whatsoever. So if you turn to Rule 2981, it says that when the House has determined the committee to consider the bill, and if the terms of the motion for any special power or instruction in respect of the committee's consideration of the bill have been indicated, the member in charge may move that motion. So she can only move a motion which refers to the special powers she referred to, and the only special power she referred to was the truncated report back time.
Speaking to the point of order.
Madam Speaker, I am repeating exactly what I said before I started my first reading speech, and the member must have missed that, but if he wants to refer back, I can give him a copy of the speech that I read at the time, that I also was in the drill sheet, that absolutely gave the same instructions that I have just moved.
And I took advice from the clerk, who also confirms that the minister is within standing orders. Honourable Louise Upston.
Our government absolutely sees it as a priority to get young people into earning or learning and not start a life on welfare. This initiative is absolutely intended to reduce benefit dependency amongst young people, encouraging them to enter further training, work or study. That's why we have set the report back date as the 20th of August. We want to ensure that we're able to get onto this soon. This was well signalled, it was Budget 25, so that young people and their families have had a long time to get used to this expectation. We want more for young people. Madam Speaker, it is urgent. Our government, our members on this side of the House see the future of young people isn't something that should be wasted. As I said before in my first reading speech, 18 and 19-year-olds who currently go onto welfare are on average going to spend another 21 years on welfare. It's simply not good enough, and that's why we are dealing with this at pace.
Madam Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a call on this referral motion. And just wanted to comment on a few things the Minister said in her call. First of all, she made the argument that because this was well signalled in advance, it justifies having a 3-month report back date. And I don't think that actually stacks up. So the Green Party is not supporting it for the reasons that if the Minister had signalled that this was going to come well in advance, well, she could have introduced this bill earlier and allowed it to have an adequate select committee scrutiny, because in between her announcement and now, there hasn't been the opportunity for public submissions, there hasn't been the opportunity for members of the opposition to engage in the select committee process with officials. I just think it's outrageous that for whatever reason the minister chose and the government chose to not introduce this bill earlier, now we're seeing a justification that, you know, just because she mentioned it was coming, that therefore it deserves less than adequate scrutiny. And I think that's a disservice because in the period between now and the 20th of August, I'm particularly concerned, despite the powers that the minister is, proposing to meet, say, outside of sitting days, etc., that in those 3 months we've got scrutiny week, we've got budget week, We've got significant amounts of extended sitting hours that we've seen over the past few months, and a record amount of use of urgency, which in my view will... Well, but it nonetheless really, so I hear the members say that they think this equates to working hard as opposed to undermining democracy, but the other argument is that ultimately this also, at least for sitting days, leaves, and the members of the government will know this, will only leave, say, like 8 till 9 and 1 to 2 on the Wednesdays, as per usual, when there's extended sitting hours or urgency being used by the government, which massively prevents adequate public engagement on the bill. And I think also the use of select committee hearings during recess ultimately creates an opportunity cost for every MP, list or electorate only, in terms of whether we spend time, say, in the community or engaging on the select committee process. I just think that there's no solid justification provided by the minister on this. My concern as well is that with a 3-month period, we're likely to see a shortened amount of time that people can make for submissions. Now, if we look at the demographics of who is impacted by this bill, and I would assume that, everyone, government or opposition, would want to see people impacted by this bill submit on this bill, that, we're talking about working families on low incomes. I assume some of these working families on low incomes may be working multiple jobs. These are some of the families that, as I mentioned in my speech, may see up to $59 a week reduction to their weekly income, which is significant. Now, if you reduce the select committee scrutiny and likely reduce the amount of time there is for submissions or the period for people to choose a time slot that can best accommodate their schedule, you're also more likely to see those working families on low incomes disproportionately impacted by the bill, less able to participate in the process. Now, this really undermines people's ability to give feedback on what will it mean for the 68% of working families on low and middle incomes that will see an average of $42 less in their accommodation supplement? What will it mean for them? We will see less of those kind of demographics represented in the select committee. And I think that's a disservice to the process, because I think that the challenge that I have particularly in, the lack of synchronicity between what the minister has said but the documents that we have in front of us is that, the minister talks about how this is a targeted approach, but the evidence in front of us talks about how people may be likely put into hardship as a result of the provisions of this bill, including working families. And so I'm really concerned of that lack of scrutiny. Now, when it comes to the short and select committee process, and particularly I want to focus now on engagement with officials, one of the challenges I have had with a lot of these saving initiatives, and I think of, for example, one of the previous bills we've had in the Social Services Community Select Committee that reduced the amount that people with borders can receive when it comes to the accommodation supplement, is that we were told at the time on that bill, for example, that the savings that would be produced were unclear, because you may be saving some money by taking the accommodation supplement from some groups, but then those groups, as we were advised by the government, may need to then access other types of government assistance like hardship grants, student allowance, etc. It's very similar to what we're seeing in these bills. The same advice is being produced. And my concern is that if we have a short and select committee process, we won't be able to adequately scrutinize and unpack, what's the projected amount that people will be able to, what's the projected amount that people may need from work and income to make up for the loss of the accommodation supplement in the form of hardship assistance? When you have a short and select committee process, we encounter the issue that when you ask some of these more complex questions to officials, they're having to work under humongous time pressures. And due to those time pressures, sometimes we're not able to receive, not through fault of the officials themselves, but just through the time pressures they're facing, the robust answers that I think we and the public that is interested in this bill deserves. And so that's another reason why we are concerned and do not support this referral motion. And I think this is particularly important. I think of some of the other bills that have similar cost-saving initiatives and affect people who receive the accommodation supplement. I have yet been able to find out through my written questions, etc., how much people have seen a reduction to their accommodation supplement. And therefore, we're none the better, none the wiser of how much the government has actually saved through those previous saving initiatives to the accommodation supplement. And so, as we go on to the scrutiny of this bill, and well knowing that the previous saving initiatives have yielded nebulous results, I think, all the more reason to have a really proper select committee process. Now, I wanted to touch on some of the hours that the select committee will likely end up sitting under, extended hours and urgency. I know I mentioned that briefly, but I'm just going to expand on that a bit. When we think about working families working multiple jobs, often to make ends meet or just with really long working hours, because often, at least on sitting weeks, we end up just having the 8 a.m. till and 1 to 2, 8 till 9 and 1 to 2 p.m. slots during extended sitting and urgency, which is almost becoming more often the default than otherwise. We're effectively asking working people to forego their lunch break to make a submission. And we're often asking working families to, they may claim that they're working hard, but it is part of our jobs. And the member, Grant McCallum, may be getting paid to listen to submissions, but working families are not getting paid to contribute to how this bill will affect them. And if you're asking them to give up whatever small break they have during their shift, I think this is a bit of a disservice and almost disrespect, I think, to the working families who are indeed working very hard and are working even extra hard, unpaid, to try and analyse how this bill will impact them and to try and contribute to the democratic process, which they should be afforded more flexibility over. So again, I don't think this goes against the idea that working families are working hard or otherwise. This speaks to the fact that because working families are working so hard, we're actually restricting their ability to constructively engage on this. Now, the other reason why I'm concerned of the shortened select committee process is that we know that there will be a substantial amount of people with complex caregiving responsibilities. Now, in the advice presented to us on this bill, we know that a significant proportion of the people impacted by the removal of support when they're homeowners and they need the accommodation supplement are people on sole parent support. So we're talking about people who may be the sole caregivers, may be working while also having caregiving responsibilities. When you put people with strenuous caregiving responsibilities and work responsibilities with a tightened schedule and reduced hours to submit, you again end up more likely to exclude those very same people on sole parent support. And the other group that I'm particularly concerned about that may be left with less accommodating time slots as a result of this referral motion is the sick and disabled people captured in the job seeker medical that they would have been able to access. This is for the 18 and 19-year-olds. So we know that around 1 in 5, if I recall correctly, of the people impacted by the bill for our 18, 19-year-old are people who would have been in job seeker medical. Now, that's a big proportion of people who have health conditions who I think deserve an adequate select committee process so that we can accommodate those health conditions for them to give their views. And leaving people who are facing ill health or are disabled with less abilities to participate, I think it does a disservice. So these are some of the reasons why I just wanted to add my objections to the referral motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to speak to this motion. And the Minister simply said this is urgent, which I must say is barely an excuse. It's usual for a minister to give somewhat more substantive reasons. So I think it's entirely appropriate that we do kind of interrogate exactly what those reasons are. And it may be that someone on the other side of the House can take a call on this and give us some further detail. One of the concerns is really when you think about what a select committee does, there's a lot of steps to it. And, I'm sure some of my colleagues will speak to the stakeholders who want to have a say in this process. But I mean, even if we just think about the period of time that submissions are going to be open for, it's likely, because this is basically a halving of the normal process. So if we were to halve that, it would be a 3-week period, which is actually a very short time, because the bill itself may not be a large bill, but it's a complicated bill because of what it's doing and because the benefits framework and the accommodation supplement framework is a network. So that 3-week period in and of itself is a very short period of time. And as the member Ricardo Mendes March pointed out, we've got budget urgency coming up, we've got extended sittings. So when you think of the next step, which is that initial briefing, now first of all, the first thing to note is that officials now have less time to prepare that initial briefing. So whereas previously, once the bill is introduced, they could look at what the bill does and how best to communicate that to members, they've got a truncated period for that. And they have to squeeze it into a period where you've got budget urgency next week, you've got recess, and given the government's busy agenda, who knows when they'll be able to switch to put that in. And then, of course, once you get that out of the way, which, if you think about what's going on, is you've got a 3-week submission period, you've got recesses in, you might be a month in already, then you're going to have to try and get hearings in. Now, hearings are the centrepiece of the Select Committee process. And my concern is that this is going to be a rushed process, and so the Select Committee, which of course is dominated by government members, will say, well, we won't listen to everyone, we haven't really got enough time. Let's give a few people 5 minutes here or 10 minutes there, and let's kind of cherry pick the submissions that we hear from. And that's not good enough, because this is everybody's parliament, and we want to make sure that the time for hearing submissions isn't rushed. And certainly in the Justice Committee, we've seen people who have wanted to be heard not be heard because this government is rushing. And this is yet another thing where they're making some substantial changes to our benefit system. And even if we supported them, which we don't, we'd want to have a really good look at them and listen properly to the people who want to be heard. And then, of course, and this is the critical bit, that there may be some real wrinkles. Even if we accepted the objectives of what the government wants to do, there may be some real wrinkles about how it's going to be implemented. And that's the great benefit of the Select Committee process. And that is when officials stand back, they say, what have we heard? What issues have been raised by members? And does this legislation properly implement the policy it intends to implement? And that's when we see the departmental report, when those officials come back and provide a report to the Select Committee. And that is a process. And I can see when officials are told we want something in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I see the sorrow in their eyes as you say that, because they want to do a good job. They actually want to come back and serve the government. These are the public servants that are under the hammer, of course, but they're public servants that want to do a good job and want to help the government implement their policies, but they're being stopped by the government because they're not being given enough time to do a good job. And this halving the Select Committee process is really problematic there. And of course, the other thing that I haven't talked about yet, is what members do. Because it's important for us to read all those submissions, to listen carefully and to think about it. Because we're doing a job not dissimilar to officials. We're standing back, absorbing all that information and then going forward and trying to work through how to do the best job we can. And that's when we come back together and nut it around in the Select Committee. The bit that the public doesn't really see, where members of the government listen to members of the opposition when we make good points, and sometimes we do, believe it or not, and actually engage in some meaningful interchange. And you know what? Oh, come on, Mark Patterson, you were in this government once. And the fact of the matter is that interchange is important. That interchange is important and it can't be rushed. But this government is rushing that interchange. And then, of course, if there are changes to be made, Parliamentary Council is instructed to make those changes. And it's not a matter of just throwing a few extra words in. Parliamentary Council does a very good job, but it is a very technical job indeed. And it's one which, again, there may be some simple, changing 7 days to 14 days, simple changes, But if you're going to pull one bit of the string in a web, it's going to have impacts over there. And that's what legislation is like, and that's what Parliamentary Council are experts at. So again, to truncate that period, usually they will say any changes of anything other than minor will take at least 2 weeks. And sometimes they look for more. If you go back and say, well, it's just a week, they're not going to be able to go through their quality control. And we know what happens when legislation doesn't have quality control and people rush back to this House saying, oops, I need to do an amendment bill because I forgot this bit, or we forgot about that other piece of legislation over there. And of course, that then feeds into the final product when we see the committee report. And of course, an important part of that report is any differing view, and I suspect there will be a differing view or two in this report, but the committee needs to be able to work through that report in detail. And if you think about all of those steps, including a committee report that is a meaningful report to this House, the amount of time that the Minister is proposing, 3 months and a couple of days, or 1 day I think, is simply not enough. And the final deliberation, when the committee comes together and says, do we support this? Do we support the amendments? Do we support the report? That also is an important part of the process. So look, I'm not going to talk about the substance of this bill, but I want to point out the good work that select committees do here is being fundamentally undermined. And there is a reason why 6 months is the default period, and why many times there's a request for extensions of time on that 6 months, because it's an important deliberative part of our democracy that this government is time and again ignoring, which means we're having lower quality legislation, less trust in our government, and less trust in this democracy. And that is a real worry. So we clearly will be voting against this motion, and select committees should be respected and given the time that they need to make a good job.
Lawrence Sunak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to speak to this referral motion. I want to touch on something that both of my colleagues, Ricardo Menendez-March and the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, hasn't quite touched on. And I think this is one of those instances where we have seen referral motion of this nature in the House previously, and usually it's for something that is, 1 or 2 months long, and they're not great, but considering the standard is, as the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb said, it's 6 months. We often do see that a referral motion is not needed if report back date is in 4 months and a day. So often we do see that the referral motion of this nature is something that has to be done within a month or two. Again, I'm not saying it's great, but the dramatic, I guess the drastic shortening or truncation of the period makes sense for referral motion. However, I don't think, at least not in my recollection, that this time we had a bill where, maybe except for the climate, I think the climate emissions forestry one, I don't think we had one which was 3 months, which, to be honest, we can just have it at 4 months as opposed to a 3 month. So there are potentially a couple of reasons, and I've been listening to the minister's first reading speech as well as what she said in her referral motion, but none of them really touched on the kind of the practical and procedural chronology when we're looking at the remainder sitting days of the House and also in connection to this referral motion. Sorry, I also just want to seek your guidance, Madam Speaker. What I meant to say, sorry, at the beginning of my speech, and it might be too late, I was maybe seeking some advice from the clerk, is I move that the motion be amended to replace the words 20th of August 2026 with 20th of September 2026. And I'll speak to my amendment shortly. But on to the date of the 20th of August. Now, presumably, the reason we have that date is because of the dissolution of Parliament, which is on the 1st of October. And so potentially what we're seeing is between the 20th of August and the 1st of October, there are only 4 sitting weeks. In some ways, I guess that makes sense, but there are 2 catch with that, I guess. The first one being, The commencement date of this bill is 1st of April 2027. The regulatory impact statement date is, I believe, the 10th of September 2025. Now, my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March briefly touched on the fact that this was something that has been signaled to the government earlier, and the government could have put it on their legislative agenda a lot earlier, that allows for the proper democratic process of having the full select committee stage. But that's not what we're seeing here. So then the question is, if the commencement date is the 1st of April 2027, and presumably the government wants this bill to be passed by the end of this term before the dissolution of Parliament, the question then remains is, if the government have any confidence in being re-elected, they could have done it in December or January, February, and still make it in time for their 1st of April commencement date. So I think that's an interesting observation. I'm not saying, presuming anything from the government side in terms of what they consider to be their outlook, any sort of election. But that is interesting. Now, on to my amendment paper. The reason I proposed 20th of September 2026 is it allows for that minimum 4-month select committee period. Again, not great, understandable, as we heard from the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, the standard period is 6 months. But it allows for that minimum 4, which means we can open the submission, and normally proportionally, the submission will be open for 4 weeks as opposed to what we're seeing currently with 3 weeks. But that also meant that we are left with 1 week for which the bill can be heard, and presumably there will be some form of urgency on that final week before the dissolution of Parliament, that we can actually do a lot of these then. There might be other things happening that week. Again, I think these are the questions that the minister in her referral motion could actually elucidate this House, and therefore we then don't have to take a call to actually try and get the response to some of the questions we have. Now, on to the select committee part. In terms of the timing, when we're looking at the select committee, if we're looking at a proportional 3-week submission period and then going to hearing, considering we now have a report back date of 3 months, that then goes into the 9th of June 2026, which is a non-sitting week, and that is standard. But the week after that, we're heading into scrutiny week. It is important to note that the committee that this is going to, the Social Services and Community Committee, although may not have all that many bills going through, has the most number of agencies when you're looking at scrutiny week. So when you're looking at a combination of scrutiny week, as well as all of the follow-ups, it actually does put, as the previous speaker said, a lot of pressure, not just simply on the select committee in terms of hearing of the bill, but also in terms of its indicative plan of the select committee as well. So that is something that I think, as any government makes a decision to have such a referral motion or to shorten a select committee period, these are the things that should also be in consideration. For one thing, as a sign of good faith on understanding the needs and also the workload and the work that Parliament and select committees are doing. What's also really important, Madam Speaker, is that the last time this House has not had either an extended sitting or an urgency on a sitting week, either on Wednesday or Thursday or both, was the week starting the 16th of February, and I have been counting. And this is also important because often we see, like what we're seeing this very week, where we have an extended sitting going from Tuesday onto Wednesday morning, which means that the select committee will the normal operations and agenda of a select committee will not be able to take place during that time. But of course, we do have the exemption from Standing Orders 196 as part of that, which I will mention. But it also means that it places those select committee and those members, depending on what bill is also going through the extended sitting or urgency at the time, in an awkward position of having to potentially be in two places at once. I know this is something that we've discussed in Standing Orders Committee, but even then, the discussion is always going to be around the fact that we're going to do our best to avoid a member who's in charge of a bill, either you are in the government or in opposition, with a particular select committee that's happening at the same time. So even if, let's say, we have the exemption against around Standing Orders 196, I think it's possibly important maybe for the government and for the minister and for business committee or business committee, etc., to consider that during those periods and maybe Standing Orders 196 will need to be waived and the select committee is able to sit on a Wednesday morning during extended sitting or urgency at the same time, that we don't have a bill at least going through the House, that the legislative agenda is done in a way that we're not overlapping or duplicating a bill that's going through the House and the hearing in the Select Committee at the same time. Finally, I just want to talk about the three particular standing orders that are being waived, and that's Standing Orders 193 and 195 and 196. Again, in the context of this, 193 and 196, again, makes sense meeting on Fridays and meeting within Wellington area on sitting days. But I'm always surprised at why Standing Orders 195 need to actually be waived. Because 195 is meeting outside of the Wellington area during sitting. Whether it is during the sitting day or even on a Monday or Friday of the sitting week, by waiving that, there must be some form of indication by the government that that is a possibility. In which case, I think other people may want to, who are on a select committee, may want to tease that out a little bit more, is then what are some of the considerations when we're looking at during sitting outside of Wellington? Is that something that is on the cards for this government for that particular standing order to be exempted? So, Madam Speaker, overall, I think there are three areas that we would like some clarification on around the practical and procedural aspects of the chronology of this bill. But at this stage, I will be keen to hear from others regarding my amendment.
Madam Speaker. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to take a call on this motion. And I agree with the comments that were made by the member Lawrence Yunnan about the, while not ideal, the reduction from the default 6 months down to his proposed amendment 4 months. If we can't convince the government to go with the default 6 months, then we would support the member's amendment to at least extend it out to 4 months for all the reasons that he gave. But I would also like to add additional reasons to support why we believe it should be 6 months or even 4 months. And that's because, Madam Speaker, it's clear from the regulatory impact statement and from the information we had that there was very limited consultation that was done in the development of this legislation. And when we know that this is going to impact on over 4,300 young people in terms of the proposed changes to for 18 and 19-year-olds, and even less consultation was done with no stakeholders, only with government departments in terms of the accommodation supplement changes. Due to budget sensitivity, I believe that these comments that I'm making now apply to both. When I turn to the parental assistance test, and like I said, it's going to affect more than 4,300 young people who, them and their families, are already struggling, and this is going to make it worse. I think it's very important that we hear from organisations like Aotearoa, and I want to recognise them being Youth Week this week, and I know that they are busy doing that this week, so they're probably missing that this is even happening in the House. As they are celebrating Youth Week, they kicked it off in Te Tai Tokerau in Waitangi, and here we are discussing something that is going to affect our rangatahi. We've also got, for example, social service providers Aotearoa, New Zealand Christian Social Services, a number of community services that work at the coalface with our young people, supporting them and their families, who I know, speaking to a number of those organisations, are struggling with the limited funding that they have to be able to support and deliver those supports to our young people. We heard, for example, from Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, who have had changes to their funding, where the expectation is that they focus on the older job seekers versus those other younger people that they provided for, who are unfortunately moving towards the group that would, and the age group that would be captured by this legislation. Madam Speaker, organisations like Youthline, organisations like Kickback, who we have heard from do phenomenal advocacy work. They are busy advocating for things like the government's their concerns around the government's move-on orders, around youth homelessness and work that they've been doing in that space, and now they have to turn to writing submissions and presenting in front of our select committee on the impact that these policies will have. I know, having visited Kickback, I met with young people who desperately want work, who have been applying for jobs, numerous job applications submitted with not even a response back to their job applications. They are struggling not only with their housing or homelessness, but without being able to find employment either. So we are asking organisations who are struggling to meet the increasing demand in their communities with limited funding, increased need, to take time out from that work to write submissions and present to our select committee on issues that are really important to our young people and to those organisations. Madam Chair, I also note the limited or non-existent consultation with Māori, and we know that Māori sadly are disproportionately impacted and affected by these benefits and low socio-economic circumstances. In my contribution earlier, I spoke about the challenge facing a community like Kaikohe, where there are thousands on job seeker benefit and only 15 advertised jobs at that time. So I think about the fact that we would like to hear from organisations like the Iwi Chairs Forum, who do a lot of work in their Pou Tangata grouping, but they are busy, Madam Chair, in front of the Waitangi Tribunal and looking at the changes that are being made to the Conservation Act and looking at the recent decision from the government to now make changes to 19 treaty provisions within various statutes. These organisations are, due to other government decisions, having to spread themselves across so many different things that this government is doing. And the Minister didn't really give us any real justification as to why there's such a truncated process on a change that is going to impact on our tamariki, our tai tamariki, our rangatahi and their whānau. So the Iwi Chairs Forum, Madam Chair, who I'm sure would appreciate more time to be able to advocate for their rangatahi, but unfortunately due to other government actions are so busy doing those other things. I think about the city missions, who we would like to hear from, Madam Speaker, in this. Again, meeting that increasing demand that we are seeing. More New Zealanders are experiencing food insecurity, and they are coming through places like city missions and food banks. So they are all busy doing that frontline work, and we are asking them to divert some of their important time and attention and resources to writing submissions and making themselves available to our select committee so that our select committee can have the benefit of good information about what the impact of this government policy will be on those people in a truncated period of time. others have said there was more time available to the government. They chose not to do it and now come to the House and ask for 3 months instead of the standard 6 months. Madam Speaker, what about the employment services that we need to hear from? These are the people who actually the officials' advice said more money should be put in this money, and the options that the minister should be going for are actually those around more support in training, more support in education, and more support in employment. Now, we need to hear from these employment services. Once again, a very truncated amount of time for them to be able to divert their attention and their resources from working with those young people and families who are struggling in record with high levels of unemployment. As we heard today in the House, the increased number of fewer jobs that we have since this government came into office. Many leaving their regions and leaving for Australia, so that we need to hear from those employment services as well, Madam Speaker. So as I have outlined, this is just a short list of stakeholders who I believe we need to hear from. There will be many more who can speak to the changes that the accommodation supplement, which again I noted from it wasn't a regulatory impact statement, it was some other kind of supplementary advice. And in that supplementary advice, it points out that due to its budget sensitivity, there was only consultation within government departments, and I think they only mentioned about 3 government departments. It might have been the Ministry for Housing and Urban Development. I think there was the Ministry of Education and one other. So with that particular proposal, which again is going to impact 9,300 households from the 1st of April 2027. Targeted consultation was only done within basically the government talking to itself, not talking to any external stakeholders about how it will impact on those people. These are families who are low and middle income, who are already struggling with the cost of living crisis, who are going to be impacted by the increase in the percentage to receive the subsidy. As we said, the numbers are 9,300, and the government only talked to itself and claims that because of budget sensitivity, it couldn't talk to any external stakeholders. Then turns around and says, sorry, truncated process, we can only have 3 months, not your typical 6-month process that we would have for a select committee process. Madam Speaker, that is not fair on such important issues that are going to impact thousands and thousands of low to middle income households and over 4,300 young people and their families. They deserve a full and proper select committee process to ensure that we understand what this law is going to do, that we explore all options and any possibilities of improving the legislation. So, Madam Speaker, we do not support the government's proposal. If we had to compromise, I would be happy to support that of Lawrence Sunan, who said maybe we could look at the 4 months instead of the 6 months. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I just clarify? I'm going to call Ricardo Menendez-March, but to clarify that you're speaking to the amendment?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I really appreciate to have a second call to speak on the amendment that my colleague Dr. Lawrence Sunan moved. In this referral motion debate as per the rules. And there's a reason I wanted to speak and advocate for my colleague's amendment, and one of them is that Dr. Lawrence Sunan adequately talked about the timing of when Parliament arises and the election date as a potential reasoning that may have not been given by the Minister, but kind of does stack up as to why they did a 3-month referral motion. The other reason why I think a 4-month referral motion would be preferable is that, I put the challenge to the government members that if they're so confident that they are going to win the election and come back to power, then I don't think that actually affects the ability to keep progressing with this bill. And I think the other component of it is that because of the commencement date of the bill, which is in April next year, if the government is so confident that they'll be winning the election, I don't see a reason why we can't just come back, finish the select committee process, and actually go through the motions of the second reading committee of the whole House and third reading debate. I think what this, this amendment by my colleague allows for the government to say, well, let's give it a bit more scrutiny. Perhaps maybe they don't feel so confident they'll win the election, so they'll still get to do the second and third reading debates before the House fully rises. But I guess I do have the question as to whether, if they're not confident about winning it, whether they would get behind supporting my colleagues' amendment. The reason why I think 4 months as well would be preferable to 3 months is because, and I think this hasn't been, so we talked a little about whether people would be able to have an opportunity to submit altogether because of their busy lives. 4 months, what it also gives us is an additional time for people to prepare their oral submission. So sometimes people in organizations for the written submission deadline may only be able to, for example, provide a very short written submission. If we extend it by another month, what we get to do is also give a bit more grace for people to prepare supplementary evidence, as it often is the case in select committee submissions. That additional month that would be granted by my colleagues' amendment would allow people who may not have a lot of time to prepare their written submission to present additional supplementary evidence. And I think this extra month would allow people to engage more constructively with the debate. I have noted that in other debates where the referral motions are quite short, one of the feedbacks that we get from stakeholders, from members of the community, is that they just didn't have enough time to prepare contributions on, for example, potential amendments to mitigate perceived harms or to enhance the legislation. That additional month gives people additional time to be able to prepare proposed amendments. We know that often ministers or opposition members may propose amendments themselves that may be inspired by amendments proposed by submitters. The additional month that is put forward in the amendment of Dr. Lawrence's Yunnan, in my view, would give submitters the ability to be able to more constructively think of amendments. I would hope that that is something the government can get behind. I think, especially in the type of legislation that we're speaking to, one of the issues that I have with the current timeline is that, the organizations at the front line who would be submitting are often organizations who they themselves have little resources. They may have one policy staffer or no policy staffer. Perhaps the person in charge of submitting is also the person in charge of receiving the community at the door. And that additional month, as proposed by Dr. Lawrence's Yunnan, in my view, is critical to it. Now, I may just ask my colleague to go to the business committee while I finish my contribution, if you would mind stepping in, if he's got a chance. But just to finish that off, what I would add to this call would be that that additional month, as I said, would also allow, for example, for parties to have more caucus meetings to, for example, engage on proposed amendments by the opposition or by submitters themselves. One of the challenges that we often have with engaging in a cross-partisan matter when the referral motions are quite short, so 3 months as opposed to 4 months, is that, for example, there's very limited caucus meetings for the government side, for example, to particularly constructively engage on amendments that are proposed by the opposition or by stakeholders themselves. And I think adding that additional month adds additional caucus meetings where we can, in a cross-party way, engage with amendments. So, for example, if in the select committee stage we realize that there's going to be unintended consequences, I think it gives us additional time to actually mitigate those. If I think of one of the bills that I engaged in the select committee recently, in that select committee, around the interactions of ACC and MSD and payments, etc. Well, for example, we did end up voting for amendments that would have included an additional group of people who had procedures under the Social Security Appeal Authority, right? But I would have assumed that for the government members, that would have required a caucus conversations to potentially go through those. And so my colleague's amendment, in my view, also enables that cross-party work to happen in a more constructive manner. That is a point that hasn't been raised by previous speakers. And I think that's particularly important because, as has been noted, the demographics most impacted by this bill are people in low incomes, people who are, trying to survive, households that may be earning just around $65K a year, and it's a household that's pretty low income for when it comes to the 18, 19-year-olds who would be affected by the changes to the tightening of the eligibility criteria for beneficiaries. And so that is one of the key reasons why I think 4 months is preferable. Again, I want to go back to the point that this still gives the government enough time to do the second reading, committee of the whole House, and third reading should they wish to. But again, I don't see why they wouldn't be comfortable just deferring that after the election if they're confident of winning. Rest assured, though, that the Greens will be fighting to repeal it. So I do think it's kind of just raises the question of what is the point of the timing in here. The other reason why I think 4 months would be better is so that we can have that constructive engagement between hearings, between opposition members or just interested government members and officials. So for example, after hearings, there will be questions that often we'll want to be putting to officials after a hearing. Perhaps a submitter raised a really important point that maybe no one had thought of, or unintended consequences of this bill that no one had thought of. And that's why we lean on expert submitters for them to contribute on this. But when you have 3 months as opposed to say 4 or the ideal 6, you also end up not being able to engage between MPs and officials to get answers from officials on those questions that get raised in between sessions, because it's often, that rush by the process of, we just got to get the report out. There's just no time to actually scrutinize this bill, etc. And I mean, that's part of the reason, in my view. And if you look at the minutes from the committee that's in charge of scrutinizing this bill, I would put the case that there's a reason why we're having hearings on ACC after the scrutiny of a bill, which in my view should have happened as part of the scrutiny of the bill because we just did not have enough time. And so that's the other rationale as to why I think we should get behind Dr. Lawrence's amendments. With that, I will finish this contribution, but I am sure, as I can tell, other Labour members will have more to say. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take off where Ricardo Menendez-March has left off with an experience that we had of a rushed process in our select committee and what harm it can do. So that was a process over a bill that was about ACC, and it was really obvious that we absolutely had it wrong in terms of what we thought that bill was to do. And the truncation of the process impacted on the quality of the work that we were able to do. It didn't mean that we didn't go through that process sincerely and make a different decision. We had to go back to our caucus over that, but it was a very real example of the problem with urgently going through pieces of legislation. And for the life of me, I actually don't see why this one is so urgent. This is a piece of legislation that affects a lot of people and a lot of different portfolio holders. So part of my job, because I lead on this committee, will be to make sure I'm contacting all those different people holding portfolios where this is relevant as the material comes forth. And that's a really important job. I take it seriously. And what I will have is a chair who's under pressure not to hear from people and to truncate that process as much as possible. And before we say that never happens, it absolutely has been happening more this term than I have known. It is a case of often submissions being limited to, we'll just hear from a few people here, or we'll hear from the stakeholders, and it is truncated to the point where we lose a lot of the quality of what we would hear. And for me, I've got that sexual and family violence prevention portfolio. So I'm having to do my job in a very different way if we truncate this process, because I know that young people who are affected by this legislation are expecting their parents to now support them, are often subjected to violence in the home, and I'm told by places like Kickback that is often a reason why they end up on the street. So it's really important that I get to do my job and talk to those groups and those people affected in that way. And that's just one portfolio. This is young people. This is young people in crisis and unemployment, and it is incredibly important that we go wide in this situation. Now, I wanted just to talk about that issue about youth being involved in the very process of submitting and how much less likely it was with a shorter time frame. I have one school in my area where I've encouraged those students to make submissions, and I've told them there's a process, and I've said, hand on heart, this is a process where you can make a difference. You can bring something into the process that will change the minds of people. Well, that becomes a lot less likely when things are rushed. And this is a piece of legislation I'd want my schools in my area to consider whether they made a submission on. And if they do, they're engaged in the process in a very, very healthy way. If they see it rushed through, they're not. And I just want to give you one example, not of somebody young, but of somebody on the bill I just mentioned about ACC. We got an example of somebody who'd been rushed through, told that they had to come in and give a submission in this very short time frame because we were only available in the recess. Well, we were trying to do the right thing. But they came in, and I'll never forget how disconnected and distrusting they were because they had been told, this is your one time. And this was on something that was critical to them. This was something where they'd already lost trust. They didn't need to lose more trust. And I'll never forget that. So these things are not just, they're not academic, they're real. They affect the very people who should be making submissions. So I would expect some damn good reasons before we didn't have straight playing of our timetable on this matter, because we're talking youth. And guess who is becoming more and more disaffected with Parliament? Guess who's not going to vote? This group, this very same group. And if you add that this is the group that are facing high unemployment, we are talking about people we need to engage with and need to be engaged in this particular piece of legislation because it is impacting on them more than any other. Now, I also want to talk about some of the groups that I've seen recently where I would like to see submissions and I'm afraid they'll get cut out. One was we had budget services in the other day who are absolutely under pressure, and guess what? They get very little, almost no government funding, those budget services, and people in crisis. I want to hear from them about this because it won't necessarily just be the students, Mr. Speaker. It will be, or the young people, it will be their parents. Their parents are the ones who are going to be in there at budget services saying, I want to take money out of my KiwiSaver and I have to go and see you. And that's part of the requirements. It's going to be that group of people. And we need to hear from them. And sometimes the best people that we talk to are people like Teresa White at Auckland Budget Services. They keep me grounded. And I really, really want to hear from people like that. But if we cut the list, it'll be those kinds of organisations that their time is cut and we get so much good information out of them. And also they deserve our respect. They're the ones actually mopping up the mess when government doesn't do a good job at looking after people. They're the ones who will get those applications. We need the power of what they've got to say. I'd also like to put a shout out for people like the Law Society, who we definitely do need to hear from on this piece of legislation. They're under the pump. And this is going to happen before the election in a truncated fashion. And it will actually mean we just don't get the kinds of quality information that we rely upon from those specific groups. People like the Children's Commissioner, I'm sure we'll hear from them, because they're set up and just totally focused. But groups like the Law Society, they're doing a wide range of work, and they're volunteers. By the way, it's Volunteers Month next month, and these are volunteers that make a big difference around here. So a shout out for them, but I want to be able to hear from those people, and I'm afraid that if we truncate this process beyond 6 months, we won't be able to hear from them. It won't happen. And I wanted to talk finally in this, and I haven't talked, I'm specifically not talking about the amendment. I'd like to do a call on the amendment, but I'm not doing that in this one. But I'd just like to talk about the reasons for urgency for a minute, because I took the point that Duncan Webb stood up and said he hadn't heard the minister give good reasons or give reasons at all. And the minister said that she had given reasons. Well, those reasons must have been so softly spoken and so general that I just didn't pick them up. I genuinely don't know why this piece of legislation deserves this truncated process. I am concerned about that kind of use of the process. Why are we truncating things like this? It should be for a very good reason. We have a lot of legislation coming through here that deserves our attention. There are things that are being mentioned in the media constantly that are supposed to be absolutely urgent, and yet they don't get this process. So why this one? Why this one in comparison to all the other pieces of legislation where there actually might be some cross-party support? Imagine that. It's what the public says to me every day when I go out on the doorstep, is I'd like to see a bit more of that. But no, we're not doing it for those pieces of work that we could find some commonality in, or that seem to me desperately urgent. We're not doing it for those. We're doing it for this piece of legislation, which looks like it's got a fiscal cost associated to the government at the present time. So it's not putting children in work, it's not putting students in work, it's not putting youth in work, it's none of those things that actually I could see there being, if it was actually some sort of scheme that meant that they were actually on into work, I'd be thrilled to see something like that, because I know it's desperate for these people, but it's not. What we're talking about here is cutting the financial support to that group. And that is not something that is urgent. Unless you're a government that spend it all on tax cuts for the landlords, then maybe it is urgent, because you just don't have the money to do anything that's not free or is a stunt. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment in the name of Dr. Lawrence Zunan be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
48 votes against.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whānga pōti e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā pōti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakaai.
Takota Ferris.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whānga pōti e whakahe ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā pōti e whakahe ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahe.
Takota Ferris.
Kotahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Government Notice of Motion number 3, Appointments to Electoral Commission.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Cameron Luxon.
Brewer, sorry. Oh, thank you. That did sound good.
And the new Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move Government Notice of Motion number 3 in the name of the Honourable Paul Goldsmith regarding appointments to the Electoral Commission. Mr Speaker, the Electoral Commission is an independent Crown entity established by Section 4B of the Electoral Act 1993. The Commission is responsible for the administration of parliamentary elections and referenda, the allocation of time and money for the broadcast of election programs, the conduct of the Maori electoral option, servicing the work of the Representation Commission, the provision of advice, reports and public education on electoral matters, and electoral enrolment services for both parliamentary and local elections. Appointments to the Commission are made by the Governor-General on recommendation of the House of Representatives. The Act currently provides that the Commission has a board of 3 members comprising a part-time chair, a part-time deputy chair and a full-time electoral officer who is the chief executive. The Electoral Amendment Act passed at the end of last year increases the membership of the Electoral Commission, allowing for the appointment of up to 7 members. This is in order to strengthen the board's resilience and capability. Increasing the board of the Commission provides the opportunity to introduce a wider range of skills onto the board and enhance the Commission's capacity to manage the various challenges to election delivery. In anticipation of this legislative change, the Commission's chair, with my approval, appointed Ms Elliott, Mr Jack and Mr O'Connor in July 2025 to act as special advisors to the Commission. As advisors, they have not had a formal decision-making role, but have contributed to the expertise in risk and assurance, innovation and change, and strategic communications in support of change. I am now proposing to formalise the appointment of these individuals and thereby strengthen the Commission's strategic decision-making capability. Ms Elliott has been the Managing Director of Communications Chambers since 2005 and is a founding Director of Public Art Heritage Aotearoa, New Zealand. She has worked in both the public and private sectors and provides wide-ranging expertise in communications. Mr Jack is an independent director and advisor. He is currently a director of Aotearoa Group Limited and an independent member of the NZ Defence Force Advisory Board. He is a previous chair of the FMA, the Financial Markets Authority, Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, and the Education Payroll Limited. He was formerly chief executive and then chair of Deloitte New Zealand. Mr Jack has proven expertise in modernisation and systems rollout and has also led a number of sensitive reviews into systems failure. Mr O'Connor is an audit and assurance partner and former chairperson of the Auckland Chartered Accountant firm BDO. He has 31 years experience in assurance and corporate finance and also has expert witness and mediation experience. He currently acts as a director for a number of entities, adding significant commercial experience and a solid focus on corporate governance. Mr Speaker, the Crown Entities Act 2004 provides that appointments to independent Crown entities be made for a period of up to 5 years. I am proposing 3-year terms as this will allow for a review of these appointments prior to the 2029 election.
The question is the motion be agreed to.
Mr Speaker.
Kamala Bellich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a pleasure to rise as Labour's Justice spokesperson to support this government's motion to appoint 3 new members to the Electoral Commission. Appreciate the Minister's outline of the role of the Commission and additionally the qualifications of the 3 who are nominated to be appointed: Susan Elliott, ONZM, Murray David Jack and David Brian O'Connor. Mr Speaker, the Electoral Commission serves an incredibly important role within New Zealand. As the Minister stated, they are an independent Crown entity, and their primary role that most New Zealanders would be aware of is the running of our general elections. Mr Speaker, their role in fact goes wider than that, and they do have a role in maintaining confidence in our electoral system and therefore confidence in our democracy. And that is why it was appropriate and appreciated that prior to this motion coming before the House, there was consultation, certainly with our party, and I understand parties across the House through Business Committee, around the appointment of these three individuals, like the chair of the Electoral Commission and also the deputy chair as well, have been appointed in a bipartisan manner. Mr Speaker, the three individuals are not new, as the Minister has stated, to the Electoral Commission. They are existing at this stage in advisory roles that have been, as has been stipulated, valued by the Electoral Commission. So they've kind of been testing out the new commissioners, so to speak, and apparently have found them very well suited for this role. Mr Speaker, I'm not going to use the full 10 minutes to support this motion, as this is a bipartisan motion and it's not an appropriate time to make political points. As the Minister has stated, the Electoral Commission has an important role, and the main aspect that we were looking for in new appointees to the Electoral Commission was their ability to act in a way which is neutral and to uphold the very important role that the Electoral Commission has within New Zealand. I hope that with almost doubling or more than doubling the size of the existing electoral commissioners, that the Electoral Commission can move from strength to strength, and I think it is in everyone's interest in New Zealand and certainly in this House that they continue to act in a matter of the highest integrity, independently, and in the important role that they have in maintaining our elections. So I'm very happy to support the nomination of these three individuals, and I look forward to the Electoral Commission continuing to do a good job. Mr Speaker, they do hold us here once we're elected in this House to account, and also those standing for election to account. And I hope they do that without fear or favour for the democracy that we are so honoured to be a part of.
The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a really important contribution that I'm wanting to make today, because the Greens absolutely do not support this government notice of motion number 3, which relates to the appointments of people, members to the Electoral Commission. Mr Speaker, right now, more than ever before, I think, the Electoral Commission's role and its integrity requires the utmost political neutrality and independence of political view from the work that it does. No more so than with its functions of helping people participate in democracy, so voting, promoting understanding of our electoral system, and maintaining public confidence in the system. And right this very moment, unfortunately, there are swathes of public opinion and public thought that shows us that their trust and respect in democracy is really failing. We saw in local body elections, the last local body elections, some of the most dismal turnouts for democracy, for voting, that the country has ever seen. We are seeing, and I'm getting some of our members in South Auckland Greens who are pulling up registration numbers in Mangere and across South Auckland communities, and we are seeing some of the lowest registration voting that we have ever seen in this country. So my points were to highlight exactly how important it is right now for the trust and the integrity of the Electoral Commission to be absolutely upheld. Now, under this motion, some changes to the Electoral Commission are happening, which I will get onto shortly. This particular change of increasing the size of the Electoral Commission board from 3 members to a maximum of 7, were, I understand, one of the recommendations in the independent electoral review. And the word independent electoral review is really important here, Mr. Speaker. So that is one of the recommendations, one of the very few, unfortunately, from the independent electoral review that have been followed up on, and only then partially. So these appointments matter so much right now. And I want to, if I can, Mr. Speaker, quote from that very review, which says, the Electoral Commission Board should be expanded from 3 to 5 members. The Minister of Justice should be required to ensure that the board collectively has skills, experience and expertise in te tiriti, the treaty, te ao Māori and tikanga Māori. Once again, stress that this is from the independent electoral review. And that comes to the central reason of why the Green Party will not be supporting these appointments. Now, on our dissension from this motion, we asked the Parliamentary Library to have a dig to understand when, in recent times, has there ever been contention to the appointments of members to the Electoral Commission Board. None in the past decade, Mr. Speaker. Can I just be really clear about that? So we are moving away from well-established traditions here to ensure and do the work, in fact, that there is consensus and agreement across Parliament for such vital appointments to the Electoral Board. Now, the Greens wrote to the Minister when we were notified, as soon as we were notified about the 3 appointments, the 3 nominations. We wrote to the Minister and laid out very, very clearly why we had concerns particularly about, and I've got the letter right here, David O'Connor we support. Based on the available information, David O'Connor appears to be neutral, competent and an appropriate choice. Sue Elliott, we asked for more information actually, because we said that the only information publicly available was quite limited and that her prior parliamentary work and later career in government relations are somewhat opaque. We requested clarification from the Minister on whether she'd previously worked in any political role at Parliament or whether it was solely for parliamentary service. And if it was the former, we would not support her appointment because that is a political role. And then with Murray Jack, we do not support his appointment. We do not support his appointment due to his previous role as a board member of the New Zealand Initiative, a politically active and arguably partisan advocacy organisation. Given the Commission's need for clear independence, this association raises concerns. We recommend another candidate with similar skills but without political affiliations to be put forward. And in actual fact, whether or not his personal views, we are unsure, but what we know is from the New Zealand Initiative is that they have consistently sought to undermine te tiriti, the treaty, and any work around upholding te tiriti as a foundation document of Aotearoa. And again, I pull us back, Mr. Speaker, to the independent electoral review, which highlighted the board appointments need to ensure that those skills have been considered. And we did a scan and there are none of those necessary skills to be considered, Mr. Speaker. So we are not, absolutely not. And actually over the past 10 years, I go back to once again that there has never before, in this 10 years, there has never been anything other than full support of these appointments. And in that 10 years, you have had different governments. You have had different governments who have been able to appoint to the Electoral Commission Board members who are fully supported by the entirety of Parliament. It's not impossible, clearly. And it's tradition that we've upheld, clearly. So on this appointment, water, 2 seconds. Mr. Speaker, we make our views very, very clear that especially now, as we have had legislation changes, which absolutely, in fact, are making it more difficult, are putting up more barriers for people to be able to vote, not the least being able to register and vote on the same day. We see it as even more important that we ensure that we have, at the very least, that tiriti expertise, an understanding of the lived experience of our communities across New Zealand, who for many valid reasons have little trust and faith in the democratic process. We do not see those skills and experiences and understandings in these appointments, Mr. Speaker. So, by the way, when we wrote to the Minister Goldsmith and highlighted our concerns and our rationales and our very clear reasons why, we did not get any response back, not even an acknowledgement of our letter. And so we find ourselves now here having to debate this in the House. And I will add, having to debate in the House of names of people, of citizens, who actually deserved to know that they had the full support of the parliamentary floor before their names had to be thrown across it. And so that needs to go back to the responsible minister, who did not come back to us for conversation. So if there is any repercussion from having individuals' names highlighted, it needs to be worn by the minister, who did not come back and talk to us about our concerns. And quite simply, even a conversation may have been able to allay our concerns, but we were not even granted that, Mr. Speaker. And so I make very clearly that one of the key purpose roles of the Electoral Commissions is to maintain confidence and integrity into the voting system. And again, that is why these appointments are so crucial. So it was, so we had, I talked before about the example of the government making it harder for people to participate by removing the, getting rid of same-day enrolment in voting, but we also had removing the right of prisoners to vote. So once again, an extra lens on the communities most impacted with the most barriers to participate in democracy requires that the board is understanding, representative, or at least skilled in some level of understanding the very people who are not engaging and why. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of getting up for the Green Party today and opposing this motion, opposing these appointments to the Electoral Commission.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT as ACT's Justice spokesperson to support this government motion appointing 3 new people to the board of the Electoral Commission. I actually think that Marama Davidson's speech was somewhat unfortunate because I think it conflated a number of things. Firstly, she seemed to be arguing about our electoral law settings, which is not the purpose of this motion today. There's plenty of time to debate those, and we actually have debated those in the past. And then secondly, she actually used this House to call in to question some of the qualifications and background of the 3 appointees, which I think is most unfortunate. I'm sure that if she had taken some more personal responsibility, she could have met with the Minister, who is often in this building and in this House, and found ways to address maybe some of the issues she had raised. But let me first thank the 3 people, the 3 New Zealanders actually putting forward their names, being prepared to serve on the Electoral Commission. They have, as both the Minister and Camilla Bellich outlined, actually have been involved in the Electoral Commission. They are currently special advisors, which is a role they've been playing. And so I actually want to thank Susan Elliott, Murray Jack and David O'Brien for agreeing to actually go on to the Electoral Commission and undertake this role. There is actually no, the Electoral Commission is actually one of the great institutions in our democracy. It actually protects our democracy. It actually makes sure that elections are fairly held. And they have already been advising the Electoral Commission on some of the modernisation of the Commission, how it can actually effectively deliver the next election, ensuring that quality measures are in place, assurance measures are in place, and they actually are ensuring that there is innovation, strategic direction at the Electoral Commission, and I want to really thank them for doing that, and now they'll be able to do that I in their role as board members. I was actually lucky enough to be on the Justice Committee. We conducted a review into the last election, a review by the Justice Committee. It threw up some issues. The Electoral Commission fully partook in that place. So again, I know that these board members and the others that are already serving, the other 3 members already serving on the board, will be looking at all of the reviews that have been done. We did see some issues around particular polling places in the last election. I know others have raised issues around the integrity of the rolls and enrolment, and I think it's great that these New Zealanders are willing to step up, be on the board, actually provide that oversight and advice, because again, as I think has already been reflected by most members speaking in this debate, the Electoral Commission plays a very important role in ensuring that we have the free elections that we expect in New Zealand, and as is one of the oldest democracies in the world, we should be very proud of how our elections are run, but there's always the need to be vigilant. Make sure the Commission is actually tooled for the 21st, or the 21st century and beyond, new ways of ensuring people are enrolled, that elections are held fairly, and that the rules that this place has passed will be upheld. So I want to thank again these members for putting themselves forward, and ACT will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Dr. David Wilson.
I just want to echo the thoughts and contributions from the member from Labor and the member for ACT in supporting this motion, as we do. The new members, David O'Connor, Sue Elliott, ONZM and Murray Jack, all to us seem very, very good at their jobs. They've already proven it by being members and advisors of the Electoral Commission, so we are completely in favour of supporting them. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important role that they conduct on behalf of us all to try and support democracy in the best way they possibly can. It's fundamental to our society, and it's fundamental to building trust in our electoral system. So we support that. But I would be a little remiss if I did not mention a small thing, and that is that there is one other role that the Commission has that many have not brought up, and that is in the allocation of funding to parties for the election. And we're just maybe a little disappointed that while we've been rising in the polls and serving faithfully in this latest session, that prior to that we actually earned more from the Electoral Commission, and we're kind of wondering why we've gone down a little.
Well, you may have to wander elsewhere, because this is not what this part of the bill is about.
Fine. That's fine, sir.
So
Thank you,
wander
sir.
away outside the House.
Yeah, that we will. But I would have been remiss. But that said, we support these appointments of these advisors. These are august and experienced people, and we support the motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Larari Waititi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look, I rise on behalf of the Party Māori to take a call on this notice for the Electoral Commission appointees. And what we understand is that this motion will appoint 3 new members to the Electoral Commission Board, who will overlook the up-and-coming election and who will be a force to implement the government's many unjust and undemocratic electoral policies. And why I say that, and I think it's important that there is context as to why we will be voting against this particular notice, is that they will oversee the disenfranchisement of up to 100,000 people, as enrolments will now be banned in the 2 weeks leading up to the election. 100,000 people. That's the population of Rotorua and Taupo combined. You've got to let that sink in. You've got to let that sink in. Now, the former Attorney General and National MP Judith Collins stated that these changes will violate the constitutional rights of all New Zealanders. This is who these new appointees, or this is what these new appointees will be charged with in regards to their responsibilities as the Electoral Commission appointees. And this is why Te Pāti Māori cannot support this notice. We know that our rangatahi, Māori, Pacifica and Asian communities will be hit harder by these types of changes. And what is the Commission doing to rectify these particular changes? Because their responsibility, and I heard the Honourable Marama Davidson's speech in regards to the obligations to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Te Ao Māori. Under the Public Service Act 2020, the Crown's responsibility and relationship with Māori is developing capability in tikanga and Te Ao Māori. There are no Māori commissioners on this board. None. Zilch. Nothing. Kore. How can we get public confidence in this commission when there are no Māori sitting at the table? You have a Māori electoral roll, and thousands of Māori, not hundreds, thousands of Māori are finding themselves being removed from the Māori roll and onto the general roll. And we're expected to support an electoral commission that have no Māori on it to be able to build public confidence. One of your appointees, Murray David Jack, I know has been a part of the New Zealand Initiative, which is part of the Atlas network. And so these are some of the things, if you dig deeper, you will find that there will be no political independence here. There will be no political independence on this commission, and there will be no voice for Māori on the commission as Māori face some of the harshest and most blatant voter suppression that we've seen in a long time. And when our people are going on to check to see what role they're on and thinking that they've been on the Māori roll forever, now finding themselves on the general roll, what is going on? Who is responsible for that? And so these new appointees will be responsible to ensure that there is no voter suppression for Māori, and that their obligation under the Public Service Act 2020 is to develop capability at tikanga and Te Ao Māori, engaging meaningful with Māori and improving outcomes for Māori, which we see is not happening. In He Aha I Pērā Ai, the Māori prison voting report, the Waitangi Tribunal found that disqualifying prisoners from registering to vote breached the treaty principles of partnership. And this is exactly what the former Attorney General was talking about when she said that this particular notice violates the constitutional rights of all New Zealanders. We have an issue around the vote breached the Treaty of Principles of Partnership, kāwanatanga, tino rangatiratanga, active protection and equity. The report recommended that the legislation is amended urgently to remove the disqualification of all prisoners from voting, irrespective of their sentence. He aro take pōtitanga motuhake, independent electoral review, also recommended that all prisoners should have the right to vote. And every court in this country has ruled that any ban on prisoner voting is a violation of the Bill of Rights. Now, I hope that these new appointees are listening, and I hope the Minister is listening, because to have an absence of a Māori voice sitting around that table to ensure that public confidence in this particular commission is at a suitable level, our people do not have confidence currently in this commission. Absolutely not. We also cannot forget that this government have decided to lock the numbers of Māori seats to 7 until 2032. There is an 8th seat there right now. There is an 8th seat there right now. There are more Māori on the Māori roll than there are Māori on the general roll. And that's a fact. And that's a fact. And that number has grown in the last 4 to 6 years. This is what this Electoral Commission must be responsible for, to ensure that there's no voter suppression. And when there's an increase in the electoral roll of Māori, that should be rewarded for those who want to participate in this country's oldest, greatest democracy, as I've heard in some of the other speeches before me. Now, the question is to this government, where are your Māori representatives on this commission? Where? Who are they? When will Māori have a voice sitting around that table? Okay, you might have some advisors, but advisors can be ignored. Advisors and their advice can be considered. but they are not there ensuring that the Māori electoral option is protected and that the Māori electoral option has a voice sitting around that table. And so my challenge to this government and my challenge to the minister is that he reconsider and have a look at the many professionals and able Māori who are able to sit around that particular table and ensure the protection of the Māori electoral option and the Māori role. That will give confidence to our people. We've been sidelined as advisors. And like I said, who can be overruled and have been overruled for far too long. We cannot not afford to be a bystander. Not in this election. We cannot afford to be a bystander. Like I said, the Māori electoral option and the Māori on the Māori roll now are populate Māori on the general roll. That should be celebrated and should be rewarded. And so the Electoral Commission has a big job ahead of them to start building the confidence of Māori here in this country's democracy. The government wants to reduce an effect of Te Tiriti o Waitangi across all legislation so that they only need to take into account. We've gone past that to take into account. It is now time to put a Māori on the Electoral Commission. If not, then Te Pāti Māori are calling for a Māori Electoral Commission to be able to look after the Māori electoral option and to take care of those who want to participate in this country's democracy. Te Pāti Māori are concerned that the decision is not to appoint a single Māori voice to the Electoral Commission Board was a deliberate decision to sideline our people, our rights and our concerns once again. Te Pāti Māori has always been clear. A strong democracy includes everyone, especially those the system has harmed and suppressed for far too long. We ask the Minister to appoint a representative to the Electoral Commission Board who has whakapapa Māori, who is able to engage with our people, developing capability in tikanga and te ao Māori, engaging meaningful with Māori, and improving outcomes for Māori and the protection of the Māori electoral option. Kia ora tātou.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko marima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whāngā pōti e whakahe ana.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 101, the noes are 21. The question is agreed. Call on government orders of the day numbers 4 and 5.
Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill, Committee Stage continued. Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill, Committee Stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
Just one moment, I'll just get my paperwork. Thank you. Members, the House is in committee for further consideration of the Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill and for consideration of the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill. We start with the Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill. When we were last considering this bill, we were debating Part 2. This is the debate on clauses 9 to 25, including proposed new clause 26, Redress System for Abuse and Care. The question again is that Part 2 stand part. Helen White.
Thank you, and hello, Minister. I'd like to ask some questions about the possibility of an amendment which has been put up by Willow Jean Prime about clause 9 and 10, which is about changing the structure so that there would be a panel rather than a single officer. So the amendment proposes that the Minister would appoint a redress panel, and it would involve 3 to 5 people who were there to represent survivors, advocates and experts. So they could well come from people who were survivors, and they would still have the benefit of a retired judge, a King's Counsel, or a lawyer of no less than 7 years' experience. The issue here is really the nature of the problem we have and the need for people who have been involved at that level of actual experience being involved in the process of making these decisions. And it is something we heard over and over again from the Royal Commission, was that this was an extremely important feature of any proper redress, was that those people who were most affected would have a part to play in the system itself. And there have been lots of discussions about how there has been concern that they have been left out of the loop more than they would have liked, and that is criticism that's come back on us all. But a panel in this situation would mean that we would be able to look at that. So I would love the Minister to address that issue. And then I'd also like to talk about clause 10 and the need, this is the part of clause 10 that is about the understanding that people have. So it's related to the other question, but rather than putting up a proposal for a panel, this is an alternative proposal which builds in a knowledge and understanding of the relationship between childhood trauma and criminal behaviour. Given what we're discussing here, this is an amendment that was put on the 13th of May by Willow Jean Prime. And so what we're discussing here is that need to understand that people who have seriously offended, it hasn't come out of the blue. And so we've had some discussion about this in other ways, but this is an amendment that's been put about making sure that we are well aware and across the issue of childhood trauma. And that issue is it's not a kind of cute issue, it's actually a highly scientific one. So we will need a knowledge that will be changing, so it would need to be up-to-date knowledge in that situation. That would require the panel to have somebody on it who has that kind of understanding. Those are my clause 10 questions. I have questions on other clauses. Thank you.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the first paper that the member was discussing, we did consider this as part of our policy development, whether or not we would have a panel or a single officer, but the decision was made to have a single officer that was with the appropriate skills and experience, and we considered that to be most efficient, so we won't be supporting that amendment paper. On the second amendment paper that the member asked about, what she is asking is already captured in clause 10(1)(b)(1). This requires a redress officer to have knowledge and understanding of the criminal justice system, the Royal Commission's findings, and the impact of abuse and care survivors. This clause was already strengthened by the Select Committee to make explicit reference to the impact of abuse and care on survivors, so the concern behind the amendment has already been addressed, and we won't be supporting it.
Dr. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do have, okay, I'm going to start with a really basic question for you, Minister. And, you know, unfortunately, this is something that probably was covered in part 1, but I just want to check who the redress agency is. But that's fine if you wouldn't mind answering that. But I do have specific questions. Mr. Chair, just so for your understanding, for just a recap in terms of what was discussed previously, the last time we read this bill at committee stage, I asked the Minister regarding some of the additional considerations or criteria what do we see in in clause 10, in clause 10b, and I do want to acknowledge the Minister for her response on that in terms of the people that she has worked with in the past that are potentially suitable for this particular role. I do want to just support the Honourable Willie Prime's amendment in terms of a panel, and the reason for that is actually potentially something that's touched on in 10b when it comes to the vacation of office. Now, in 10b, when we're looking at vacation of office, I understand the additional thing that's been put in there in terms of being removed or resigned at any time. In terms of 10 and 10b, what is not clear in these two clauses is whether any subsequent appointment, if the redress officer resigns or is removed, is going to follow on immediately from the previous person, as in, is there going to be a gap that we're going to be seeing where there's no redress officer? I think this is where I want to come back to the Honourable Willie Prime's amendment, because when you have a panel, if one person is removed or resigns, you still have the baseline of the panel. Whereas, potentially there is a good reason and good explanation for that, but I do want to check with the Minister, in the event of 10b, what is the time frame between the previous redress officer resigning or being removed and the new officer commencing? My final question at this stage is that around clause 11, which is the function and duty of redress officer. Now, understanding that when we are asking all of these questions, what we are considering is from the perspective of the victim, and understanding that the survivor and victim have trauma and the hesitancy and risk of re-traumatizing that maybe many of us have never experienced. I think as a House, we need to acknowledge that, not that many of us have experienced, or if any, have experienced the kind of trauma and abuse that the survivor have experienced. So when we do ask these questions, it's mainly also from a perspective to reassure, if need be, the survivors that if they are going through this part of the process in part 2, which details the operational aspect of the redress officer, redress agency, and the whole claim process, the redress process, is for them to know that things will be done in an appropriate way. So the question then for clause 11 is in clause 11, subsection 2, subclause 2, it says the redress officer must act independently, but noting that independently doesn't necessarily equate to fairly. So I want to check with the Minister whether the Minister has considered that the redress officer must act independently and fairly when making a determination as to whether a serious violent or sexual offender should be entitled to. So that's my final question. So the first question is just very quickly, if the Minister wouldn't mind responding who the redress agency is, and I apologize if this has been addressed previously. I do want to address the issue around 10b in terms of the gap between previous officer and a new officer commencing. And finally is just to reassure that, even if the Minister is not intending on adding a new word fairly, but in the Minister's interpretation of independently, it implies fairly. Thank you.
Ingrid Leary.
I've got a couple of fairly simple questions, but They do come off the back of the previous speaker, quite a different question on 10B. When I look at the vacation of office, there are things in there like bankruptcy, which are kind of bright lines, very easy to understand, totally appropriate for the trust of that office to not have somebody who is bankrupt in it. I can understand that. The inability to perform the functions, a little bit blurred, but probably still justifiable. What concerns me really are the two provisions, 10B1, C, neglect of duty, and 10B1D, misconduct. And the reason I ask about that is to get a sense from the Minister, if that is a broad discretion. When I look there, it says that it's to the satisfaction of the Minister. What advice has she received, and what are the parameters of that discretion that she has? Because neglect of duty could be interpreted in quite a political way potentially, and misconduct equally could be interpreted quite broadly. So is there a definition of misconduct which is much more narrow, which we would expect would be about upholding the office of that redress officer, or is there a much broader discretion? And if it is narrow, can she please provide the paperwork or advice that shows the parameters of that? I turn also to the previous things around the qualification of the redress officer in section 10B, 10.1b, sorry, and it's got a whole bunch of things, including the ability to work effectively with people from a range of cultures and backgrounds, and there's an and afterwards, which is good, and there's a whole lot of ands previously. So this is a whole series of qualifications that this person must need. It is interesting to me, and I know that the Minister probably does have an issue with the explicit mention of Te Tiriti, but we're talking about an area here where Māori have been overrepresented, significantly overrepresented, for decades in the abuse and care system, and many of their socio-economic circumstances have been, and there is evidence of this, a direct result of colonisation and the kinds of pressures Māori communities were under. So while I think it's a good thing to see a range of cultures and backgrounds, I'd like to understand what officials gave as advice regarding Māori particularly and Te Tiriti obligations, and whether she considered to put that in as a safeguard. I know that the Minister doesn't like it in a lot of other legislation, but for this particular legislation it would seem highly appropriate. Could she let us know her thinking and logic on that? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, that member shouldn't presuppose what I do and don't think about different clauses and other acts. In relation to clause 10B, the Minister this is about the neglect of duty and misconduct. The Minister or me, whoever it is, will be required to act reasonably when making decisions about the removal. This is a really standard removal position in legislation, and of course those decisions are always subject to judicial review. So that clears that one up. I want to just go back to Lawrence Yunan's points, take them one by one. The first one we've already discussed last time, and he'll be aware of that. It's just repetition. I've already said that the Minister may at any time appoint a redress officer, an alternative redress officer. We can have one waiting in the wings. So if the redress officer for any reason is unable to do his duties or her duties, then that person can take over. We've already discussed that. In relation to, the member was asking who the redress agencies is or are. The redress agencies, of course, are Oranga Tamariki, Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Department of Corrections and Te Puna-Kōkiri. And it depends which one of those redress agencies is the one that the survivor is bringing their claim through in relation to this part of the bill. So relatively self-evident, I would have thought. And there was one more part, around the redress officer having to act fairly. The redress officer, of course, is going to have to be, have to comply with natural justice requirements, and the bill also specifies that the survivor can make submissions to support their application. But I guess overall, as the member knows, there'll be a KC, and so you would expect, of course, along with all those other things I've already said, that a KC will act fairly. So I think it's probably just nitpicking at this point.
Helen Pite.
Issue, I just want to comment on the issue over misconduct because it wasn't something that I had considered until my friend stood up and talked about it. Of course, there's a very big difference between misconduct and serious misconduct. Misconduct is actually a range that goes from something very trivial right through. Would the minister consider what would be more normal would be serious misconduct, because that is a fundamental breach of the employment relationship, and that's the common language. You wouldn't usually see misconduct in that way. I also want to ask about the independence, but in a very different way, because I can see that under clause 10A, and this was discussed by the select committee, there was a decision to make a decision about a 5-year term, and there's also a redress officer being eligible for reappointment. Now, the realities are that if somebody is coming up for reappointment and that is a carrot that is being dangled, and so if you have a 5-year term and the possibility of reappointment, do you think that that could influence the decision maker and actually erode the independence that's intended under clause 11 subsection 2? Because I would be concerned about that. Those are my questions on clause 11, but if I could go to 12 now and ask another question. This is about the agency publishing eligibility criteria. And this has quite different concerns in it, because when I look at those eligibility criteria, I don't see them as consistent with other parts of the Act. So if you have a look at section 20, you will see in section 20 at 4 a list of things that the redress officer must consider, and those to me seem to be relevant to whether you're eligible or not. So they seem additional criteria. And then the second part of 12 in B is that a statement of serious, violent or sexual offenders are not eligible to receive financial statement must be made, but they are. And if you look at, because while there's a presumption, there is an eligibility. The whole point is to look at it again. So it's not as simple as saying they're not eligible. And what I'm concerned about is really practical. If you tell people they're not eligible, they'll think they're not eligible. If you don't tell people the criteria that are listed in section 24, then they don't know. Those things should be part of the publication, surely, in this case. And so the right to reapply in section 21 and the list in 24 seem relevant and contradictory to clause 12. One seems to mislead in terms of what is being told, because in fact those people are eligible in certain circumstances. So it doesn't say there is a presumption, it says they are not eligible. Well, are they or aren't they? Because I understood that the position of the minister, and she can answer this, was that they are eligible. There's just a presumption and they should be making those things. And does she agree with me that those criteria should be going in plainly so that people who are looking at this know exactly what those criteria are? So those are just the two questions. I do have questions about other sections, but I would love an answer to those at this point. Thank you.
Dr. Lawrence Junan.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Minister, for your response. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for part one, but I really appreciate the Minister for responding to the question around redress agency. But just want to pick up on something the minister said that I think didn't, in some ways didn't sit as well with me, because the minister made a comment on my colleague Ingrid Leary's remark about treaty clauses, but I also want to caution the minister around using terms like nitpicking, because on one hand, it is the role of Parliament when we are scrutinizing bills such as this, and ministerial intent is incredibly important, including any subtle changes to the legislation, but also want to caution the minister on the assumption, on the intention of the House when we are scrutinizing a bill. But with that, Mr. Chair, I do want to move on to clause 12 and 13, so we are moving through the bill systematically. In terms of clause 12, when we're looking at must publish eligibility criteria, I think the addition by the Select Committee is available free of charge on an internet site maintained by one on behalf of the redress agency is an important inclusion to be made. But I also want to ask the minister that in instances, particularly when we're looking at survivors of abuse in care, that particularly when we're looking at, people who are in prison, who are on remand, etc., that we know that for the fact that their literacy is lower, and we do know the fact that there's a high level of dyslexia and neurodivergency within that. I do want to check that even including clause 12, subclause 1, is when we're looking at agencies available free of charge, what I'm not seeing potentially is that it is accessible. Because again, that is really important. So if that's an assumption, again, if that is something that is implied, I would like the minister to just state that ministerial intent that when we are looking at the criteria, that they will be in an accessible format for survivors, especially I think, previously we have mentioned the large number of survivors who are also from the disabled communities. So that's my first question in terms of clause 12. On to clause 13. And in some ways clause 14. So this is the part where I think it's really important for the minister to elucidate the House on her amendment papers 581. And I'm looking at the changes that she has made to clause 13 and clause 14. Now, this is not in the explanatory note on why those changes are being made. So I do want to question the minister on why has there been a change from an applicant to a person who applies and applicant with person in both of those clauses. What is the difference between that terminology when we're looking at that? And final question on this particular point, Mr. Chair, is in clause 14, we see in the minister's amendment paper 581, replace an applicant page 8 line 31 with a person who applies, and replace the applicant page 8 line 33 with the person. What it doesn't state is replace the term applicant in the subheading with a person who applies. This is page 8 line 30. So what then would then be the implication be if the substance of the clause had the terminology changed but not the heading? So those are my, I guess, 3 questions regarding clause 12 and 13.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I just want to respond to Helen White's question around the eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria in clause 20, there's a very simple difference here, are factors to be considered by the redress officer when they're making their determinations about overturning the presumptions. They are not the eligibility criteria for redress. A serious offender may well be eligible for other forms of redress other than financial, so making sure the eligibility criteria is published is important. Those two things are very separate. In relation to Lawrence Yunan's further nitpicking, it was a technical change made by PCO to make sure there was consistency in the bill. Thank you for your question, though.
Ingrid Leary.
I'm just picking up on the many hoops that people that these presumptions are requiring people who may ultimately prove eligible to go through. And Helen White has already raised the issue of what they know about their eligibility, but it appears to me that there are some other hurdles as well, because if we look at the grounds on which the redress can be determined, I think it's one of them says that they can get redress provided they don't adversely affect public confidence in the redress scheme. And I'm just curious, that's in section 18A it's 19 sub 2. It's such a broad iteration of what that could involve. I mean, in whose determination? For example, if there was a lobby group that heard that somebody was going to be applying for this and put public pressure on, is that in itself enough to bring the system into disrepute? And I'm wondering how that kind of coincides with the rules of natural justice. So if the Minister could explain who and how the public confidence in the redress scheme would be addressed. Then when we look at what is required to happen, the person who might be eligible is required, before a determination is made under section 20C, the redress officer must give them the opportunity to put forward information or make submissions. Again, it's quite silent on how that's done. How proactive is that duty on the redress officer? Is it an email? Is it just a period of time? Is there a minimum requirement? How is it assessed that the redress officer has given adequate diligence to the duties that they have under section 20C? And then I note that they can only apply again if the circumstances change once, unless subsection 5 applies. And I'm curious to know that if there was a case such as we have seen in recent history of people who have been locked away for very serious offences like murder for 10, 20 years and have suddenly been found not guilty, and yet they have applied previously, is that caught by section 21 sub 5, or is there a kind of limitation period? How will that apply if somebody has been found not guilty, but they have already used up their allotment, which is one of trying to claim redress? And what is the guidance around that? Good sense would tell us that that person should be able to get redress. Is the Minister confident that that is possible under sub 5, even after a long period of time?
Honourable Minister.
Just in relation to the questions around the eligibility criteria and whether or not people would be able to understand those, many survivors are legally represented, and that is one of the services, or the things that we will provide through the redress scheme, so they have helped to understand how the eligibility criteria applies to them. In a similar vein, redress agency staff are trained as part of their job to work with survivors and can help them to understand that criteria. In relation to this question around bringing the scheme into disrepute, this is a judgment call for the redress officer, considering all of the criteria set out in clause 20. They must provide their reasoning, but in the end, it is their judgment call.
Lawrence Hunan.
Chair. And again, thank you, Minister, for your response. And I do acknowledge the fact that that time, particularly with clause 13 and 14, that was nitpicking. I do want to move on to question 15 regarding the redress, clause 15 and 16. So in terms of the application process that we see here, where the applicants must disclose in clause 14, etc., a person who applies must disclose. When a person can go through that criminal check, I guess the question kind of remains that what consideration has the Minister had, or in her conversation with redress agencies and, you know, with the swathe of redress agencies, of how to work with the survivors, particularly when all of them need to be police checked and etc. And that, again, may trigger certain trauma and etc. So how do we mitigate when everyone is being checked in that case when we're looking at clause 14? Clause actually 13b specifies that. Clause 15 simply talks about the agency conducting that criminal check. What's also not clear when it comes to clause 15, when it comes to the agency conducting the check, is there a standard time frame we're looking at when the criminal check should be conducted, and when again, when a survivor is expected to get some sort of response from the redress agency, whether their criminal check has been passed or not. When they first apply, for example, is there and even an automated response saying, please expect to hear back from us within 4 weeks? Is that something that has been considered or discussed with the redress agency? And I think finally, I want to touch on just the beginning of this, because I think there's more to unpack when it comes to processes if a person is seriously violent or a sexual offender under clause 16. And that is to do with the notification aspect. If the criminal check for the person considers the person to be essentially ineligible, how is this must notify the person, I understand. How would that notification also look like? Would that be expected to be in writing, in a physical format, or in writing in an email format, or etc.? Again, I think these are some of the questions that we heard from the survivors to know what to expect as they go through this process. Thank you.
That's the same question that Ingrid Leary asked before, which I'll answer now. The procedure will be determined by the redress officer and will have to comply with natural justice. Survivors, of course, would be given a fair opportunity to put forward their submissions, and the redress officer will publish the process that they undertake. Just clearing up with the member, as already discussed on a number of times through this committee, the whole process, not every single person will be checked with a criminal check. We've already discussed this. Only those who declare a conviction, and staff are trained to work very sensitively with survivors throughout the process.
Helen White.
I'd like to talk about clause 20 and Willow Jean Prime's amendment to this clause, which was tabled on the 13th of May, where she proposes to add a clause to that which allows the consideration of the nature and severity of the person's history of abuse.
What's
now,
the clause number? Do you have
sorry, it's clause 20.
Sorry, the AP number?
Oh,
It's in the pack.
sorry, it's it just says 73009.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is quite a substantive argument around this amendment because the issue is really, where is that line? The history of abuse and the severity of it is something that the Minister's already made a line call about with regard to torture. So where's that line, and should it be something that an intelligent person takes into account rather than it's either in or it's completely out? So I would really like to know about that, particularly with regard to the decision that was made, that there is a point where it becomes untenable. So where is the tenable line, and shouldn't we have a criteria in there that allows discretion that creates fair and reasonable decision making by doing that? So that is clause 20. And I'd also like to talk about another amendment by Willow Jean Prime, which is around clause 21A. And that is the potential for, and so I appreciate the Minister's getting some advice, and this is a totally new point. But shall I just go on? So on 21A, there's a proposal that we put in a right of appeal that any survivor dissatisfied with the redress officer determination may appeal to the district court, that the appeal may be lodged by the survivor or the representatives or estate if the survivor is incapacitated or deceased. Now, this is a very interesting idea, I think, because I have asked a question a while ago and I never got an answer to it about why anyone would choose this pathway if, in fact, they were in the category that means there's going to be a presumption against them, given that they could go to the court. So I am concerned that this is going to backfire completely and that the more serious criminal cases, those people will have no real redress. And I appreciate the Minister says that they get something under this, and that's why I'm not right about the eligibility criteria. But actually, it's upfront information they need because they're choosing pathways, because my understanding is they can choose another pathway. Now, if they choose the other pathway, they're very likely to become the cases that we hear about where large awards are made, because there is no causal connection between their behaviour later in terms of that and the liability of the state for what is abuse. So it's a serious issue. So this clause seems to me to be quite relevant in terms of allowing an appeal. It allows people a pathway through in this situation. And so it may actually help not create that problem of all the cases where people have been imprisoned for serious offences afterwards, going through a different pathway and those people actually being a lot better off financially than ones in the system. So can I have an answer to whether the Minister is prepared to accept that amendment by the Honourable Willow Jean Prime? I can see you're ready to answer. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Right, one by one. I forget who asked this, but it came up earlier about criminal record checks. It might have been Lawrence Eugene. Criminal record checks will be done as soon as practicable and when also they are appropriate to be done. So you might find some agencies that have a backlog of claims that they will do the criminal check closer to the time when the claim is assessed, as you can imagine. On the First Amendment paper that Helen White spoke about, the matter has already been considered during policy development and also by the Select Committee. The decision-making framework in Clause 10 puts the focus of the offending and rehabilitation, puts the focus on rehabilitation and offending and steps then taken to avoid further offending. It's because the nature of the offending and its impact on victims that is likely to bring the redress system into disrepute. The risk is mitigated where a serious offender has avoided further offending and or taken significant steps towards that rehabilitation. Including a factor of the kind proposed may well create a perception that the harm caused to a person in care is to be weighted against the harm caused to the victim of a serious crime, which risks re-victimising the victim. And adding experiences of abuse as a consideration would also raise complexities, as it would require the redress officer to test the evidence and make a finding of fact about the experiences in care. And this would be inconsistent with the out-of-court redress schemes, which do not make findings of fact about a person's time in care. Now, that is relevant to the next amendment paper as well that the member spoke of. Again, this was already taken into consideration by the Select Committee. The nature of the redress officer's decision means that a judicial review is a more appropriate form of challenge than an appeal. Again, coming back to this matter of fact, an appeal is suitable when the decision involves making a finding of fact and the application of the law to the facts as found. On appeal, a decision can be found to be right or wrong in fact or law. A judicial review is more appropriate for evaluating decisions such as those that are to be made by a redress officer, where the issue is about the reasonableness of the decision rather than the weight that it is right or wrong. So survivors can bring judicial review proceedings if they consider that a decision made by the redress officer is unfair or unreasonable. And the right to seek a judicial review is enshrined in the Bill of Rights Act and the Judicial Review Procedure Act.
The time has come for me to leave the chair for the meal break. The House will resume at 7:30.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility. For the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice or debate to acknowledge the death of Right Honourable Sir Kenneth Keith, ONZ KBE PCKC.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There is none.
I move that this House express its sympathy and condolences to the family of the Right Honourable Sir Kenneth Keith, ONZ KBE PCKC, who passed on the 13th of May 2026, and acknowledge his immense contribution to New Zealand law, international law, legal education and law reform.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. No petitions have been delivered for presentation. A paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government response to the report of the Māori Affairs Committee on how well public organisations are supporting whānau ora.
That paper is published under the authority of the House. 7 select committee reports have been presented.
Report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade Long-Term Insights Briefing 2025. Reports of the Petition Committee on the petition of Stephanie Adanza and the petition of Terry Morris. Reports of the Regulations Review Committee on the briefing on parliamentary scrutiny of confirmable instruments. Briefing on the confirmation of land transport revenue instruments under the Land Transport Act 1998 and the Land Transport Management Act 2003. Notice of motion to approve the regulatory standards excluded legislation notice 2026. Report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Land Transport Revenue Amendment Bill.
The bill is set down for a second reading in the reports of the Regulations Review Committee and the Long-Term Insights Briefing are set down for consideration. The Clerk's been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Health Practitioners Competence Assurance Amendment Bill, introduction. Disability Support Services Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. Members, I've received a letter from Camilla Ballich seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the announcement that the government has set a target to cut public service roles. This is a particular case excuse me, of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. The business of the House should not be set aside just because a ministerial announcement's been made, even though it may be important. There must be an element of urgency that the matter must take precedence over other business. I refer members to Speaker's rulings Harrison, Carter and Wilson, ruling 224/4. In this instance, the announced changes will take effect or take some time to implement, and forecast savings generated by them will be subject to debate in the budget process which commences next week. The application is declined. The House comes to oral questions. First, in the name of Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent announcements has she made about delivering better value for money?
The Honourable Chris Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, today the Government announced as part of the budget we're embarking on a fundamental overhaul of the public service to lift productivity and deliver better service and value for taxpayers. There are three objectives for this work. Number one, streamlining the number of government agencies and entities. Number two, increasing the government use of AI and other digital tools. And number three, getting public servant numbers back in step with historic norms with a focus on hiring and retaining talent. To drive progress and ensure agencies actively seek efficiencies and better ways of working, the Government is putting a sinking lid on their operating budgets. Our expectation is the public service adopts efficiencies and finds better ways of working.
Supplementary. What savings, if any, will these changes deliver?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, over the next 4 years, these initiatives will deliver savings of $2.4 billion, which will be redeployed to deliver more health services, lift education outcomes, build job-rich public infrastructure and strengthen the Defence Force and police. Taxpayers rightly expect their hard-earned money is used for the public good and frontline services, not an army of bureaucrats.
Is it possible to deliver better public services for less?
Mr. Speaker, there are some who believe there is a linear relationship between government spending and better outcomes for New Zealanders. There is evidence to the contrary. From 2017 to 23, government spending increased by 73%. Government debt was tripled in dollar terms, and the size of the public service expanded from 47,000 people to more than 63,000. In the same period, education results went backwards, health waiting lists grew, immunisation rates fell, violent crime increased and the social housing waitlist almost quadrupled. There are examples to the contrary. When we came into government, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for the Environment had around 1,000 people. It is now around 700, but that has not stopped the Ministry doing exemplary work on reforming the RMA. There are fantastic public servants working for this government and governments past, Mr. Speaker, and with good leadership at the top, they are capable of doing extraordinary things.
Supplementary. Why are financial sustainability and efficiency of the public service important?
Well, Mr. Speaker, every dollar saved through duplication and inefficiency in the public sector is a dollar that can be redirected towards lifting productivity and supporting growth. The changes announced today are about ensuring the public service is modern, focused, productive and sustainable over the long term with a focus on frontline delivery. It's not going to happen immediately or overnight. Reductions in core public service numbers will be achieved progressively over several years through digitisation, mergers, simplification and natural attrition. We will be monitoring progress regularly and making sure that these results are delivered.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Absolutely.
Supplementary question. If his economic plan is working, why are there now 40,000 more people out of work today than there were when he became Prime Minister?
Well, as we've canvassed with the member before, when you increase government spending by 84%, you drive up inflation to 32-year highs, interest rates go up 13 times, an economy slows down and people lose their jobs. That's why this government's working incredibly hard to make sure that we get spending under control, including the public service, making sure we lower inflation into the band and, importantly, lower interest rates, get the economy growing, get people into work. And wasn't it encouraging to see just a very slight improvement in unemployment numbers last month?
So if his economic plan is working, why...
Start again.
So if his economic plan is working, why, nearly 3 years after he became the Prime Minister, is unemployment at a 14-year high?
Well, unemployment has dropped to 5.3%, as the member will be aware. That means there are more Kiwis in work and total hours work has increased 3 quarters in a row. The economy, as the member will know, was turning and we have a conflict to deal with now which will have some impact on inflation, some impact on growth, but that's why we're managing it sensibly so that we can pop up the other side.
Supplementary. Is his economic plan working in Auckland, our biggest city, given unemployment in Auckland has doubled under his leadership?
Well, as we've talked before, when you have a government that drove up inflation and interest rates and put building and construction at risk in Auckland City, it's taking a little bit longer. But we have the CRL project, we have major events funding coming, we have an Indian FTA coming on track. So we've got a lot of good things happening that will drive future growth and employment.
How is it a sign that his economic plan is working when almost 100,000 young New Zealanders under his leadership are not in any form of education, training or employment?
Well, that's exactly why we've announced the reforms that we have to the education system. It was utterly unacceptable to come into government to find that 55% of our kids do not go to school regularly. Half our kids hitting high school are not understanding they need to be able to reading, and 80% not understanding they need to be on mathematics. I just asked the question, who was the previous Minister of Education?
Supplementary question. Supplementary, how does a 49% increase in hospitality businesses going into liquidation in just the last year indicate that his economic plan is working?
Well, this is a government that's backing tourism and hospitality. The work that we have done around the Major Events Fund has actually created huge opportunity. Every dollar we have spent has been typically driving $3.20 back into the tourism and hospitality experience. Think about State of Origin. Think about the changes we've made to Eden Park Stadium. Think about the events that we've got attracted to New Zealand, including the Raglan Surf that's going on this week. I hear it's really good.
Supplementary. So if the economy's back on track, why are company liquidations at a 15-year high?
Well, again, I'm sorry that I have to explain this to the member about how economics works, but when you spend more, drive up spending 84% and spray the cash bazooka around in the way that it was, inflation goes through the roof to 32-year highs, interest rates go up 13 times, businesses have got high inflation, actually softening revenues, and as a result they end up laying off workers. And we have worked our way assiduously through those 5 component parts to create opportunity for New Zealanders. The good news is that we've had 9% growth in Kiwis coming home from overseas. We've had 6% less Kiwis going overseas. And if the member actually cared about working New Zealanders, support RMA reforms, support job-rich fast-track projects, support the repeal of the oil and gas ban, support council rate caps, support the income tax thresholds, and I could go on and on and on.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Would this government ever consider borrowing tens of billions of dollars to pump up the economy with a short-term sugar hit?
Sorry. There's no one speaking other than the person asking the question.
Would this government consider pumping up the economy with reckless borrowing to get a short-term sugar hit, leaving New Zealanders to suffer the consequences for years to come?
No, the New Zealand people voted to put the adults in charge and turf the teenagers out.
Question 3, Debbie Ngaruiwa-Packer.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Supplementary. Does the Prime Minister support nuclear fission energy for Aotearoa?
We're very interested in exploring all sorts of energy options for New Zealand. It's an and strategy. We have a massive renewables boom underway. We need to make sure that we open up opportunities for oil and gas. And of course, we actually are supporting fusion, which we think has got some long-term potential as well.
Supplementary. Can he tell this House where the radioactive waste, which remains hazardous for tens of thousands of years from nuclear fission, will be stored? And has he consulted with any iwi on whose whenua it might sit?
The work that we have exploratory supported is that work around fusion, and that of course is a new technology which we have some interest in here in Wellington. There's some great companies doing some amazing things. We're going to explore all sorts of energy options, because what we're not going to do is actually create an energy crisis that ends up cranking up to $800 megawatt per hour prices and putting low and middle income New Zealanders out of work across regional New Zealand. That isn't happening.
Point of order through the Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie Ngaruiwa-Packer.
My question was, does the Prime Minister support nuclear fission energy for Aotearoa, not fusion?
Just talking about fission rather than fusion. We've said we're answering fusion.
You have another
Can he clarify the answer given by Minister Shane Jones on April?
Speaker, we'll just have everyone other than the questioner silent. When you're ready.
Can he clarify the answer given by Minister Shane Jones on April 29 when he said the government was planning a nuclear vision announcement? Did he mean nuclear vision or nuclear fusion?
I would actually let you direct that question to the Minister himself. I'm not aware of his remarks, but all I can tell you is that we are very aligned on the fact that we need to do oil, we need to do gas, we're open to looking at fusion, we're open to looking at supercritical geothermal. We've got a renewables boom up and running underway, partly because of Fast Track. We just encourage those members, if you want to care about working New Zealanders, get them behind Fast Track, get them behind the RMA reforms, repeal the oil and gas ban.
Supplementary.
Okay, the drowning out of answers is not acceptable. So some people on the very back bench there need to just think before they get too rowdy. Devina Ruwa-Packer.
Is it government policy to backtrack on our 40-year-long commitment to nuclear-free Aotearoa? If not, why is the Associate Minister of Energy continuing to explore nuclear vision energy options?
I haven't seen the Minister's remarks, and I encourage you to direct your questions to him. He's quite capable of answering for himself.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Is the Prime Minister aware that there is natural white... And when I'm talking, you don't talk.
Please start the question again.
Is the Prime Minister aware that natural white hydrogen is coming out of New Zealand's soil right here, right now, and has been doing so for centuries? And does he agree with the Green, Labour and the Te Pāti Māori members of Parliament that he's able to ban that?
I think we should be looking at all hydrogen options, whether it's clean or orange or whatever colour.
Just wait.
Has the Prime Minister introduced, or does he intend to introduce, legislation to repeal the New Zealand Nuclear Free Zone Disarmament and Arms Control Act 1987, which makes nuclear fission illegal? And if not, what exactly is this Minister proposing?
In answer to the first leg of the question, no.
Question number 4. Carl Bates.
Thank you.
Just wait, Mr. Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks what recent announcements has she made about replacing New Zealand's national qualification?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend I announced the details of our new senior secondary qualifications. From 2028, Level 1 NCEA will be gone, replaced with a foundational award in literacy and numeracy that is drawn from the Year 11 English and Maths curriculum. From 2029, Year 12 students will sit the New Zealand Certificate of Education, and from 2030, Year 13 students will sit the New Zealand Advanced Certificate of Education. Students will be marked from A+ through to E for each subject, back to a grading system that makes sense for parents, students and employers. The qualification is underpinned by an internationally benchmarked, nationally consistent curriculum to set Kiwi kids up for success.
Supplementary. Why is the government replacing our national qualification?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 ERO, or Education Review Office, report statistics speak for themselves. 70% of employers did not consider NCEA Level 1 to be credible. 60% of teachers didn't think it was a reliable measure of what students know and can do. Half of parents and 40% of students don't understand how the system works. A standards-based qualification system that was designed to be flexible, but in actual fact has led to the ability for students to game the system by pulling together random credits that don't always form a cohesive package of learning or pathway into future study. These changes are about ensuring curriculum drives assessment and that cohesive, well-sequenced and structured subject content is assessed through a combination of both internal assessments and, importantly, an end-of-year exam.
Supplementary. How will students gain the foundational award?
Mr. Speaker, to achieve the foundational award, students will need to pass a literacy and mathematics assessment that is drawn from the Year 11 English and Maths curriculum, typically sat in Year 11. The foundational award can also be achieved in later years by passing English and Maths at Year 12 or 13. There will be a 2-year transition built into the system where students can also gain the foundational award by gaining the current literacy and numeracy co-requisite. This award is designed to ensure students are set up for success with strong literacy and numeracy skills, enabling them to both access the curriculum in higher year groups and will set them up for future in study and work.
So, years 12 and 13 students obtain the new national qualification?
Mr. Speaker, in years 12 and 13, all students will need to take at least 5 subjects and pass a minimum of 3 subjects to gain the qualification. The number of subjects passed will be recognised on student certificates shown as NZCE 4, 5 or even 6, as we encourage and recognise achievement and aspiration. 2 endorsements will also be available to recognise excellence in both vocational and academic achievement. For example, 3 A grades could enable a student to be awarded a certificate with distinction. The exact design and names for these new endorsements will be confirmed in the coming months.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've received great feedback on these changes. One retired teacher wrote to me to say, "I applaud your strategies and desire to elevate learning outcomes for students. I'm ashamed of the PPTA for wanting to choke your timely initiatives. I'm saddened that grumbling teachers who have criticised the NCA models are now grumbling because change is about to occur." Now, Mr. Speaker, Auckland Grammar Principal Tim O'Connor told RNZ that the proposed replacement system would provide greater consistency and students... I'll start that again, Mr. Speaker. Auckland Grammar Principal Tim O'Connor said to RNZ that the proposed replacement system would provide greater consistency for students nationwide, saying students from Invercargill and Tukuroa will know that they've learnt and been assessed against the same students in Auckland and in Wellington.
Mr. Speaker.
Question 5, Carmel Sepuloni.
To the Minister for Auckland, does he stand by his statement, quote, "When Auckland succeeds, New Zealand succeeds, and when Auckland grows, New Zealand prospers," end quote? If so, what are the government's specific targets to grow Auckland's economy?
The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I absolutely do. When Auckland does well, New Zealand does well. The government's target is to grow the New Zealand economy, lift productivity, increase job opportunities. And as our largest city and economic engine room, Auckland is central to those targets. But Mr. Speaker, what matters is specific outcomes. We're delivering for Auckland, including through projects like the Port of Auckland Wharf expansion, which was first approved under the government's fast-track approvals process, just one of 8 such programs. We've also signed the landmark Auckland City deal, the first of its kind in New Zealand. This aligns central and local government and establishes shared accountability, recognising the size and significance of Auckland. That deal includes specific outcomes, including a new Crown uplift funding tool and a coordinated 30-year transport strategy.
Supplementary question. Is Auckland succeeding when the number of Aucklanders who are unemployed has doubled under the National-led government since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing in Auckland is the inevitable effect of years of high inflation and high interest rates under the last government. The good news for Aucklanders is that inflation and interest rates are now under control under this government. And if that side of the House wants to and truly cares about jobs for Aucklanders, then they should back the fast-track process, which I outlined in my initial primary answer. The Port of Auckland project alone delivers $5.4 billion to the new Auckland economy and sustains nearly 160,000 jobs by 2053.
Supplementary. Is Auckland succeeding when the number of young Aucklanders not in employment, training or education has increased by more than 15,000 since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've outlined, the key deliverable, which is on this side of the House, is what we're focused on. Deliverables and outcomes, not slogans. The last side of the House had 6 years to deliver for Auckland, which it didn't. But our focus is around making sure that we've got projects and infrastructure investment that creates jobs for our young people that are based in Auckland. This gives them hope, and that's what we're delivering. One more here.
Is Auckland succeeding when the number of Aucklanders on job seeker work ready has increased by almost 13,000 since the March 2023 quarter?
Well, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House, we are aspirational for the opportunities for Auckland, because Auckland is the powerhouse of our economy. When Auckland is growing faster, when we've got greater productivity and we've got better connectivity for Aucklanders, we will all do well, and that's what we're focused on this side of the House.
Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister had any feedback from his fellow Aucklanders after they discovered in the Royal Commission they were locked down much longer than they needed to be, and would they like to have a go at that again?
Well, Mr Speaker, what I do know is that Aucklanders are looking for delivery and outcomes. They are not looking for slogans. And on this side of the House, we are delivering that. The Auckland Transport Governance Bill that was passed last week alone ensures that Auckland Transport is now back in the hands of democratically elected individuals in our city. That is one example of delivery, and we have many more to come.
Supplementary. Will he guarantee that the budget will provide real relief for Aucklanders, given on his watch Auckland's unemployment rate is almost double what it was 3 years ago? The number of people on a benefit is up 40%, and the number of young people out of work and or training is up almost 60%.
Well, Mr Speaker, what I can guarantee, and as I've outlined already, that on this side of the House, we are focused on delivering economic growth for this country and for Auckland. And we will ensure that we continue that delivery. The Auckland City deal included 4 areas of growth focus, including Jury, the city centre, Eden Park, and those are going to be key areas of focus as we progress that deal structure.
Question number 6, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
I te mangai. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by his statement, quote, "We are resolutely focused on frontline service delivery," end quote? And if so, how does he define a frontline service?
Well, absolutely we are. It's about the people that are delivering the services to Kiwis who desperately need them. But what we're not interested in doing is running up the public service from 47,000 to 65,000, with I think a 46% increase in support and admin roles and only an 18% increase in frontline roles. That's why this government works every day to take taxpayer money seriously and get the maximum value out of it.
Would he define a service that supports our rangatahi to understand healthy, safe relationships, our teachers to deal with disclosures of sexual harm, and our Defence Force to deliver family violence training as frontline?
Well, as we've said before, excluded from the baseline savings exercises are the New Zealand Defence Force, the Police, the Ministry for Children, Oranga Tamariki, Corrections, the Ministry for Health, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Education, the Government Communications Security Bureau and the New Zealand Security Intelligence Services, Education Review Office, Crown Law, the Ministry of Defence, Serious Fraud Office and parliamentary agencies that have been excluded. Those are the agencies that have been excluded from the baseline savings exercise.
What then does he say to the quarter of the country who have personally experienced violence following the news that Respect Ed Aotearoa, Wellington's only specialist sexual violence prevention agency, will close in August following his government's cuts to their funding?
Well, I look forward to that party's support of the new National Party policy, which is to abolish a good character test for all sexual offending.
Is he aware that the annual cost of sexual violence is $6.9 billion, with over 90% of that cost borne by individuals and their communities? And if so, is it resolutely focused to lose entire organisations and workforces to make short-term budget savings when we are seeing an increase in sexualised violence?
We are continuing the previous government's work on the sexual violence plan. We want continuity there, but we also want to make sure that we get better return out of the money that we are spending. And so we ask everybody to make sure that they are getting outcomes and results across the whole of the government and the whole of the public service.
What other frontline workers will be saving his budget this year, since he's already scrapped pay equity for 150,000 New Zealanders last year?
Well, again, the budget will be announced next week and the member will have to wait for that.
Question number 7, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, in context, yes.
Supplementary. Does her promise of no cuts to frontline services apply to her plan announced today to reduce the headcount of the public service by 8,700?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, the government is focused on growing frontline roles in the public service to deliver better services for New Zealand taxpayers. But what we can't support is the unsustainable growth in the public service from 47,000 in 2017 to more than 65,000 by 2023, which was nearly 3 times faster than the wider workforce.
Supplementary. Will she release a list of all the jobs to be cut and who will do those roles to meet her targets?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, I think the member is getting slightly ahead of herself. What the government has announced today is the start of a multi-year process of reform for the public service, partly involving a reduction in the workforce numbers, the overall headcount, but also involving the use of AI and digitisation, and also involving the streamlining and reduction in the number of government departments and agencies. All of those 3 things put together is going to take a considerable amount of time, energy and effort from the government. We have asked agencies to make 2% baseline savings this year, 5% next year and 5% the year after that. All of those things will need to take place and roll through for precise jobs and precise job titles to roll through.
Supplementary. If she doesn't know what jobs will be cut, how does she come to the 8,700 number, and how can she be sure they won't be frontline service jobs?
But on behalf of the Minister of Finance, because it returns the public service to what we consider to be a sustainable level of percentage of the total workforce and the total economy. It's 1% of the total population. It was around 1%. It blew out under the last government to around 1.2. We're now going down to about 1. It is larger in headcount terms than where it was in 2017, but accounting for population growth in that time. It's a rough number. It will take some time to get there. But what's really important is that we are on the journey to a more sustainable and fiscally effective public service.
Supplementary. Is she only planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies?
Hang on. So, sorry. You have to reword that question.
Why?
Because it's supposition at the end of it. You can't do that.
Mr Speaker.
Yes, point of order. The Right Honourable Christopher Luxon.
Mr Speaker, we've had questions from government ministers today that contained a whole lot of suppositions about the opposition, let alone about the government. So is the same standard applicable across the House? I mean, David Seymour's question would have been ruled out of order on that basis, as would, I think, one of the questions from Winston Peters.
No, I've listened to all those questions, and in the case certainly of David Seymour's question, he was referencing the Royal Commission report, not anything else. But look, it's only a slight change that's required.
Why
Yes,
is she
good.
only
Good
planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies?
A point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Countless times we have said that it's a total lie to talk about tax breaks to tobacco companies. They've admitted it to the media, but they, in this House, keep on repeating it every day.
I think it's very hard to say that a tax not applied is a tax break, in my opinion. So, as I said, there's a different way of wording it.
Mr. Speaker, it's a simple matter of economics. The reality is, if less cigarettes are sold, then less tax is collected by Inland Revenue. That's precisely what happened. This sort of idiocy should not be submitted in this House or agreed to by you.
Well, I'm not permitting government policy. I'm not permitting government policy or preventing government policy. The reality is I'm simply judging a question, and the Minister will know that some of the tax that comes from tobacco comes from the amount of excise that is applied. If it's not applied, it's hardly a tax cut. I've agreed with the minister at that point. Just slight rewording.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm very confused by this logic. You're saying that if someone's not charged a tax that they were previously being charged, that's not a tax cut.
I know. No,
that does seem to be what you're saying.
I don't think the confusion's. I don't think that's reasonable to say that you're confused about that, because clearly, if a tax is not applied, then it hasn't applied before. So if it's not increased, which is what the excise program was about. But I'm not going into any further explanation. This, beg your pardon?
I was going to answer the question, or try to. There's nuclear confusion over here.
Hang on, wait on. Excuse me. Mr. Bishop, we'll get the question right, shall we?
Stop being so mean to Chris.
Supplementary. Why is she only planning to cut frontline services like school-based nurses in Porirua and Wairarapa to help save her budget after giving tax breaks for landlords and excise levy breaks for heated tobacco companies it's only applicable to one tobacco company?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, there are three facile and fallacious statements in the assertions in that member's statement. Dealing with the last point, as has been extensively litigated, there were no tax breaks for tobacco companies advanced by the budget. Dealing with the second assertion, I note that the members opposite were arguing on the weekend that bringing back the interest deductibility rules was not a tax increase, which is a little bit inconsistent with their argument today that is a tax break for landlords. Reversing one can't both be one and the other. And on the first assertion, that is incorrect.
Question 8, Deanna Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What recent announcement has the government made about supporting high-value horticulture?
The Honourable Todd McLean.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday the government announced changes to protect investments from high-value horticultural exports, such as kiwi fruit, apples, pears and potatoes as examples. The government is strengthening plant variety rights and restoring provisional protection for growers and breeders from the day that they apply. This will help protect the significant investment that goes into developing new plant varieties, support innovation and grow our export returns. This is particularly important for horticultural breeders where protected varieties underpin a large share of export earnings and help drive jobs, regional growth and international competitiveness.
Supplementary. How significant are plant variety rights, protected varieties, to New Zealand's kiwi fruit export success?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they are hugely significant. In 2024, around 75% of the $3.5 billion of kiwi fruit exports came from plant variety rights protected varieties like Sun Gold and Ruby Red kiwi fruit. That demonstrates just how important intellectual property protection is to maintaining New Zealand's premium position in global horticulture markets. Projections show that extending the plant variety rights term for Sun Gold kiwi fruit alone could generate an additional $1.8 billion in extra revenue over 5 years. That would be $1.8 billion directly into the pockets of kiwi fruit growers in regional New Zealand.
Supplementary. Why is restoring provisional protection important for growers and breeders developing new high-value horticultural products?
Well, Mr. Speaker, because it means growers and breeders are protected from the day they submit their application rather than waiting until rights are formally granted, which can take some years. This gives growers and breeders greater certainty and allows them to take legal action if new plant varieties are commercially exploited during the application process. And for New Zealand's renowned horticultural exporters, it gives them the confidence to further invest and innovate in high-value hort products that will strengthen New Zealand's export economy for many years to come.
Supplementary. How will these changes benefit exporters in overseas markets?
Well, for New Zealand exporters, Mr Speaker, the changes back them where it counts, protecting the innovation behind premium New Zealand products that go offshore. The world wants high-quality, safe food from New Zealand, and this government is committed to giving growers and breeders greater confidence to invest, expand into new markets and compete. The government's committed to ensuring our food and fibre sector has the best possible opportunity when competing on the world stage, because we know that when our farmers and growers do well, all of New Zealand does well.
That's right. Question number 9, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth and reads, does she agree with the Minister of Finance's statement, quote, growth matters, it means more jobs, higher incomes and opportunities for families to get ahead, end quote.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister for Economic Growth, yes. And before the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, an economic recovery was underway and was expected to broaden in 2026. Since then, the conflict has triggered a global supply shock, as the member knows, has sharply increased oil prices. That will have an impact on inflation and economic growth in the near term. But those impacts will delay, they won't derail the economic recovery.
How does cutting a further 8,700 public sector roles contribute to more jobs and more opportunities for families to get ahead?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, it's hard to know where to start. I mean, the idea that increasing the size of the public service year on year is the answer to New Zealand's economic problems is precisely the kind of mentality that got us into this mess in the first place. Actually, what we saw over the last 6 years before this government was elected was a large, unsustainable increase in the size of the Wellington public service bureaucracy, a massive explosion in debt and government spending more generally, and all the while public service results went backwards, whether it's education, health, law and order or anything. So as I said in response to the first question of the day, there is not a linear relationship between the size of the public service and better results for public services for New Zealanders.
Supplementary. How many of the 5,200 people across the Hutt Valley employed in central government will lose their job as a result of the government's planned extra 8,700 public sector job cuts?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, as I said in response to her colleague's question earlier in question time, precise impacts on departments and agencies and job roles will be worked through as part of the process. As I said also, we are at the start of the transformation of the public service to be more relevant to New Zealanders, deliver better public services with a smaller headcount and a smaller footprint, utilising some of the tools that every other public service around the world that New Zealand likes to compare ourselves to is using. For example, digitisation and artificial intelligence to make sure that we can reduce cost, reduce inefficiency and deliver better services for New Zealanders. We do not believe that just increasing the size of the public service inexorably is the answer to New Zealand's economic problems. And the mentality that that is the solution to our problems is precisely why the last government got booted out of office 2 years ago.
Was Chris Bishop correct when he said, quote, many of the people who are losing their jobs in the public service will get jobs elsewhere? If so, would there be 6,000 more people unemployed in Wellington if that was the case?
Well, no, on behalf of the Minister of Economic Growth, thank you to Louise Upston for reminding me that the member sort of seems to be of the view that we live in a sort of zero-sum economy rather than a dynamic market-based economy. The reality... What's that?
Well, that's exactly 10,000 jobs lost.
No, hang on, we're not having that. Sorry. We're not having... If the question will terminate, which won't be good for the person asking, if we get that sort of discussion across the House.
We live in a market economy, and over the next 4 years alone, over 200,000 jobs will be created in this economy. Tens of thousands of jobs. in the private sector, which, by the way, makes up the vast bulk of the number of people employed in New Zealand. I know the members opposite are obsessed with the public service, but most people in this country are employed in the private sector. In the private sector, people lose their jobs and go for new jobs every day of the week. In fact, in the time that we have been answering these ridiculous questions, there will almost certainly be people accepting jobs and declining jobs and losing their jobs. That's what living in a market economy means.
Good.
And so, yes, there will be job changes in the Wellington public service. And over the last 2 years, guess what? That happened. And over the 6 years before that, guess what? People in Wellington lost their jobs, but also guess what? There are other jobs that people go to and get re-employed in.
Just wait for all the colleagues to give you the space to ask the question.
Does the Minister realise that people across the Wellington region, including the Hutt Valley and Newlands, deserve representation from someone who wants job creation and not someone who just says, hope so, to job losses?
No, we're not... No, sit down. Sit down. A supplementary question, the Rod and Winston Peters.
Is the Minister saying that the present government looked at the bureaucratic build-up 3 times that of the private industry and private employment and came to the conclusion that Labor wasn't working?
No, that's another question that doesn't need to be answered.
Reword that one or not?
Beg your pardon?
Did you want me to reword that one?
Well, have another crack.
Right. Does the Minister realise that people across the Wellington region, including the Hutt Valley, will be directly affected by 8,700 job cuts to the public sector? And does he understand that if someone says hope so to job losses, this makes families struggling under the cost of living's lives even harder?
Well, on behalf of the Minister of Economic Growth, I know that the quote the member is referring to, it was made by the Member of Parliament for Hutt South, who was talking about Kaingaora in opposition, and I know for a fact that the member is proud of the performance of Kaingaora because hundreds of people are no longer employed at Kaingaora. At the same time, tenancy satisfaction is up on average from memory about 7 points, and their build costs are lower and net debt is down. But I take issue with the member's characterisation that Wellingtonians are some special breed of New Zealanders that don't care about wider economic prosperity. They are Kiwis too. This government is focused on making sure that Wellington, which is too often typically characterised as some public service town for which there is nothing else going on, actually grows like everybody else through Weta, through Zero, through Sharesies, through the high-tech manufacturing jobs in the Hutt Valley, through all of the great things happening in this fantastic region. The idea that Wellington is a public service town and only that is wrong and offensive.
Question 10, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence. What announcements has he made around defence spending?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bean.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday I had the pleasure of announcing the delivery of the first new homes of the Homes for Family programme for service personnel and their families. Just 7 months after shovels hit the ground, I was delighted yesterday to celebrate the opening of 23 new homes for military families, including 8 at the Linton military camp, alongside the member asking the question by extraordinary coincidence, 5 at RNZAF base Ohakea and 10 at Burnham military camp.
Supplementary. Why is investing in housing for our defence personnel important?
Mr Speaker, strengthening New Zealand's national security includes supporting the defence personnel who uphold it. Decades of underinvestment across successive governments has meant that many military families were residing in homes that were no longer fit for modern family life, some dating back to the 1930s. Improving living conditions supports the well-being of our defence personnel and their families, which contributes directly to workforce sustainability and suitability. This is crucial for the retention, readiness and overall effectiveness of our New Zealand Defence Force.
Supplementary. How will this program benefit the communities surrounding defence bases?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government intends to invest up to $600 million in this program through the Defence Capability Plan, with further homes planned through new builds and long-term leasing arrangements. in locations that include Devonport, Trentham and Whenuapai. This money is being spent in New Zealand regions, boosting regional economies by supporting local builders, contractors and suppliers, helping to create and sustain construction jobs across New Zealand.
Okay, question 11, Dan Roseworth.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and reads, what advice, if any...
This better be a good point of order, and it better not contradict the Speaker's rulings and the standing orders when it comes to supplementary questions.
Doesn't. As far as I'm aware, I understood that one of the members still had further supplementaries, Mr Speaker.
Did you indeed? Well, you were wrong. Dan Roseworth.
Mr Speaker?
Yeah?
Mr Speaker, members of this House have a right to raise a point of order without the kind of crap that he just got from you.
Is that right? Member will leave the House. Dan Roseworth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and reads, what advice, if any, has he received on the increased rate of liquidations for small operators?
The Honourable Cameron Brooks.
Mr Speaker, as Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing, none.
Supplementary. Why were liquidations at a 15-year high before the fuel crisis?
Mr Speaker, I think this has been well canvassed by previous speakers, particularly the Prime Minister, that these liquidations are a direct result of an overcooked economy where we saw inflation up to 7.3%, food inflation up to over 12%, where we saw interest rates up, 12 consecutive official cash rate increases. And so this government is all about low taxes, controlling interest rates and managing inflation as best we can given this difficult environment.
Supplementary. How many of the 188 liquidations last month were from small businesses?
Mr Speaker, I asked the member to put that question to the young and dynamic Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, because that is the minister who gets the monthly update from the company's office as far as business data, which includes the number of liquidations.
Supplementary. So what immediate support is he providing to stop small businesses going under right now?
Mr Speaker, if the member wants me to go through our achievements over the last 2 or 3 years as to how we're supporting businesses, then I'm happy to do that. But I don't want to trifle you, Mr Speaker, because it's a long, long list. But I know, working with our business advisory groups and our manufacturing advisory group and being out at the Hutt Valley Manufacturing and Innovation Expo, and the feedback that we're getting is the government is supporting them. We're on track for sustained growth once we get through this difficult situation. But as Westpac Bank said, Mr Speaker, just last week, we are still growing. It might not be what Treasury forecast late last year. That growth has been delayed, but growth is coming and this government supports it.
Supplementary. If that is the case, are the 66% of small and medium-sized businesses dissatisfied and indifferent with the government, as surveyed by the annual Business Monitor, right to feel that way?
Mr Speaker, I invite the spokesperson to come out on some of my goodwill tours around the country to meet with small businesses and manufacturers. They know that we're in a difficult international environment, but this government is working with business, is working with manufacturers, and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And that is why businesses and manufacturers are going to back this government for its re-election, and it's exactly why they will not return the last lot when SMEs were voting well against them.
This is so question 12, Chloe Swog.
Ki te Premier,
e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Was the Prime Minister correct when he answered to me last week that, quote, we want to see downward pressure on power prices for sure. That requires us to put in place an energy strategy.
Absolutely, and our vision is abundant and affordable energy. That's why we're increasing the supply of renewables through things like Fast Track. It's also why we're increasing our thermal capacity and firming energy as well. We need to lower the dry year risk. That takes the risk premium out of power bills. Let's put the downward pressure on power prices.
So is the government working on an energy strategy, as he said to me last week in this House, or was the energy strategy work program cancelled by his government, as our OAA shows, in March this year?
Well, I thank the member for her question, but we don't do just strategies and bumper stickers and post-it notes. That's what ended the oil and gas ban. We get on, crack on, put the money in, make the investments and get into action rather than just talk and waffle and more post-it notes and more bumper stickers.
Supplementary. So why do we need a critical minerals strategy, but not an energy strategy?
We have an energy strategy. I've explained it to the member before. It's actually, we're experiencing a massive renewables boom, and no one in the Labor Greens Party supported Fast Track or the RMA reform that's enabling the building of renewables at a rate we haven't seen for some time. Equally, we need to make sure we've got a strategic coal reserve, a strategic diesel reserve, and we've actually got options to support with investors to discover more gas as well. But the good news is on critical minerals, we have them. We want to exploit them because we are a country rich in abundant natural resources, and actually that's how we get wealthier. And when the other side asks me questions about youth unemployment and they say Kiwi kids are going to Australia to do mining jobs and oil and gas, well, actually you should say yes to them here in New Zealand rather than over there in Australia.
If it is socialism, as he called the Green Budget, to invest in renewable energy, why is it not socialism for his government to invest in fossil fuel production?
I'm not aware I've made that comment, but I think it's a fair one.
So why is it socialism to invest in renewable energy, but not socialism to actively invest hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds in fossil fuel production?
Well, I'd just say to the member, when the member was part of a government, they had a terrible energy policy. It ended up creating an energy crisis in 2024. You had your go, you mucked it up, you caused an energy crisis, you put people out of work. That is the reality of all of your energy policy.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Yep. Members, the committee is resumed and we are in committee for further consideration of the redress system for abuse and care bill and for consideration of the education and training system reform amendment bill. We start with the redress system for abuse and care bill, and when we were last considering this bill we were debating part 2. The debate on clauses 9 to 25, including proposed new clause 26, redress system for abuse and care. And the question is again that part 2 stand part. Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been to the table and picked up a new amendment, as I understand it, from the Minister. And so it relates to clause 12. So I appreciate its backtracking, but through no fault of my own. It is an entirely new point. So I would like the Minister to explain the amendment. What we seem to have here is an amendment that replaces the and with a with in 12C A2C. So it's the counselling or other wellbeing support with, I think. And then we've got after that clause, we have a D added, and it's going to say assistance with accessing care records. So this is about what will be published in terms of criteria. So I'd love an explanation for this clause, and I do have a question that's more in the where we were going, but I thought it would be good just to open this.
Let's just clarify that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an amendment paper put forward by Willow Jean Prime that the entire majority of parties or members agreed to. When the officials went back through it to make sure that it was consistently applied through the bill, they realised it would be required in clause 12 as well. So it's very straightforward. It's just to make sure there's consistency with the Honourable Willow Jean Prime's amendment, which we agreed with and accepted, and this is just to make sure that it's consistently applied.
Basically, that was an amendment that was made to part A and has already been voted upon, and so it just makes part 2 consistent with that, as I understand it. So the next question that I have relates to a new clause 25A, and that is again the Honourable Willow Jean Prime's amendment that I'm talking to. And her proposal there is that an apology must be developed in partnership. And she's talking about developing an apology in partnership with the survivor. And that's about responding to the particular needs of that particular survivor. So not having a cookie cutter approach, developing that apology with that survivor to make it make sense to them and be meaningful to them. That seems to me an extremely sensible proposal, and one of the things that I did when I was preparing for this was I looked at the people who were part of they were the commissioners basically on the Royal Commission, and they were extremely esteemed people. Coral Shaw, who I think is one of the most wonderful people in terms of a background in family law, having done many jobs, she ended up in this one. And her suggestion was that this really needed to be about survivor-led responses and survivor-designed responses. So this is absolutely in line with that in terms of what an apology means. And I did talk about my concern about what was lacking in what we were doing in terms of the need for an apology in the first part. So this question of whether we will look at amending this so that the apology is something that is actually worked out with the survivor. That seems to me something that is of extreme validity and is very much in the spirit of what those commissioners talked about. So I would like a response on that. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, the Government is still to formally respond to the specific recommendation from He Puapua Order. So it would be premature to codify in this legislation prior to that happening. And a response to the Royal Commission's recommendations on personal apologies will be formalised after redress ministers agree the common apologies policy. So we won't be supporting the amendment.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a question on a section that we haven't looked at yet, which is reporting obligations of the redress officer. There's quite a lot of stuff that has been crossed out, and then there's been a shorter iteration of what's required, and I'm trying to understand, because they're a little bit different from each other, what the purpose of the reporting obligations are. It appears to me, and the Minister may be able to tell me if this is correct, that initially it looked like this was about collecting information and providing some kind of logical rationale so that legal counsel or others could make a predetermination to assess the merits of a claim. But then it looks like perhaps the specificity of that was dangerous from a kind of privacy and sensitivity basis, also for victims, and therefore it has been crunched down into something more like a summary. But in that case, then I'm not quite sure what the purpose is, because there are publication requirements. I think the language has been extended so that it's not just anonymised to the person, but to all those involved in the case. But if there isn't enough detail to provide sort of precedent and principles, then I'm just curious to know what the reporting requirements are, apart from maybe showing that the redress officer is getting through a certain number of cases. I really don't know. So that would be quite useful, and it would be really helpful if the Minister could explain the change in the language and what are the liberties involved with that required that change. The second question is, given the seriousness of what could happen either to those who have their details who are an applicant accidentally revealed, but particularly families or victims of, the bill is silent on whether there is any liability of duty of care on what is published. So what are the safeguards to ensure that that reporting requirement is carried out diligently and that there is recourse if somehow there is a breach of the sensitive material that should be kept anonymised according to that section? And then finally, my question is about sorry, I'm just put my glasses back on. The recovery of financial redress under 24A basically says that if somebody doesn't disclose that they've got a serious criminal conviction according to section 13, that they could be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $5,000. And same with a serious violent or sexual offence. But the Minister herself has said that this whole system is predicated on legal advice and legal counsel. And I'm curious, when you think of the disparity between what those who are seeking redress, their knowledge of the system and their requirements versus whoever's guiding them, why is this a personal liability from that person? I mean, yes, they could go to the Law Society or Law Commission or whatever and try and then make a lawyer or a legal advocate responsible for the failure to disclose. But it seems to me that the burden here is on the wrong person, and there should at least be some shared accountability if those seeking to get redress have somehow been misled about the nature and status of their conviction. Of course, if they had an honest belief in that, they could argue it, but it just seems very onerous that all of this falls on them when the Minister, in her own words, has said in relation to previous questions that we don't have to worry about a lot of things because legal counsel will be there guiding these people all the way through.
Honourable Minister.
Number of things in there. The very first point that the member made about privacy and sensitivity answered her own question, so I don't need to go there because she was exactly right. The purpose of the reporting is openness and transparency. There is a privacy part built into this where they're not allowed to identify any person or report in such a way that identifies a person. So that clarifies that. The report will talk about the number of claims that are, as you can see in here, the number of claims that are accepted and not, or overturned or not. The decisions are not published, though, the actual decisions, and that not identifying of a person as a safeguard. In relation to her part about point 24, it's relatively obvious that lawyers are able to advise their clients, but they can't advise their clients on something they don't know about. It's very important that there is, we are relying on the honesty of the survivors to tell us whether or not they have they fall within the presumption, and they can have all the legal advice in the world, but if they don't disclose it to either their lawyer or anyone else, then that is a problem. We are relying on their honesty, and this is a backstop for that.
Ingrid Leary.
Pick up on the Minister's very helpful answers. My understanding is that if there's a conviction, there is a public record of it, and so the lawyer would be best placed to actually do the due diligence to understand the nature of the crime, and also to warn the client of their duties. And so again, it seems to me that there is an ability for the legal counsel, and in fact a duty for the legal counsel, to get that information accurately, or at least advise people, and that is a disproportionate level of knowledge that they have versus the person who is seeking it. So just, you know, especially if you're signing all sorts of forms while you're engaging lawyers to do this work, there must be a way that the lawyers can actually do due diligence, not just say, well, I was misadvised by my client.
Helen White.
Take up the issue of the difference. So we've got basically parallel clauses here under clause 23 and 24 relate to clauses 13 and 14. And one is about the offence that has already happened, and one is about an offence that might have, or there might be a conviction that happens during the process, so the application's already made. And so I would like to know from the Minister, that second one is somebody has declared and that has been correct at the time, and it's their proactive duty to declare after that point, or to tell people that there's been that kind of conviction since. That's quite a different duty, and I appreciate the Minister keeps on saying that the lawyers will just know this stuff, but why haven't we built into the system that as a kind of almost administrative point that they would be put on notice over that? We've put them on notice about other things, but we haven't put them on notice about that. So that seems to be a bit hit and miss when you've got someone who's halfway through the process. It's quite different. And I also wanted to know from the Minister, what's the story with $5,000? How did we arrive at $5,000 as the liability in this case? Is there some sort of scale this was measured against? Is it a pragmatic decision? And if so, why? How did we arrive at that figure? Thank you.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am wanting to talk around is it okay if I start talking around the amendment papers from the Minister, or is it in another part?
No, look, it's in a different part, actually.
It's in a different part. Okay,
sorry.
that's all good.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Just one moment. The amendment to clause 12 is in this part.
The amendment to clause 12. Thank you very much for talking that through. So I'm looking here at part 2 and wanting to talk again about that clause 22. and the reporting that we're talking about here. Now, the Minister has stated that there's to be transparency, and in the Redress System for Abuse and Care departmental report, under clause 22, there is some recommendations here that go further than just the transparency. So it's talking about here on page 44, departmental comment 307, reporting obligations are intended to support open justice. And so the transparency is one part of that, but we also go into, so I'd really like to understand how this reiteration of clause 22 part 2 is achieving that comment there on page 44. The Minister has clearly said that the new reporting clause is around transparency. In here, it also talks about that public confidence in the redress officer. And so it would be great to know what in this clause, what advice was given, why it was decided that these two rewritten clauses were going to build public confidence other than transparency. So transparency is one part of public confidence, but there's a whole raft of other things. And so really wanted to needle into why this, rather than the section that has been crossed out, is actually going to increase public confidence and where that advice came from. And the rest of that comment says that we consider this important given the redress officer is a statutory officer that acts independently and is publicly funded and making significant decisions about a person's right to redress. So it's really, the reporting is talking about the number of applicants and the number of applicants declined, but that doesn't really dig into the actual significant decision and like the background into this decision about why somebody who has reapplied for redress has been denied. I understand the need for privacy and that aggregated data, sometimes it's very obvious who the person that they're talking about is, so that there is that right of the survivor who is asking for that redress. But apart from transparency and the applications approved and not approved and a summary, what advice has been given around the public confidence? How is this reporting going to increase public confidence, or at least have that public confidence in this redress system, which is something that the Minister has talked about a lot, is making sure that this doesn't come into disrepute. So what has been done to make sure that this reporting is actually adequate for public confidence as stated in the departmental report and doesn't bring the system into disrepute, which is, I know, is very important to the Minister.
Honourable Minister.
At the risk of repeating myself, we've already been over this part and explained the fact these changes were made in Select Committee because of the feedback that was given. The Select Committee made these changes in order to protect the individual privacy of the people who are going through the system. As I've already said, there will only be a very, very, very small number of people who will go through this process. And if you start talking about the reasons for your decisions, they are potentially going to be identifiable. The Select Committee already went over this. I've already said that this is why we've removed much of this, to protect their privacy, but to strike the balance to provide information to the public about the decisions without identifying those people. So we're traversing old ground.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you. Just a very quick question, and it's really for the Hansard, if that's all right. Under the procedure for making determination, 20C subsection 1B, it talks about making submissions, And then in subsection 2, it says the redress officer may determine their own procedures for making a determination, which is a particularly important clause in my view. I'm sure the Minister will appreciate the need for flexibility around whether submissions are written or sometimes could be oral submissions. And I'm keen to understand her expectation of how that will be delivered and the duty of care on the redress officer to ensure that the format of the submissions are the most appropriate to determine a fair and to achieve justice, really, because it could be that they determine a process that they just apply blanket to all individuals. But if that's not the Minister's expectation, it would be really good to have that on the Hansard, so we can get a sense of the type of flexibility that seems to be indicated in subsection 2 of section 20C.
The question is that the Minister's tabled amendments to Clause 12 and amendments to Part 2 set out on APs number 569 and 581 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Part 2, replacing the phrases serious violent or sexual offenders and serious violent or sexual offender, are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Clause 9, 10, 10A and 10B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 in favour.
Maramina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to clauses 9, 11, 12, 16 and 17 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maramina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to clause 10(1)(b), inserting new subparagraph 11A, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maramina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mariamino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 11(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
48 opposed. Sorry, I beat you.
New Zealand National.
48. That doesn't make 96. But 48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 12.2, inserting new paragraph C, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 20, replacing subclause 2, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to clause 24, inserting new paragraph CA, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 20, replacing subclause 4A, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment inserting new clause 21A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Mena Kapakingi.
In favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 22(2), inserting new paragraph C, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumena Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 23 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumena Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 24 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment inserting new clause 25A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 2 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No. Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Marumena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Schedule 1, no debate. Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Schedule 1, replacing the phrases serious violent and sexual offenders and serious violent and sexual offender, are out of order as being in the incorrect form of as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Axe New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taka Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. We now come to clauses 1 and 2, which are the debate on title and commencement. The question. Lawrence Shunan.
Here. I actually just have quite a simple question for the Minister regarding the commencement date. And this is something that, unfortunately, the explanatory note was not very helpful. And this is to do with the Minister's Amendment Paper number 582. So in the Minister's Amendment Paper 582, it does specify that clauses 8 to 24A are coming into effect on the 1st of August 2026. So I just want to check with the Minister on why that particular change. Like I said, the explanatory note is essentially a repetition of the clause itself. But more importantly, if it comes into effect on 1st of August 2026, what sort of happens in the meantime? I think that's a question that I think others would also be interested in knowing and asking. And just also checking that, let's say, for example, those that come before it, between clauses 3 to 7, you know, we don't have a system, but yet we do have the rest of the Act coming into force, including purpose and also the rest in terms of definition as well. So I just want to check what was the incentive for that, and is that, and what is the broader implications? And I think other people may have questions for it too.
Madam
Honourable
Chair.
Minister.
We have delayed part of the commencement to ensure that we have a redress officer in place to be able to undertake their duties. And so that is the reason for that part being delayed. I believe that was actually something that came out of Select Committee. It was a reasonable challenge, and so we've just delayed that part so that we can get a redress officer in place. And we already have in place an interim process for new claims since the 9th of May 2025. That will just continue.
Ingrid Leary.
Yeah. Turning to the title, at the moment it reads Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill. And I think it's really important that anybody who looks at this bill knows it does what it says on the tin. And yet what's very clear is this does not address all areas of abuse and care. If we look at torture, torture is carved out for Lake Alice, and in fact any torturers, and in the commentary to the bill it talks about the fact that only the Lake Alice example of torture is the only one that the state has ever formally acknowledged. But there are also provisions where the redress system can be wound up, so the likelihood of all the other types of horrendous abuse that were in those many volumes that we ploughed through, Labor members read between us, that none of those will ever meet that threshold of torture. So already we can see it as not a redress system for abuse and care. It's for most examples of abuse and care, but not for that. The other carve-out is around deceased people. There is no acknowledgement of the fact that many of the survivors of abuse and care died early from physical and mental health issues related to their abuse. And in fact, there are ongoing severe impacts for family members. Now, those are matters of policy and we cannot adjudicate those here today. That horse is bolted. But I do think there's an opportunity to actually reflect more accurately what this bill does. And so, although I don't have an amendment on the table, I'd like the Minister to consider whether she could change the title to say Redress System for (most) Abuse and Care Bill. That would be a far more accurate description of what this bill actually does, given that much of it is dedicated to making a group of survivors jump through many, many hoops to overcome changes to the presumptions and the burdens that they're required to do. And that is not reflected. Anyone picking up this bill would think that this is going to sort out all the abuse and care, remembering it takes away their rights to other forms of litigation. So if the Minister could do that, clearly Labor disagrees with the bill, but that would give us some sense that the bill is more accurate in what it is portraying to do.
Helen White.
My suggested amendment is along similar lines, but it's not identical. And one of the things that I would consider necessary in this title for it to be straightforward for the public is that we reflect the conditional nature of what is happening here. And that was something that I spoke quite passionately about in terms of the impact of this bill. So my suggestion is a much more realistic title is the Act is the redress system for some victims of abuse in care, conditional upon their criminal acts later. Now, that's not me playing cutesy. It actually does tell us what we're doing here. We are making a redress system that's conditional upon those things. And I, for one, think that that's a real mistake because we are not actually addressing our own evil as a state. We are not saying that we have done harm to these people in the same way as we are saying it to people who have not engaged in criminal acts of a certain type. And yet we've done harm to both. And in fact, that harm has rippled through our society because the victims of those perpetrators who were victims themselves, it's not an accident. It's a really growing up moment for New Zealanders. So I think it's really important that we acknowledge that in the title, if that's what we're doing, that we're straight up about it. Because otherwise it's crazy making. To tell people this is a redress system in entirety for those who have suffered abuse is just simply not accurate. So I would like the Minister to consider a more straightforward, straight up title, which actually carves out those people who are not going to be able to get redress, despite the fact that they have been abused in state care. And so I would like a title. I'm easy on what it looks like, but I've given an indication of what it could be. I think the conditional nature of our apologies, the but that comes after this, redress but not for these people, sorry but not for these people. That's a really important part of this bill. That's a decision that was made by the Minister, and it was a majority decision by the Select Committee, and the Labour Party does not believe that is an accurate title in this case. So I would like her comments on that.
Honourable Minister.
My comments are if the members have suggestions for title changes, they should put APs in.
Kaharangi Carter.
I would like to speak to the title of this bill, and though I don't have an amendment in, we know that this title does not represent what this bill is. We have talked throughout this Committee of the Whole House around reapplication, being able to have a review process for when a survivor is denied redress. We've talked about the fact that there needs to be disclosure of a criminal offence that would exclude them from accessing redress dependent on the officer in charge. And we've also talked about the random police checks that survivors, even those who have not committed any offence, will be could be subject to. And the Green Party completely disagrees with this title because it doesn't explain what this bill actually does. And I asked the Minister if they would consider changing the title of this bill to something that would be more appropriate, something like a redress system for survivors who the Crown deems worthy of redress bill, because that is essentially what this bill is doing. And I really want the Minister to consider this, because we have talked about what the apology that the Prime Minister, that the Minister in charge here gave, and that actually now there are conditions on that. So if the Minister didn't like the title, I've suggested redress system for survivors of abuse in care who the Crown deems worthy. Maybe the Minister could consider another title for this bill, which summarises the debate that we've had here, and we know within Speaker's rulings that is completely in line with the Speaker's ruling is to talk about the title and the summary of this debate within this call. So I wonder if the Minister would consider a title that would say be a redress system for abuse in care for a chosen few survivors. An apology is not an apology bill. That would represent the fact that apologies given don't hold weight once this bill is actually passed, and that is a real shame for all of us, because we know how much survivors had to fight to get to where they are. So I have a few more titles that I want the Minister to consider, but I would like to hear her thoughts on the Green Party's position on the fact that this title does not represent the bill that the Minister has proposed in terms of redress for some survivors of abuse in care, not those who are deemed unworthy by this bill, and the fact that those random police checks are going to be imposed on survivors, even those survivors who have not gone on to offend since their abuse in state care. I'd love to hear from the Minister. Thank you.
Stuart Smith.
I move debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Tardy vote has been called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maramira Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
In favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Manamina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Clause 2 set out on AP number 582 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Manamina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I will report this bill with amendment. Now, if you just bear with me for a moment while we exchange our work. That's all right, I'll get started. That's fine. Good to go. Members, we come now to the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill, and we begin with the debate on Part 1. Part 1 is the debate on Clauses 4 to 56, Amendments to Principal Act and Schedule 1. The question is that Part 1 stand part. Honourable Erica Stamford.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Just before we begin the committee's discussion, I wanted to once again thank the members of the public who took time to provide feedback on the bill, and also acknowledge the members of this House who are sitting on the Education and Workforce Select Committee. The feedback we received has been extremely helpful in better understanding the range of viewpoints and shaping a more structured and informed decision. As I mentioned during the second reading, this bill sets out an important system-level reform to clarify roles and responsibilities across our education system and ensure it can effectively support schools, teachers and learners. Alongside the bill, I also welcome discussion on the amendment paper that was introduced. I believe these are changes that are required now. They look to address recent reports which made concerning findings about the Teaching Council's performance, ongoing concerns about the lack of visibility and assurance of the progress and well-being of home-educated learners, as well as recommendations from the Royal Commission of Inquiry Abuse into Care. I'll say that again, from the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse and Care. I've previously expressed my concern that current workforce settings, including those for initial teacher education, are not getting the best outcomes for the delivery of high-quality teaching. The bill shifts responsibility for the professional standard setting from the Teaching Council to the Ministry of Education. This will support better alignment of policy and standard setting and is consistent with other jurisdictions such as England and Singapore, where standard setting and regulatory functions are separate. Since the bill's introduction, 2 reports have been published with concerning findings about the Teaching Council. The Debbie Francis report and the Public Service Commission's review have highlighted serious shortcomings in the Teaching Council's leadership, culture, purpose and priorities. I'm particularly concerned about the finding that the Council has inadequate focus on child protection and safety. This should be its top priority. These reports make it clear that meaningful performance improvements are required, in addition to the changes in the bill to ensure the Council can deliver on its core responsibilities of student safety and quality teaching. That is why the amendment paper proposes 5 further changes to the Teaching Council focused on elevating the role of child safety in the Council's statutory purpose, strengthening reporting and monitoring arrangements for the Council, requiring the Council to give effect to government policy directions while also confirming the independence of the Council's decision-making on individual cases, changing Council membership to 7 to 9 members appointed by the Minister and changing the threshold for removal of appointed Council members to be at the Minister's discretion, and setting appointment term limits for the Council's Chief Executive. While these changes will strengthen oversight and accountability, I want to be clear that the Teaching Council remains statutorily independent. The Council will retain its responsibility for teacher registration and certification, as well as competence and conduct processes. I consider these changes are necessary to focus the Council on its core responsibilities to restore confidence and ensure the Council fulfils its role in the public interest. The amendment paper also proposes strengthening the oversight of home education. Those seeking to home educate will be required to meet certain requirements prescribed in regulations to maintain an exemption from enrolment in a registered school. I'm progressing this change in response to ongoing concerns about the lack of visibility and assurance around the quality of home education and the educational progress and wellbeing of some home educated learners. The number of home educated learners has increased, but we lack adequate tools to assess the quality of their learning or to intervene where needed. The proposed changes include a new power to make regulations that will set out what needs to be done to maintain an exemption from enrolling in a registered school. The regulations will provide specific requirements around the regulatory and content of reporting and may also include other requirements such as assessment. The changes draw on public feedback and testing with the Education Review Office and Ministry of Education regional staff who work closely with home educated families. The Ministry will also consult with the home education sector on the development of the regulations before these are finalised to ensure the new requirements are workable. Another important change to the amendment paper is the proposal to make school hostels subject to the same legal requirements for physical restraint that currently apply to schools. Regulation of physical restraint in hostels has been less stringent than it is for schools. Hostels are currently left to set their own policies for the use of physical restraint. The Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse and Care recommended ensuring that there are adequate frameworks to govern restrictive practices for children and young people. Madam Chair, I will continue if that's okay.
Ms Stanford.
Children and young people in care, to minimise their use, limit them to last resort situations and ensure appropriate safeguards and checks. The proposed changes aligns hostels with the tighter safeguards in schools by only allowing the use of physical restraint to prevent imminent harm by trained staff with clear reporting and protections for orders. In practice, I know that most hostels are already applying the same physical restraint guidelines that apply to schools. This change brings the law up to date with existing practice. The Ministry will consult hostels before the rules are updated to ensure they are appropriate for the hostel context. In closing, Madam Chair, the measures in this bill strengthen the foundations of our education system and improve the support that it provides across the sector. And I welcome questions members may have.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that brief introduction, Minister. I want to first just check with you, Madam Chair. We're intending on going through the bill because part one is the substantial part, and we're intending on doing it clause by clause, but also noting that just this morning, the Minister, as Minister has expressed, released a new amendment book that also has quite a few changes as well, which we want to explore as well, noting that the amendment, despite the Minister's introduction, has had no public consultation or feedback at this stage.
That's correct.
Yes. So with that in mind, I'm going to start with Clause 4, Section 9 amended Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which includes the new school properties agency must support the Crown is responsible to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I want to check with the Minister. The first question is, as you can see, I've got a couple of amendments. In my amendment 51006, I'm curious to know why we've understandably would want NZSPA to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, yet we don't see that as an agency as named in Section 6 of the Education and Training Act, which is around joint statement of expectation. So essentially, Section 6 is where the Minister for Education and also the Minister for Māori-Crown Relations is able to provide joint statements which affects a particular agency's operations around anything that affects or affects Te Tiriti o Waitangi or touches on Te Tiriti o Waitangi. All of the other Crown entities are named in that list in Section 6, but not NZSPA. So NZQA is, TEC is, Education New Zealand even is. So I wondered what is the rationale behind not including that in Section 6 of the bill? So that being my first question. Now, moving on to Section 10 amendment interpretation. Again, there are quite a few bits, Madam Chair. So I think in order for me to sort of work our way through it in a really logical and sensible way, we are doing it clause by clause, which means that there are potentially some out of alignment in terms of themes, because, for example, Teaching Council touches on multiple clauses, the School Properties Agency touches on multiple clauses, but in the interest of going steadily, I will be intending on doing it clause by clause. So when we were looking at clause 5, Section 10 amended, my first question is, so it is often also common practice when we have specific dates that's relevant to a section only to be part of a definition for that section as opposed to being a broader interpretation. So I'm referring to the whole package of dates that only pertaining to Section 212 of the bill around charter schools. So I've got a couple of amendments, if the Minister wouldn't mind considering, which moves those same definitions into the charter school section of the bill as opposed to keeping it in the broader scope, because then potentially you're touching on every aspect, all 669 sections and 26 schedules of the Education and Training Act. Moving along in terms of the next part is my amendment around education property, and this is amendment paper that has been released, and that's amendment paper 604. I wanted to check with the Minister that as the Minister would, of course, know, Section 212R of the Education and Training Act suggests that charter schools can also sit on Crown land. So I'm curious to know why there is no part of anything to do with the School Property Agency, the NZSPA. We're going to just abbreviate that for the time being. NZSPA has nothing to do with any relevance to do with charter schools. So in this case, education property, under A, simply Amendment Paper 604 just introduces AA, which is also to do with the fact that occupied or used by a charter school in accordance with Section 212R, whether that's something the Minister would consider. Finally, just for the time being, because again, there's a lot of sections to Clause 5 as well. The last thing I want to touch on is I have an amendment on school property portfolio, which the definition says means land, buildings, and associated infrastructure. And I wanted to check if land explicitly includes fixture as well. So if the ministerial intent includes fixture, then ignore the amendment. Otherwise, I will ask the Minister to consider the amendment.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Madam Chair, in a minute I'll speak to my first amendment, which is 43038, but I've just checked my email inbox and I've had a number of emails from people who are now aware that the Minister's Amendment Paper number 583 contains quite a few changes that have not had the ability for people to submit on. So the changes, for example, to remove all of the democratically elected positions on the Teaching Council, that change came subsequent to the Select Committee. And also the ability for the Minister herself to determine not only what is in the curriculum, what she's teaching our children, but also how they will be taught, that is determined by the Minister. And a lot of ones also, several emails from families where they have children who are homeschooled and have multiple different issues, including some families who have neurodiverse children are really concerned that they've failed to have the democratic right of actually submitting on this legislation. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister. Are we able to read out some of these submissions, or what is the process for New Zealanders impacted by this bill who haven't had that opportunity to provide any comment or any feedback on these changes before they're legislated? Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak to my amendment, which is in relation to Clause 5, Part 1, Clause 5, and this amendment proposes to amend the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill, Clause 5.3, and it proposes to repeal the definition of initial teacher education training program in the Education Training Act, which currently states that an initial teacher education program means a training program recognised by the Teaching Council as suitable for people who want to teach. Now, the Minister, when she stood up and spoke, she referred to a couple of different reports on the Teaching Council. She referred to the Debbie Francis report, and she also referred to the Public Service Commission report, which was pretty explicit in and around conflicts of interest. And I actually have the section here that is in the PSC report, and it says at paragraph 31, conflicts of interest involving public functions and money rightly attract a high degree of scrutiny. The public should be confident that those exercising public functions and using public money do so for the right reasons and are not influenced by favouritism or personal benefit. Effective management of contracts and conflicts of interest is critical to maintain trust in public organisations. It is therefore fundamental that organisations in the public sector get this right. Now, the Minister is well aware that this amendment I'm proposing shows that the current chair of the Teaching Council also has their own teacher training institute, which received $5 million of funding through advocacy, whether it's through her or TEC Minister. And my question is, if this is the paragraph that from the report she's referred to about the Teaching Council, about conflicts of interest and public functions, how can she reconcile the fact that the current chair of the Teaching Council appears to be conflicted by the very standard she has set in the reports from the Public Service Commission and from Debbie Francis? Because we'd be really interested to hear how someone who is responsible for regulating the teaching profession is also able to profit at the same time through their own private teacher training institute that received $5 million of government funding. So I would be very interested to hear the Minister's views on that.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
None of that has anything to do with the bill, and I won't be discussing it. Can I just start by saying that the just in relation to Lawrence Yunan's question about land, does it cover fixtures? The answer is land does fixtures, so glad to clear that up. Can I also answer the question around Clause 6 about the listed entities? The reason that this won't be listed is because it is not a general direction on all of its business around the treaty. It is just in relation to treaty settlement. So if you look at the relevant clause in the bill, it is very clear that the NZ SPA, the School Property Agency, has duties around, those duties arise around the fact that it has school property can be on land that is owned by iwi, that has been part of a settlement process, or land that may be part of a settlement process. So that's why it only relates to that and is not part of its, not on all of its business.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pick up on where the Minister left off. I understand that particular interpretation, but if you're looking at the section of the bill, and I apologize, Madam Chair, because we happen to be discussing this, I'm jumping ahead just slightly. So if we're looking at Clause 42, new subpart 5A, and this is around NZSPA, if you're looking at a new Section 517F1H, which is this part. It says, support the Crown in its responsibility to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, including by, which the definition does not mean just that, including by doesn't necessarily implies, from a statutory interpretation perspective, Roman 1 and Roman numeral 2. It does consider more broadly in terms of giving effect to Te Tiriti. So I just want to make sure that the minister, in that case, the ministerial intent will be different from how the bill has been drafted. So I want to check with that. Check on that. The other thing I want to address is what my colleague, the Honourable Ginny Anderson, has suggested. And I want to just pick up on one particular part, and I will discuss this more fully in terms of the bill itself. But when it comes to the changes that we're making to homeschooling, I've noticed in the regulatory impact statement there's been no consultation. Can I check with the minister? Has the minister consulted with the National Council of Home Educators New Zealand? Sorry, that's just another question for the minister to consider. Now, moving on, or staying with Clause 5, Section 10 amended, I want to check with the minister in terms of, I have a new amendment which should be arriving or has arrived at some stage. Apologies to all in the House because, again, we only saw the amendment paper this morning, so there's limited time for us to draft amendments on the amendment. But the ministers, you have in there suggested additional, I guess, broadening scope in terms of child safety, and particularly when it comes to restraining, etc., that expanded to school hostels, which I think is an important thing to consider. But I wondered if, Minister, you have at any point considered also homestays. Because, again, as the Minister would know, that when it comes to homestays, particularly with regards to international students, and particularly with regards to international students of the age of under 18 in the Education Pastoral Care of Tertiary and International Learners Code of Practice 2021, that they are also able to stay in homestays, but we don't see the similar requirement when it comes to homestays. So my new amendment that should be here is also just inserting what the minister has done with regards to licensed hostels to also include homestay. If that's something that the minister could consider, that'll be great. Now, that is where we are at in terms of Clause 5, Subclause 1. I want to now move on to Clause 5, Subclause...
Just before you do, Mr. Junan, could you clarify the number of that amendment paper?
The new amendment paper doesn't have a number yet, so
that's
I
okay.
literally gave to the House about 25 minutes ago.
That's okay, thank you. It's just we have lots of them, so I just need to
so
keep track.
it's one of the 3 currently unnumbered ones
Great.
that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
So just in terms of Clause 1A, and I'm going to ask this as a broad question for the time being because we can then go down to the specifics of the individual sections and wording. But just the broad aspects of the changes and the moving from the Director of Regulations from currently sitting under the Ministry of Education to AERO, as well as absorbing and incorporating additional functions to do with early childhood education, private schools, as well as hostels. That bill has just passed at the end of last year. I know there's an acting director of regulation, but that role hasn't really had time to truly embed or knowing any sort of evaluation of that particular position. So what was the rationale of actually moving all of that and incorporating all of that, not just the ECE section, but also private schools and hostels in that? So I think, just checking with the minister, I think it's prudent at this stage, while things are settling, if the minister wants to just move the Director of Regulations into AERO as an initial period without additional powers and scope of powers, I would understand that. But having all of those, including additional powers, seems premature at this stage. So I just want to check the minister regarding rationale for that. And I'm going to leave it at that. And just to signal to you, Madam Chair, that's the end of Clause 4 and 5 for me.
Thank you. Madam Chair. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Look, regarding the homeschooling, we are going to be doing full consultation with the sector on the regulations when they are set. Can I also just make a point that I should have said in my opening address that Minister Seymour will be here at 9:30. for the bits of the bill that relate to his part. I'm happy to try and answer them where I can, but he will be here and can give you fulsome answers. Regarding homestays, they're covered by a code of practice on international student wellbeing, and we can't regulate behaviour in private homes, but it has its own separate code of practice and isn't part of this bill, and we won't be including it via your AP.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to my amendment paper 43039, which relates to clause 6. And this tabled amendment amends the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill, repeals section 44 of the Education and Training Act 2020. And this particular area outlines under which the conditions the Secretary of Education may grant a certificate to exempt a student from attendance. To repeal section 44 without acting to address the root causes as to why such an exemption may be needed is to misunderstand the issue of non-attendance entirely. I'd be so some of the submissions. So this was one of the parts of the bill that did get to have submissions on it, and some of the submissions received, particularly from people, from principals actually, made the point that that power should sit with school principals, because there is a clearer understanding of some of the underpinning issues of not attending school, and so that's the underpinning idea of this amendment. The problem we have is that while the Minister will well be aware that attendance has slightly improved in some of the areas in higher socio-economic areas, in parts of, for example, South Auckland, we have 1 in 4 Pacifica students who are not attending school, and so we've actually seen a drop-off at the other end. At lower socio-economic areas are having lower attendance in the past year. And so the view is, and I'll be interested to hear the Minister's words, that surely those school communities will be best placed to understand some of those underpinning reasons why students may not be attending school. And from speaking with those some of those principals, that they would say that every individual case can be quite different, that there might be mental health issues in one family for a parent, or there may be family violence issues, there may be issues around affording petrol or cost of living. Each individual family has its own reason as to why their child may not be attending school regularly, and a more bespoke understanding of those issues actually is the best way of increasing attendance and making that work properly. So I would like her views on my amendment paper 43039. And I'd just also like to pick up, Mr Chair, that I appreciate that the Minister has stated that the conflicts of interest in and around the Teaching Council, she said, were nothing to do with this bill. But in fact, the Minister did stand up at the beginning of this debate, and she did highlight and refer to the 2 different reports on the Teaching Council that were specifically in and around conflicts of interest. And my understanding was that part of the reason for the reforms to the Teaching Council that we're debating tonight was to prevent those conflicts of interests occurring again in the future. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that was part of the reason of this legislation. So if we have a current chair of the Teaching Council who clearly has a conflict of interest, is it that the Minister simply doesn't want to acknowledge that conflict of interest, or maybe she thinks that profiting and regulating the teaching profession simultaneously is acceptable? Because there are many people in New Zealand who do not think that is acceptable. So I think the Minister might want to reconsider her view that it has nothing to do with this bill, because I think it's actually right at the heart of what this bill does. And if we're not prepared to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the current conflict of interest that sits with the existing chair of the Teaching Council, then it seems to be double standards. That if there have been 2 reports that have identified a conflict and someone has been removed in the past from the Teaching Council, then why do those same standards not apply with the case of the current chair of the Teaching Council. And given this very bill at the last minute is removing all of the democratically elected positions on that Teaching Council, you could even argue that he has more power than he did before. But I'd be interested to hear the Minister's views on that.
The Honourable Eric Stanford.
Mr Chair, in relation to exemptions by principals, exemptions will still be granted by principals, but the Secretary of Education will set the rules and criteria and the evidence required for the principals to grant an exemption from attendance. It also removes the 5-day rule as well to allow a little bit more flexibility. But essentially, Mr Speaker, the changes in this bill are focused on bringing clarity and consistency, ensuring that principals and schools are clear about what is expected of them. And I know that principals are concerned that the changes over attendance exemptions will not adequately reflect student circumstances and needs, but I will want to assure those principals that when the Ministry develops the rules, they will do this in consultation with the sector, but they will set out when exemptions can be used, the grounds for the exemption and the type of evidence a principal must receive, and the duration of the exemption. Regarding the member's other claims, I'm not going to be commenting on baseless allegations that are not part of this bill. I will not be speaking to them.
Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, as I suggested before, I do apologize. There is one thing that I want to address, I think, in clause... Oh, no. Nope, I'm good. I have said to the previous chair that I am through with my questions for clause 4 and clause 5. However, I would like to draw the minister's attention. So I appreciate the minister's response in terms of the fact that that we'll get. Actually, I'm going to stop that conversation right there because it potentially touches on a particular part of standing orders. But I appreciate the minister's previous response. I would like to draw the minister's attention to my amendment paper, which is 19th of May, 51007. And this is with regards to, and also 51008. And this is with regards to section, my amendment, clause 4AAA, Section 7 and Section 8 amended on tertiary education strategy and international education strategy. Now, I want to check with the minister in terms of the tertiary education strategy, whether there's any particular reason, as we see in other areas, why universities, vocational education and training institutions, and relevant PTEs, private training establishments, are not considered as a part of the group that needs to be explicitly mentioned as bodies that the minister responsible must consult with before making any significant amendment to the strategy. So my amendment simply specifies additional groups or bodies that should be consulted as a part of the tertiary education strategy in a broader education system reform bill. On top of that, I also think that while it's important we look at the economic, social, and environmental goals, that we should also consider the cultural goals as part of the tertiary education strategy as well. So I want to check with the minister if she would be open to that. Now on to my amendment paper 51008 on Section 8 amended international education strategy. Again, we're seeing in other areas where, for example, TEC for the tertiary education strategy is explicitly mentioned as a group that should be consulted as a part of the tertiary education strategy. Yet we don't see the same Crown entity that is in charge of international. Indeed, the Crown agency that is actually responsible for implementing the international education strategy, i.e. Education New Zealand, being explicitly mentioned as an area that should be consulted with, as a body that should be consulted with. So my amendment in 51008 simply just add Education New Zealand as also an explicit group that should be consulted. Now, onto the, let's say, onto clause 6, of the bill. The previous speaker, Honourable Jeannie Anderson, has already mentioned in terms of the broader implications of repealing Section 44. I do have an amendment paper on that that suggests that we don't repeal it yet. Again, simply because we don't know the scope or of impact that potentially would have. And I guess on that, particularly when it comes to the impact it will have for rural communities and rural parents, I want to check with the Minister if the repealing of Section 44 has the Minister consulted with rural communities such as fed farmers and etc. and other organizations that potentially would like to weigh in on that particular on that section. Now, moving on to Clause 8, I want to draw the Minister's attention to my amendment paper 613, where we see that the Secretary is now able to make rules on exemption from attendance as opposed to principals having the discretion to make some of those exemptions. But what I'm not seeing in terms of Clause 8 of this bill is around specific criteria that is required for the Secretary to make those kind of rules around exemptions. So my amendment paper 613 simply lists some potentially broader rules that should be considered. I think some of them has already been touched on by the previous speaker, Honourable Jeannie Anderson. So we're looking at specific need of the school, specific need of a community, equity index of a school, the impact on certain communities such as disabled communities, Māori communities, and Pacifica communities, and whether that is something the Minister would be open to. So I'm going to leave that there, but just signaling to you, Chair, that with that I'm ready to move on to between Clause 8 and 9 and whatever happens in between.
The Honourable Jeannie Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have another point in relation to another amendment, 43040, in Clause 8. So in Clause 8, new section 46(1), my amendment proposes to delete the part which reads, which must be consistent with this Act. Now, Mr. Chair, this tabled amendment amends the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill. Clause 8 outlines that the Secretary of Education...
Sorry, what number was that again?
43040. So I think it's the time. Each of them has been labelled with the time that they were lodged. So 4 hours 30 and 40 seconds is the way it's written on my paper. So the Clause 8 outlines that the Secretary of Education may, in fact, make rules that must be met for a principal to exempt a student. Removing the part that requires these rules must be consistent with this Act. That would allow the Secretary of Education to create rules that take into account specific circumstances. As the amendment bill currently under consideration does not take into account any of the root causes of non-attendance, so this makes rules consistent with the Act, could therefore be counterproductive. And I'm really interested to understand the Minister's perspective, because this provision here in Clause 8 is emblematic of a bill that's actually removing local control of anything to do with children's education. And so understanding I would have thought the Minister who wants to see an improvement to children's performance, to children's educational achievement, that enabling a full understanding of some of the factors in their own areas that are impacting on their ability to learn. And one of those, no doubt, is the school community, the school principal and teachers having a clear understanding and some say over what those factors are around attendance. This legislation, this is just one part where what we're seeing is a top-down approach where the ability for decision making, the ability to understand children and respond is being removed and taken up to a higher level, to a ministerial or a Secretary of Education level. And my concern is that Clause 8 is just one more example of our education system being compartmentalised in a way that prevents young people from actually getting the good education that they'll be able to succeed well in life. If their own teachers, if their own local communities aren't able to respond to some of the circumstances that young people are going, then that potentially removes the ability for teachers, for parents, for those local communities to have a positive impact. So I'm really interested to hear why the Minister thinks a top-down approach is better in education, and why removing decision-making, local autonomy and local communities being able to have a say over what's happening in their schools, why that is a better pathway for New Zealand to go down. We know that there are examples overseas where some of these reforms have been implemented, and over time we have seen a widening of existing inequalities, a widening and a further entrenching of inequalities. And my fear and my amendment is for that reason, Mr. Chair, is that by removing the ability of teachers and principals to have an input around non-attendance and have a local response, having that taken out of their hands and having it overseen by Wellington, that actually removes the ability for those schools to take ownership and respond accordingly to make sure that kids are getting the best education they can. But I'd be interested to hear the Minister's rationale for removing that local autonomy.
Stanford.
Mr. Chair, my fear and my concern is that kids aren't turning up to school. And when they don't turn up to school, their performance will suffer. And it is this government's intention to make sure that young people are turning up to school so that they can learn and be at curriculum and live the life that they deserve. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's important to this government that we tighten the criteria around exemptions from attendance. As I've already explained, the Secretary of Education will set the guidance around those exemptions and the evidence that's required. So, for example, Mr. Chair, I apologise. It may be the fact that if a child is sick for a certain period of time, an elongated period of time, that some form of evidence may be required. That will be set by the Secretary of Education. I want to presuppose the types of things that she will require or the criteria that she will put in place. But this is designed to set clear expectations that it is the number one priority that we get our kids to school, because that may not have been the top priority for the previous government, but is certainly ours. In terms of the amendment paper, we won't be supporting it. All statutory powers have to be consistent with the purpose of the Act, so there is no need to add this amendment.
Dr. Lawrence Unan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving along, I did notice that I'm still waiting for the responses to some of my questions and also my amendments from the Minister. But I do want to move on to my next amendments. And the first amendment, and I'm actually really glad to hear what the Minister has just said in terms of, when we're looking at particularly students' ability to participate, whether it is in class or outside the classroom, but also in terms of work experience and visiting outside of the premise, as well as when we're looking at students being at school. So I'm glad to hear what the Minister said, and I want to draw the Minister's attention to two of my amendments papers, 19th of May, for both 510.17 and 510.18. They are Clause 8A, Section 53 amended, and Clause 8A, Section 82 amended. The first one, in terms of Clause 8A, Section 53 amended, is around courses, work experience, and visiting outside of the school. And I want to check with the Minister, and potentially the Minister has a good response for this, is why does Section 53.5A specifies that a student who is currently on a work experience, particularly, or apprenticeship, is demonstratively ineligible or are not entitled to payment. So I want to check with the Minister on why that particular phrasing of Section 53A, 5A is, whereas my recommendation, my amendment, which is to replace the word entitled with require, which also would we see in that particular section around Section 53.5, but it does allow the ability for students to potentially be paid as part of their work experience. But I want to know the overall rationale on why, if a student is getting work experience, they cannot be paid. My next amendment is Section 82 amended. This is a Secretary's power when excluded students aged under 16 years. Now, the Minister just mentioned before in terms of the idea is to get students to school. which I agree, I completely agree. But when we're looking at this section, what isn't clear is when a student is basically only the secretary is able to allow for the exclusion of a student under the age of 16 under section 82. But there is nothing in section 82 that specifies that the secretary must first be satisfied that the board of a state school or a sponsor has excluded the student age under 6 years after all possible intervention under section 81 has been exhausted. So there seems to be no requirement for the secretary when approving the exclusion of a student under the age of 16 to say that, oh, we've seen that the school has tried everything else, all other form of interventions, all facilitations, etc., before making that decision. It could just simply that it is implied within section 82. If that is the case, if the minister wouldn't mind specifying that so we can have it on record. Now, on to clause 9 of the bill when it comes to curriculum statement and national performance measures. I want to start by saying that one of the things that we did have in the bill, and this is something, again, we heard from the submitters as well during the select committee stage, is the ability for schools and communities to have curriculum statements from local curriculum that reflects local tikanga Māori, Mataranga Māori, and Te Ao Māori. Now, if the minister says, well, that is still implied, not so much in terms of what we're seeing here, because again, like the previous speaker, Honourable Jenny Anderson, has stated, the way that things have been changed is everything is at a national level. And there's no room, as far as I can see, within the Section 90 amended that allows the space for local curriculum to develop. And that was something that came through quite clearly as a part of the Select Committee stage as well. And I think with that, Mr. Chair, I'm done with my questions up until 9, and I'm happy to move on to clause 10.
Honourable Eric Stanford.
In relation to the question about work experience and the member's amendment paper, this is a long-standing section of the Act. It's not something we've looked at. It gets into employment law, so we're not accepting the amendment. In relation to the curriculum, the intention of this part is to take the 2 existing curriculum statements that sets out the what and the how and combine them into one. That is the change. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the member's question is getting at, but I don't think that it's relevant to this bill. All this is doing is taking 2 existing curriculum statements and putting them into one. The member's question around what goes in the curriculum is not a part of this bill, but I would make the point that it has always been, the power has always been in the Education Act, or for a very long time, since 1989, I think, the ability of the Minister to issue curriculum statements. That is not changing. It's just that we're combining those 2 into one.
The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm on to clause 9, and I actually have 4 separate amendments in relation to clause 9 of the bill, and they are 430.41, 430.42, 430.43, and 430.44. And so, as Lawrence Yunnan has already stated, that this part of the bill and allows the minister herself to determine what students are to be taught and how they are to be assessed. And so that goes quite far beyond the current Act. It essentially allows the minister to give directions. And it's the view of many people, not just inside this House, that that's outrageous overreach. And gives the minister far too much power over what our children learn and how they learn it. So there are some proposals to amend this overreach, and in terms of deleting clause 9, deleting clause 9.1, and even my third paper, 430.43, gives some helpful hints as to where the right direction might be. So one for the minister to consider, that the minister could consider winding that back slightly and providing that foundation curriculum policy statements, which are statements of policy concerning teaching, learning and assessment, are made for the purposes of underpinning and giving direction to the way in which the curriculum and assessment responsibilities are to be managed in schools. And that's explicitly provided in 430.43. That national curriculum statements are locally developed curricula, that they are statements in areas of knowledge and understanding to be covered by students during the years of schooling. And in my amendment paper, it provides that the skills to be developed by students during the years of schooling and desirable levels of knowledge and understanding and skill to be received by students during the years of schooling. National performance measures, which are targets against which the performance of boards can then be measured if required. So this table amendment allows the Minister to determine, takes away that the Minister is determining exactly what students are to be taught and how they are to be assessed, and it restores a level of local autonomy for not just schools but for the profession as well, to enable that level of professional expertise to be utilised. And I'd be really interested to know as to whether the Minister thinks she herself is an expert, if this bill gives herself the power to determine what our children are being taught and exactly how that teaching is being delivered. Is it her view that she knows better than someone who is a trained professional? And I'd be interested to know what experience or background that she's gained in order that she's somehow got this knowledge-rich ability to determine greater than anyone who's professionally trained as to exactly what our children should be taught and how are they going to be taught. I wonder whether it was when she was putting together some episodes of Piha Rescue that she picked up some of the skills that enabled her to then determine what our children should be taught and how they were going to be taught. Because we're all at a loss as to understand how the Minister can appoint herself to be the sole determiner of what is in the curriculum of our kids and how it's going to be delivered, when it appears the only advice she's got is from a very small select group of Auckland principals that have her ear, and that leaves the rest of New Zealand wondering how we've landed up with this bill. So I'm interested to hear, out of my 4 amendment papers, 430.41, 430.42, 430.43 and 430.44, if the Minister would like to wind back some of her autonomy on determining what exactly our children learn and how they should learn it.
What about Eric Stanford?
Firstly, the member is 100% entirely wrong. It has always been, since 1989, the ability of the Minister to set and revoke and amend curriculum statements. Nothing is changing. And it was exactly the same, in fact, when the previous Minister of Education, Minister Chris Hipkins, gazetted the new history curriculum in exactly the same manner. And I'd point out that his qualifications in education are probably much the same as mine. I just would maybe say to the member, it's just not nice or polite to make nasty comments around my background, because I certainly wouldn't do that about her.
Honourable Dr. Lawrence Ingham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to move on to Clause 10, Minister. So this is around the review of the National Curriculum Statement by the Secretary. Now, a couple of things I want to check. So in conducting a review, the Secretary must have regard to. So this is Clause 10, Section 90A, subsection 3. I want to check a few things with A, B, and C. Well, I think that the first point is that there is nothing in here, and I'm now looking at my amendment paper 617, which inserts a new 617. 3 after 3C, we including new 3D, yes. that I think as a part of the review process, what's really missing, and like the previous speaker, Honourable Jenny Anderson, have said is, when the Secretary reviews the national curriculum, nothing in here states that they actually need to consult with the sector or take the experience of the sector on board. So my amendment paper 617 simply says that the Secretary must have regards to, which is also, make it very clear, does not say give effect to, so must have regards to, so then you consider but doesn't need to take on board, which is fine. But in that case, my amendment just says relevant school sector experience, for example, from educators, principals, and teachers. And I want to note that...
What was the number of your amendment paper?
617. Yeah. I also want to note that all three are defined terms under Section 10 of the Education and Training Act. And I have to go through all of the definitions to make sure that I've made the relevant definitions that is actually in order. So yes, I want to check if the Minister would consider my amendment for that, just so that there is reassurance from the sector that they're also going to be consulted by the Secretary, or the Secretary will have regard for their experience. But also, at the same time, just want to also note, Mr. Chair, as well, that I have asked the Minister a number of questions around my amendments for other parts of a particular section, and I haven't really received a lot of responses for some of the other sections as well. I do want to point out that something the Minister said, which is it's not in the bill, but as we have seen in terms of Minister's amendment paper, one of them, Minister's Amendment Paper 583, yes, that new sections actually could just be added or changed as required, since this is, after all, a system reform, which means that everything in the Education and Training Act could be considered as a part of the scope of that potential system reform. So I do want to hear from the Minister regarding my other amendments as well, which is in scope. The other two areas I want to touch on in terms of 90A3 is B, relevant evidence, for example, from new developments in education research. Now, I am looking at my amendment paper 615. There's nothing in there that says those new developments need to be peer-reviewed. And that is important, because as an academic, anything that is not peer-reviewed by credible sources are not credible. So by just saying new developments in education research, there is no confidence on the quality and the robustness of that particular research that could be used by the Secretary for curriculum changes or any sort of curriculum review. That is concerning from an academic perspective. So my amendment paper simply just suggests to the Minister that we should, for both specificity and also clarity, to include the word peer-reviewed as a part of that. Finally, on the similar vein, when we're looking at C, international practice relating to the setting of curricula, I think in this case that it's best that particular section is removed from this bill. Now, the reason I say that is there is nothing limiting the Secretary from consulting beyond what is A, B, and C, potentially. The Minister can tell me that. But drawing specifically, mentioning in legislation, international practice relating to the setting of curricula, potentially we lose out on what makes Aotearoa unique and our unique history and culture. Because international practice may not be appropriate in the context of Aotearoa. Mr. Chair, I'm almost done.
Dr. Luxon.
So I think it's actually important for us to not have that there. Of course, the Secretary can always refer to international best practice and international evidence. Nothing is stopping the Secretary from doing that, but explicitly mentioning it seems out of step with what we should really be doing here, which is looking at what works for our students and our kids. This is something we have mentioned before, that students, and you have seen, again, I'm drawing on developments in educational research as well, that students learn better when they can relate to the material better. So international practice may simply not be relevant or relatable for our students, which then would affect and impair their learning. So I want to check those 3 amendments with the Minister. So again, just to specify, that's Amendment Paper 615, 616 and 617.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Just to clear it up, we won't be supporting any of those amendments. Can I just start by saying, in terms of the standard of evidence required, there are operational guidelines in place for the Ministry that ensures that the standard of evidence and research that they're using meets the members' expectations. Can I also say that this is already standard practice. It's just that we're putting it into legislation to make sure in the future it continues. It's something that the Ministry has long done and has those standard of evidence in place. In terms of, I want to be clear about this because the member talked about engagement and engagement of young people in the classroom. That is up to the professional judgment of the teacher in the classroom, and that is what they do best, engaging those young people in front of them. The curriculum is clear about what is taught, but the way that they bring that to life and engage the students in different ways by bringing all types of context to what they are teaching is up to the professionalism of the teacher in the class, and so that's why we won't be supporting his amendments.
Honourable Phil Twyford.
Mr Chairman, so further to Lawrence Shunan's comments and questions around Clause 10, it probably doesn't need to be said, but I think it's obvious. I hope that the Labor Party supports regular curriculum reviews, and the objective of constant improvement is one that we all share. But our view, which is shared really with the overwhelming majority of submitters, is that the provisions in Clause 10 increase ministerial influence at the expense of institutionalised input from educators and independent experts. I would note that 570 submitters commented on this provision and not a single one supported it at Select Committee. Not a single one said this was a good idea. The departmental report says the majority of submitters were concerned the bill extends the Minister's ability to make and amend the curriculum, shifting authority away from educators and increasing the risk of political influence. That pretty much nails it. That was the sentiment, the overwhelming sentiment at Select Committee. So my questions for the Minister are as follows. What safeguards exist to ensure that the curriculum reviews remain evidence-led rather than politically directed? Second, who determines the priorities? I know the subclause says the Secretary must take into account this and that, but other than that, who determines what the priorities are for a particular review? Those things that the Secretary must take into account are wide open to interpretation. Any number of things could come under that. So who's the person or who's the part of the organisation in the Ministry who determines what the specific priorities are for a given review? Does the Minister accept that that one of the strengths of the New Zealand curriculum to this point has been that it is largely insulated from short-term political cycles and the ideology of whoever happens to be sitting in the seat she occupies right now? And this might seem a bit basic, but why is it necessary to replace the kind of stewardship and responsibility of educators and experts with explicit power in the hands of the Minister and her Secretary? Does the Minister accept what the New Zealand Principals Federation told us at committee, that this clause represents, quote, a fundamental shift from professional sector-led curriculum development to direct ministerial control? Does it? Is there any independent statutory body at all that has any role in checking, giving feedback or providing any kind of oversight or input into curriculum reviews in the system that she's putting in place. And in section 90C, are there any consultation obligations that will apply before curriculum review directions are issued?
Honourable Erica Stanford.
I am repeating myself, I think now for the third time. There is nothing in this bill that shifts any new extra powers to the Minister. They already existed. There is no change at all. Mr. Speaker, they keep saying that, but it is very clear in the bill that there are no additional ministerial powers. The only thing we are doing, actually, is putting somewhat of a limit on that, which is in practice, but not in legislation, about ensuring that these are evidence-led, which was the question by the previous member about ensuring that it's evidence-led. That is now baked into legislation. But since 1989, there has been the ability of the Minister to set curriculum statements, to revoke them and to make changes to them. That has not changed. There is no additional powers. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Hopefully that is the last. So no, I don't agree with those submitters, because there is nothing in this bill that is making those changes. There is wide consultation, as the member may know, going on at the moment, in fact, with the senior secondary curriculum out for full consultation. And I'd also make the point that it has also been written by the sector. It feels like the members believe that somehow the Minister holds the pen on the curriculum. It is written by experts, by the sector, and in fact there are hundreds of writers out there at the moment writing the senior secondary curriculum, and it is being consulted on at the moment. But I'll make the point one final time. There is no additional shift or increase or changes at all to the Minister's power to set curriculum statements. And I would also make the point, if that the previous couple of speakers were so intent on removing the Minister's power to be able to do that, they had the opportunity to do that in 2020 when they made, or they created this Act and made all these changes, but they left the power in there since 1989 of the Minister to set curriculum statements, which is exactly what they did when they introduced the history curriculum. That power has not changed.
Hana Rafa Timothy Clark.
Tira tēnā rā tātou te whare, tautoko te anai au I ngā kōrero āpiti o aku hoa ki tēnei taha e te Pāti Reipa me te Pāti Kākariki. Ko e tihi o ngā kupātai te pōnei, some of my questions and some of my concerns within these Education and Training Systems Reform Amendment Bill in the committee stages, coming to Part 1, Clause 9. The change from simply curriculum statements to national curriculum statements does signal a stronger centralised national approach. So our main concerns are, will hapu iwi, kura-a iwi, specifically coming from a kura-a iwi school, that there's a specific dialect, there's specific curriculums that are taught within our kura that we have concerns about, that shape localised communities. In Clause 91AI gives the Minister power to decide what students are to be taught, and Clause 91AII allows direction over how the, quote, how the curriculum is to be taught and learnt. Some of our concerns around that area is obviously that could affect some kaupapa Māori, and that's what I'm seeking from the Minister, is to clarify that could affect kaupapa Māori teaching methods, wānanga style, learning in collective environments, learning practices, and one of those areas specifically in the curriculum is te ao haka. Te ao haka is a specific area within our education within NZQA, where the way that that's assessed, where the way that that has been performed, that way that is engaged with students is very specific. So making sure that kura, Māori, Māori education, the teachers of that specific curriculum still have that self-autonomy to execute that mahi within their students and kura. Another concern is the 5-year cycle. The 5-year review cycle gives the Secretary ongoing power to remove learning areas and subjects. The concerns that I have, or the questions within that, is who sits at the decision-making tables of those 5-year reviews? Will Māori knowledge continue to be reviewed through a Crown lens? Will there be iwi and Māori education experts within that panel that can consistently give advice and expertise, kōrero within that panel, or within that 5-year review cycle? What does that look like for Māori education? Also, some of our concerns are around making sure that hapu, iwi, local kura still have the power to make decisions for their tamaiti. That's the whole standard approach and structure that we've had as a kura a iwi, also as a homatua, as kura kaupapa Māori, and there are huge concerns around having this centralised curriculum national approach. Tēnā
Peter. Stanford.
I think an answer that will incorporate all of the members' questions is that the bill clearly allows for different rules for different groups of schools, including kura iwi and Tururanganui. I think that answers all of her questions.
Dr. Lawrence, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I think, one comment in response to what the Minister said before I move on to what's before Clause 11, so Clause 11 AA and Clause 11 AAA. But just in terms of one final comment with regards to Clause 10 is, I think when we're looking at the Development National Curriculum Statement, I acknowledge what the Minister is saying in terms of, look, this is something that's always been there, we're just now basically codifying it, but at the same time, as in putting it in legislation of something that is a standard practice. But at the same time, what the Minister could have done, which is why we propose such amendments, is that we actually have the ability to put in more checks and balances and more ability for transparency and accountability around curriculum. So I think that's kind of where I'm getting at in terms of my amendments. It's saying, I'm not saying either or, but I'm saying that the system could always be improved. With that, I want to move on to what the Minister, in Minister's Amendment Paper 583, and this is Clause 11 AAA and Clause 11 AAB, so this is on page 14, Section 99, Section 100 amended. And this is the first part of some of the changes the Minister has made with regards to things like physical strength at registered school and also in terms of licensed hostels. So at registered schools, we have those sort of checks and balances, and in terms of those requirements, and I think that was detailed, I cannot remember the specific section number in the Education and Training Act, but preceding Section 99, there is a whole list of sections from memory that specifies the kind of qualifications and training that a person must go through in order to potentially bypass some of those limits. So can I just check that all of those sort of things are all captured in 11 AAA and 11 AAB. I do see 11 AAA3 clarifies around the authorized staff member who is trained to authorize to use physical restraint in accordance, but also, only when things are necessary. How is that going to work in a hostel environment as opposed to a school environment? Because again, quite different. So I just want to check if there's any additional thinking that's gone into that. The next thing I want to check with the Minister is my amendment. This is Amendment 19th of May 2026, 51120. I think for the benefit of the doubt for the minister at this stage, this is also in the pack that says 66 tabled amendments. Section 103 amended. Now, I have genuine questions about this section, which is the title of the section when it says that guidance and counseling, charter school must receive guidance and counseling and their parents must be told about certain things. There's nothing in this bill, nor this section actually says what certain things are or even give a definition of certain things. So I want to check with the minister if the minister wouldn't mind elucidating the House on what certain things are. So this is section 103 of the Education and Training Act. But in there, in terms of the ability to tell certain things ambiguously and also disconcertingly,
excuse me, could you repeat the amendment?
Amendment is 19th of May 2026, 51020.
51020, all right.
Yes. It specifies that the telling of certain things should only apply to a parent, whereas the preceding section from memory also includes things like whānau members or caregiver. Noting that sometimes it's not simply a parent who might be in charge of a child's well-being or care for a child on a day-to-day basis, I'm curious to know why this section doesn't include whānau members or caregivers. So my amendment simply states that, after a parent, it should also insert whānau member or a caregiver. Now, just on to Section 11, and this is my last bit for the current contribution. I'm looking at my amendment paper number 623 now. Essentially, for this particular amendment, one of the things that is concerned, that has changed with Section 91 is now that rather than the state school must consult, the minister previously also said that state school now informs. Sorry, I just need a tiny bit more time, Mr. Chair. I do apologize, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Luxon,
just one final thing is my amendment just to ensure that there's some sort of framing or framework around when a school then does decide on a health curriculum, because now what's not in Section 91 anymore is how and who decides that new curriculum. Is it a school? Is it ministry and then do it? Is it being done on the school? What's happening in there? But I just want to make sure that my amendment after Section 91(2), insert new 2A, which is in making the content of the health curriculum, the board of the state school, I'm assuming is the board, must have regard without limitation for prohibition grounds of discrimination under the Human Rights Act 1993 and also have regards for consent. Because I think it is important for us to know when it comes to children's well-being and safety that any relationship and sexual education contains information on consent and is prohibited from perpetuating harms such as harmful transphobia, homophobia, interphobia, and biphobia that affect people with diverse gender, sexualities, and sexual characteristics. So if the minister wouldn't mind addressing that.
Honourable Eric Stanford.
I'm getting some advice on some of the other first questions that the member raised because I just need some advice. But on that last part, I would suggest that the member goes and reads the draft health and PE curriculum. It has consent in there for the first time. In fact, I did a press release about it. It's quite a big deal, and it's really important that consent is taught. It is in the new curriculum, and I suggest that the member goes and has a look at that. The health curriculum has been written. It has always been a ministry or led curriculum. There's never been as far as I'm aware, a curriculum that has been, a health curriculum that has been developed by schools that doesn't relate to a national curriculum. So this is us setting the national, updating and refreshing the existing national curriculum. And the requirement to the changes in this bill are around ensuring that schools aren't in the middle of quite a difficult situation where they are having to go and consult with their communities. What we're changing this to is that they just need to say to parents what is in the curriculum. We're going to be very open about that as well. It's going to be on the parent portal. So we're setting out in great detail every year what is being. If the member wants to listen, I suggest she just quietens down for a moment. Otherwise, I'll sit down and you can ask questions and I won't answer them. So your choice. Back to Lawrence Yunnan. So this curriculum is set and will be gazetted. It'll be up to schools to then share details of that curriculum with their parent community, but not to have to consult on it. And the reason that we have not required this is because it has put schools in a very difficult position, because it is very polarising. There are very strongly held views on either side around this. Now, there was a report done by the Education Review Office that talked about this. In fact, I've heard from a lot of schools who've said thank you very much for not putting us in the middle of a very divisive issue. So instead, it's been very clearly laid out every single year what must be taught, and that will be shared. It is out for consultation at the moment, and the member who's been speaking up during my answer, I suggest that if she's interested in having a say on what's in it, that firstly she reads it, and secondly she puts in some of her own comments about what she thinks she might like to see in it. I'm not sure that that's happened. I know that consultation's already closed, and I'm not sure whether or not her or her party have put any recommendations in, but if they haven't, that would be a great shame, given that they have many opinions.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. I'd just like to speak to the amendments I have under clause 10. I have, I think there's 6 of them, and I can give you the numbers if you would like. 430, 45, 430, 46, 430, 47, 430, 48, 430, 49, and 430, 50. Oh, there's another one, 430, 51. All of those pertain to clause 10. And I'd really like to pick up on the Minister's comment that she doesn't think that this bill gives her the power to change the curriculum, that's already been around. Because from my reading, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the amendment to section 90 and the insertions of 90A and 90B do represent a fundamental shift from professional, sector-led curriculum development to direct ministerial control. That's the way I read it. The bill replaces national curriculum statements with curriculum statements, transforming them from frameworks describing what students should learn into prescriptive directives specifying what must be taught and how it is taught. And in fact, section 90A establishes regular reviews. But section 90B, that's the important one, 90B, that if the Minister could read that part of the bill and explain to me that that doesn't give her extra powers, because under section 90B, it allows the Minister to issue or amend a curriculum at any time without any sector input, effectively bypassing any review process. Yep. The core issue is not whether the curriculum should provide direction and coherence. It should. The question is whether that direction should come from the collective wisdom of education and some of the people who are in the sector and the communities that it serves, and not from a single political office subject to changing electoral cycles. And underneath that, and my specific amendments relate to that, is really undermining Te Tiriti o Waitangi and obligations to Mātauranga Māori, because any curriculum framework must protect schools' obligations to the treaty. And this requires maintaining schools' ability to localise their curriculum, to engage if they want to with local hapu or iwi, and ensuring that Mātauranga Māori is not subject to a veto by her under 90B. So the problem is the shift that she says doesn't exist, this shift from national curriculum statements providing direction while enabling local adaptation to curriculum statements which are prescriptive and centrally controlled fundamentally changes the relationship between national direction and local implementation. And that's the same issue as we were raising under the issue around absenteeism and school attendance. You're taking the power away from our local communities and you're installing it in the top in the offices in Wellington. And you need to be accountable back to our communities, and by doing this, it's removing that accountability. Centralising the curriculum and reducing local flexibility will significantly limit schools' ability to do things if they want to, like have tikanga and mātauranga Māori relevant to local teaching programs, and it will limit those abilities for local communities to do it. Section 90B's override power makes this concrete, and the Minister, it specifies in here, and I can read it, that the Minister, quote, must have regard to the Secretary of Education's recommendation, that they can impose changes, whether or not the Secretary has reviewed that curriculum statement or even reported on it for that matter. Educators contributing the expertise through a formal review process could see that input completely dismissed. So the proposed changes and in this have that problem with the treaty. The other the other amendments I provided also, I want to highlight, create barriers to inclusive and equitable learning. It's important to note that equity requires flexibility, and changes like this remove that flexibility from the system. If teachers can't retain professional discretion to adapt both the curriculum and also their methodology to meet the needs of individual learners, whether that's neurodiversity or other issues there, that they have the ability to meet those learners' needs. And so any differentiation by school type must be rigorously examined for equity impacts before implementation. Having this prescriptive approach that she will preside over means that it takes away any ability to adapt practice to what each individual learner may need, and that's the real risk of this system change. Mr. Speaker, I still like to wind up because I've got a whole range of ones. I'll do one more call if that's okay.
Right. We'll let the Minister respond and then we'll come back to you.
At the risk of repeating myself, I think now for the fourth time, there is nothing in this bill that makes any changes to the way that the curriculum statements are made, that they are changed or that they are revoked. Now, Mr. Chair, the member is making it sound like there was something existing in the bill, that the previous act, that said that it had to be sector-led, or there had to be an independent statutory body or some other type of arrangement that limited the Minister's power. If the member believes that, I think she should point to the Act where it says that, because it doesn't. There is nothing in the existing legislation that requires any of those things. It has always been at the Minister's discretion to issue, revoke or amend curriculum statements, and nothing is changed. In fact, I'm looking at the existing bill in front of me at the moment. The Minister may make the following. The Minister may make the following: foundational curriculum policy documents. The Minister may make national curriculum statements. The only thing that this bill is doing is merging those two things together and calling them curriculum statements. That there is nothing that is being removed or changed around anything else. In terms, and the member, I already stated this as well in an answer to Lawrence Yunnan, so I'm repeating myself again, that teachers in the classroom adapt their teaching practice to meet the needs of the students in front of them in order to engage them and ensure that that their learning needs are being met. All we are prescribing, as every minister has done, including the previous Minister of Education under the previous government, is setting out what must be taught and the skills that must be gained, the way that the teacher engages the students and brings that to life in the classroom, and the things that they bring in to their learning, like mātauranga Māori, is up to the professionalism of the teacher on the ground to engage those students. That has not changed, no, I've already covered this ground a number of times. If the members are still confused, I suggest they read the existing legislation and then list this legislation, and they'll see that there is nothing that has changed in terms of the Minister's ability.
Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Chair. Well, I think I'm pleased the Minister made that reference, because my amendment that I was yet to speak to, 43048, explicitly relates to Section 90B, which is what we read as the ministerial override power. So if the Minister could take time to read 90B and explain how that is not a ministerial override power, then you're doing better than me, because it reads to me that is exactly what it does. The problem with 90B and what my amendment seeks to remedy is that the curriculum, I should like to finish actually the last point I was making, which having a prescriptive curriculum that doesn't allow the room to move is a real concern to inclusive and equitable learning. That was the point I was going to make. Allowing curriculum statements to differ according to school, classrooms, year groups and levels creates a tiered education system that research consistently shows institutional streaming disproportionately disadvantages Māori and students from low socio-economic backgrounds. And so we are worried that the ministerial override power in section 90B will follow the same outcomes as the United Kingdom when they introduced these measures, and they will further entrench existing inequalities, particularly from low socio-economic backgrounds. The point I would like to make next, Mr. Chair, in relation to 90B is that the view is that curriculum changes should only occur through a sector-led review process with adequate implementation timeframes, and that's the difference. We're having a curriculum that is coming from the top and being implemented, and the combination of Section 90A, regular reviews, and 90B, ministerial changes at will, creates maximum instability in the sector. And so my proposal to make that amendment, it's important to note that every curriculum change requires substantial work. Training teachers, developing resources, redesigning programs, recalibrating assessments, doing all of that work. When curriculum can be changed at ministerial discretion, schools face continuous disruption and unstable and unsustainable implementation. And that is exactly what's been happening. And that's why I suspect she's paused the curriculum rollout, because it's got to the point where it's breaking point and there are actually schools and teachers out there that are just unable to do it. So the pause, I think, is a result from that. The last point I'd like to make in terms of 90A and 90B is the removing of community voice from that ability. And so having those, I think, there were 6 or 7 amendments, Mr. Speaker, is to really enable, if education in New Zealand is going to work in a way where we're engaged with our communities, that if we really do care about parents getting good, accurate information about their children and their achievement, that can't be just done from Wellington to people. You need to be engaging with communities and understanding the different needs. A rural school, high school, is going to be very different from an urban primary school or a kuta kaupapa Māori. There will be different communities with different needs, and having one single approach from the top to the bottom fails to understand the individual circumstances of not only those communities but those students as well. And as I've highlighted, that the risks are we're able to disown any obligations under the treaty, and we seriously risk further entrenching inequalities within New Zealand and creating barriers to inclusive and equitable learning. And I'm at a loss, Mr. Chair, I'm at a loss, Mr. Chair, as to how 90A and 90B actually help our young people learn and achieve and succeed, when what they appear to do is just create barriers to young people who might learn in a different way. And it fails to understand that not all children learn the same way. I know the Minister thinks that all brains learn the same, but there is other evidence that shows different children learn different ways, and this implementation of 90A and 90B completely ignores that evidence.
The Honourable Eric Stanford.
Okay. Well, firstly, the point of this section is to stop what's happening at the moment. We've been in a situation where we are having to refresh the entire curriculum at once. We did it back in 2007 and we're doing it again. It is extraordinarily disruptive, and it was a process that was begun by the previous government in, I think, 2019. They managed to get one strand of one curriculum out in that 6-year period, but the point, Mr. Speaker, is we can't, Mr. Chair, sorry, is we cannot keep doing this to the sector where we do it all at once. It is disruptive and it is difficult. And the point of this section is to say, actually, let's look at what other countries do, where they don't completely change the curriculum every 20 years, but instead they have small rolling reviews, ongoing small tweaks to make sure that the curriculum is up to date all of the time. Mr. Chair, again, I think this is now the 6th time I've said the same thing. Current section 91 says the Minister can make a curriculum statement. That means the Minister can replace at any time existing. It is an unfettered, at the moment, an unfettered ability. That is in the existing legislation. What this Section 90B does means the Minister can't do that without the Secretary's advice and evidence and research and all of those things. We are actually putting in place a constraint on the Minister's powers. And then the final point is a point I already made, again, around engagement, the engagement of the young people in the classroom and the way that the teacher adapts the teaching practice to meet the needs of those children. Mr. Speaker, that, as I've already said now, the 3rd time, will remain. That's the professional judgment of the teacher in the classroom for them to be able to make those calls. And I don't know how many times I have to say it. I know the member may not understand, but that's not my problem.
Mr. Chair. Huhana Linden.
Standing on behalf of Te Ropu Kākāriki to speak to proposed amendment number 624, and this is in relation to clause 11A, and it's a bit emotional, this one, because we've been to the Waitangi Tribunal on it, Mr. Chair. We've been to the Waitangi Tribunal, and it is in relation to how our schools give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And this clause is seeking for the retention of the way that schools can give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So after section 1272B, insert BA to ensure that schools give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and want to pay tribute to Ngāti Hine Te Kapotai and our education leaders who took the urgent claim to the Waitangi Tribunal, Y3553, and successfully argued cases on behalf of the thousands of voices of support, the hundreds of schools and the 70% of the education sector that stood up and shared through the Rārangi Rangatira that they support and will uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi locally in community as allies and supporters, that their students, tamariki mokopuna, would learn these key fundamental tenets of our Aotearoa New Zealand of today. But what the Waitangi Tribunal shared with us in their recommendations and findings is that there has been a neglect of the relationship between tangata whenua and the Crown, and that the decision to pursue these amendments and significant amendments and the removal of the Te Tiriti obligation and giving effect to Te Tiriti locally degrades the relationship between kāwanatanga and tangata whenua, because we've heard in the media that the Minister is doing this because the Te Tiriti relationship sits with her on behalf of the kāwanatanga rather than at a schools level or at a board level. So my questioning to the Minister is, how has the Minister as the mana holder taken on board this huge responsibility of being the relationship holder with tangata whenua and uri of the signatories of Te Tiriti in taking these changes to them? How have tangata whenua worked alongside the Minister in reaching this stage whereby the proposal is to remove this amendment, to remove this part of the legislation that provided the space for giving effect to Te Tiriti? Because if the mana sits with the Minister, then how is it come to effect? What is the actual embodiment of it? Because we've seen clearly in the reporting from Crown officials that there's been no consultation. So I must be living under a rock somewhere in Whangarei where, education leaders have said, well, we haven't been asked either. We haven't been asked at all because we value the way with which through legislation we are required to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and through that then go and build those relationships with local hapu, iwi, kāinga to work together on curriculum development, adopting mātauranga Māori and working in the way that they can deliver and strengthen those relationships. So my pātai is to the Minister, will she consider, following the recommendations and findings of the Waitangi Tribunal, backed by some 70% of our schools across the motu, consider re-establishing and upholding the fact that schools must give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi? And if not, how does the Minister, as the mana holder, demonstrate that she will value the iwi Māori relationship and that she has done that through this process? And how will the breach and the undermining and the degrading of the Māori Crown relationship be healed through this process? Because the Waitangi Tribunal has been very clear in its direction. The claimants and education sector support the recommendations and findings. And so the pātai is, ka pēhea, how are we going to repair what has been damaged thus far?
Honourable Stanford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've said publicly on a number of occasions, and the member referred to it, that the treaty duty sits between the Crown and iwi Māori, and I take that duty very seriously. The Crown entity that are school boards are legally separate from the Crown, and to delegate a treaty duty to a Crown entity that is legally separate from the Crown is, in Cabinet's view, not something that we want to do. It has been a Cabinet decision, and the member asks then, how will you uphold that treaty obligation? And I'll point her to Article 3, which is around ensuring that the outcomes for tamariki Māori are raised and are the same as every other student. And Mr. Speaker, through our work programme, the member will have seen that not only have we established a Māori MAG, which I was very pleased to announce today that the Honourable Calvin Davis is now a part of, that they are ensuring that our entire work programme is around raising Māori achievement. And that is how we are giving effect to the treaty, to make sure that all tamariki Māori have the ability to succeed at school and then in life, in further education or in employment, Mr. Speaker. And it is well documented, although the media tend not to cover it, all of the efforts that we have put in, not only to resourcing, curriculum, assessments, supporting the workforce to make sure that Māori, who regardless of whether they're learning in Māori medium, kura kaupapa, or in the mainstream, have that ability to succeed.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow.